we're assuming that date, and that date, it says that date on the printout,
Which
but
is not anything like what it looked in the original, right? That looks like it's just added on there.
I
Or
I
let's
don't,
find out.
I'd be speculating.
Okay. Ms. Hilton.
When I looked at Mr. Sharp's motion, I might have missed it. I didn't see the January.
So there's, the picture or the post is attached and there's this kind of weird little thing floating over the post on the right border. Yes.
If I could clarify, my issue is, everyone's been telling me that was posted on January 10th, 2015.
Good morning, good
The
morning, good
state has
morning.
been operating on the assumption that that is a fact, and I don't,
It hasn't been established.
yeah, I don't understand how this
Okay.
has been established as
All
a
right,
fact.
we'll hear from Ms. Hilton. You want to just look at my copy? Okay.
We're double checking, but my understanding is Quindarius Zachary, I believe in his interview, says that he took this picture and that the picture was taken prior to January 10th. It may have been posted on January 10th.
That's not the issue, is when the picture was taken. The post has this date hovering on it.
Correct.
That's his issue.
Right. So as far as the January 10th, I think there's an explanation as to why the January 10th is there. So if it's to come out, there's an explanation for the January 10th.
Okay, so couple of different things.
Okay.
Did the post ever look like this rendition or do you have what you intend to submit? Let's start there.
Your Honor, at this time, we didn't intend to submit this picture into evidence. So
Okay, and what you intend to submit will have this little January 10th box hovering?
Your Honor, we don't even know if we're planning on introducing this picture. So that's why I think he's doing it precautionary, but this is not any. Excuse me,
Okay.
hold on.
Well, then I guess, Mr. Shart, you can use the post without the January 10th hovering over it. If you want to use it.
My cards face up on the table. It is, I may want to introduce it, but not if it's going to be otherwise inadmissible. And so
Okay.
I just don't, we've been proceeding like it's a fact that this is taken on January 10th. How do we know that?
So with or without the
Or, I'm sorry, not taken, the posted.
posted, what's your basis for asserting that?
Good morning,
it is
good morning.
posted on
Good
January
morning.
10th?
Breaking it down with B, good morning. Thank you for watching with us.
I don't know when we've asserted that in trial. This is a picture that we served. It has the January 10th date on it. I don't believe I have ever communicated that we believe or disbelieve that this was taken on January 10th. I think our understanding, and I'm just confirming, is that we believe the picture itself was taken prior to the 10th, but it might have been posted.
I understand.
But whether or not it was on January 10th or how this date arises,
Okay, well, number one, you need to figure out why that January 10th is on there. And number two, if it wasn't posted on January 10th, what's the relevance?
we agree. And that's something that if we decided to enter, we would have determined that. I don't know if this is the picture that we were going to enter. So it's the voluminous amount of information. I don't know if this is a picture.
Right,
that we-
because y'all haven't exactly organized your case yet. All right, Mr. Short, they don't know whether they're going to use it or not. And they
Ooh.
don't seem to, it would not at this point be admissible, but I can't tell you if it might be admissible at some other point when they get their case organized.
And you're right,
I mean, the
about
judge
case
coming
I'm
in
about
hot this morning.
Whether or not we were using this particular piece of evidence, like there we have a multiple of social media.
Right, well,
pictures,
you
so-
don't know whether you're using it and you don't know what whether it is relevant. So because you don't know when it was posted or why you think January 10th is on there. So we just don't know. So
Your Honor, in the previous motion, the state asserted it was posted a couple hours after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So if that is not the case and they cannot assert that, I would ask that this post be deemed inadmissible because it has no relevance and
I'm not going to deem it inadmissible because maybe at some point during their case, they'll come up with why they think that. Do you know what motion it was in? Maybe that'll help Ms. Hilton get to the source of.
it was argued in front of you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what brought it up.
Maybe it was Ms. Love. I don't know. Maybe you need to speak with co-counsel.
Yes, I'm trying to, I believe we were going through the proposed exhibits upcoming and I brought that up, but
Yeah, you brought it up. I don't think we have gone through much social media yet. So I think you brought it up and they said, but I don't remember who the they was over there at the time.
I don't believe it was me, Your Honor.
Okay, well, maybe check with Miss Love. But I think it's going to be several hours, if even today, before there's any cross-examination anyway. So maybe we'll know the answer by the time we get to the cross-examination portion of the case. Also, that reminds me that with regard to cross-examination, I know, Mr. Steele, you had at one point suggested an interest in cross-examining Mr. Copeland as to everything that went on during the ex parte. And some of that is no longer relevant. So anything, I mean, if you want to cross about things that the state said to him or that he said to the state, that's fine. But we have, I think, both circumvented and the whole coercion issue, and he has now been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I know of. So that should no longer be an issue. And so that should no longer be relevant. So I would not permit examination or testimony about that. All right.
Well, of course it's okay because you are the honorable court. But I will make an attorney proffer
Okay.
because if you'll accept it, otherwise I could do it with Mr. Copeland. But I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland on the 7th of June 2024 stated, and in my way I understand the law, he doesn't have a 5th Amendment, but he refused to testify. And he used the 5th Amendment as whatever, his statement. He made it clear to me as a reader of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting that he was not going to testify. He said in court, outside the presence of the jury, that he was pressured. Please check the record with Ms. Winfrey. If he didn't use that word, he used a similar word. He would never have testified except for that ex parte meeting where Judge Glanville pressured him as well as Ms. Hilton. So I believe that it does go to his state of mind why he started to testify. Your Honorable Court correctly, in my understanding of the law, told him what is his options and how long he's looking in custody, and told him, I believe, the decision's his. The legal decision, though, will trigger you to have to exercise your discretion and hold him in contempt. So I believe that the jury gets to determine that information. In addition to that, Judge Glanville was with us since January 4th of 2023. This jury is all selected from the very first panel. To me, he was biased in front of the jury. I understand that what you said, that, no statement, I appreciate what you said. No statement made by the former court disparaging of lawyers should be considered, or whatever the words were.
What?
But there's
This
also
is
going to be
crazy.
a jury instruction that nothing that the court says is intimated an opinion. And I disagree in this case with that instruction. I'm going to object to that instruction. And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I will make it clear I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury.
Mhm.
And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor, and I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville, but I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom,
Mhm.
I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hilton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and, most importantly, the conscious or subconsciousness of this witness, because I believe, and I've not spoken with him, Your Honor. I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony.
Mhm.
There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them, come to court, they're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give immunity, so they can't compel the person to do it. So the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it's Miss Hilton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hilton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that. So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams, because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose, I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
Okay, I understand your argument, and I am not making my ruling in any sort of an effort to protect Judge Glanville. I do not believe it is relevant to the issues for this jury to determine. With regard to whether Mr. Copeland's testimony between the 7th and the 10th was, I'm sorry, between the 10th and the 12th, was impacted by the ex parte on the 10th. I asked everybody, do we want to do the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony over? And everybody said, no, we want what got testified to between the 7th and the 12th at 3 p.m. So y'all had the opportunity to have it all done over, and you chose not to do that. You can ask him about the immunity and whether he'd be testifying without being ordered to. That's fine. But beyond that, the ins and outs of what happened in the ex parte with regard to whether there was a biased judge or not are, in this court's legal opinion, not relevant to these issues. And honestly, even the "we need your testimony," Judge Glanville had made a determination that Mr. Copeland's testimony and compelling that testimony by an immunity grant was in the public's interest. And so the "we" there is Judge Glanville, or can very easily be understood to be Judge Glanville saying "we, the public," and not "we,
stop
me,
it.
and the state."
Stop
So
it. That's
I appreciate
garbage.
your proffer,
That's
but my
garbage.
ruling stands.
Can I
That's
add
garbage.
to that then?
Sure.
So it's in the eyes, the mind, and the ears of Mr. Copeland, not a reader who can say, well, that's the public. In addition, Judge Glanville said to Mr. Copeland on cross-examination,
They're going to
you are
hammer
going to
you.
get tremendous cross-examination. And they know you better than we do. So they know what you did. The they, I would ask Mr. Copeland, is referring to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Huey. And that presumes guilt, because Mr. Williams does not know the reality that Mr. Copeland has done all this other things, like pull a gun on Mr. Watts that he admitted today, shot into a barber shop that he admitted to on the stand. These are outrageous conducts. For Judge Glanville to make that statement, yes, the jurors should hear about it and the effect of Mr. Copeland. And you are respectfully taking away the opportunity that we are all given. Judge Glanville did this to a witness that's currently testifying. And if you don't realize this, because this is, I think, your first witness. This is a big witness. He has been spoken about the entire case. I opened on him. I said that Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. To remove this, I believe, is going to be under the analysis of, has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's a constitutional violation. So I'd ask you to listen to the remainder of the June 10th, 2015 statement, because he's going to talk about, he already has, and if you can't understand it, the transcript seems to be, in my opinion, fairly accurate, where he talks about Mr. Williams. And if he didn't testify, none of this comes in. I think the jury gets to know that and why he testified. And it was because Judge Glanville held hands with Miss Unlove and Miss Hilton, and they coerced this man to testify, pressured this man to testify, whatever his word would be. So I ask you to just, I understand your ruling. I'm going to follow your ruling. I hope I made a good attorney proffer on cross, but those are the topics I would go in. I would not go into, and he also was, by the way, I have, based upon information, belief, he wasn't fed and did not drink from Friday when he was held in custody until Monday when he's in that star chamber. So
That's right.
I think that that goes to his frame of mind as well. So, and when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Copeland. And he was put into a jail in DeKalb County where the system was down. At least that's what he was told. He couldn't contact a family member. So I think that all that adding up to make his determination that, yes, I think that it's a corrupt system and the judge and the DA were going to hold me for not only this trial, but who knows how long 26 people can dispose of their case.
All right, well, that part we definitely dealt with. If he was not given, or you have reason to believe he was not given food or drink between Friday and Monday, that's something that certainly should have been raised in the coercion motions that several of you filed, because that might have impacted between the 10th and the 12th. But again, you all decided you wanted the testimony between the 10th and the 12th. And that was a strategic decision on your part because you believed that there were beneficial things that he said during that testimony. I think that advice that these defendants, through their attorneys, would vigorously cross-examine Mr. Copeland is correct and accurate advice, and that these defendants know him better than the state's attorneys know him or anybody else is not inaccurate as well. If you would like to, understanding the parameters of my ruling, provide some questions that you believe should appropriately be asked, I'm happy to consider those. And it may be that there are, I mean, you can absolutely, again, ask him about the immunity grant and the, even right now, whether he is only doing this because it's avoiding jail for him. That's fine. You could explore that completely. All right.
You say it to Mr. Shard all the time, and I always tell him, don't say okay, because it seems like you're
Well,
waving it. So no, it's not.
By which I mean, all right, do you understand? Not all right, do you accept my ruling? Because I know you will abide by it, but you
Yes.
do not agree with the correctness of it.
Yes, and then the last thing I'd like to say, if I may.
Yeah.
When this honorable court said I didn't take up the opportunity to strike the entire testimony from the June 10th to the 12th, that's the law.
Oh, my
Law
bad,
is until
Sheila.
that motion is filed of recusal. So I'm following the law, and there were beneficial points. I mean, you just read the transcript where he testified under pressure or not, but that is in the case. So I believe that I have a right to ask him about, those days before you took over, before you gave him the proper admonitions and the correct law. So that's
Okay.
all.
Thank you. So that the record is clear, I am suggesting that obviously the law with regard to the timing, once a recusal motion has been granted, what you have to undo. Yes. What I'm saying is if you believed that there was coercion starting at some point earlier than that, based on a lack of food and drink or any kind of treatment like that, then that could have been brought up. And y'all chose not to bring that up or not to make that argument. And you all could have agreed to redo the entirety of the testimony, or you could have asked to redo the entirety of the testimony on the basis of it having been coerced, and I would have considered that.
Well, at the time, I was following the court's order, which I didn't think I even needed an order, but that I could cross-examine Mr. Copeland on everything that happened on the ex parte meeting. And that's when I made my ruling, or not ruling, sorry. That's when I said, I don't want it out. In addition to that, I didn't want it out because I want to cross-examine him on why he did it. It's why he testified from the 10th to the 12th. That's part of the case. And I think that it goes to the jurors. The jurors are entitled to know who the prosecutors are and who the judge was. And
That's,
it goes to their bias, their interest in the case, and their motivation on how they are prosecuting this case. So,
okay, I don't think that any order that I issued led you to believe that you would be able to, well, it may have led you to believe, but I don't think it should have reasonably led you to believe that you would be able to explore anything about what Judge Glanville said or did during that ex parte.
I think that it was clear to me, whether you said it or not, the way I understand the rules, that that's a part of this case, that's a part of this witness. And
Yes.
that on cross or direct examination, the prosecutors can sit here and say, now, maybe they're going to do it. I have no reason to believe that they are or not. But Mr. Copeland, we had a misunderstanding on June 10th, and we had a meeting with the judge, and your lawyer was there the whole time. They could do all that as well. But I don't see handcuffing Mr. Williams' lawyer on cross-examination when it is a reality case. Just like if Mr. Copeland went out and spoke on a jail call and made statements about things. That's his state of mind at the time. It may be relevant. I think it's relevant here.
All
And
right,
I think
thank
it's
you.
relevant that Judge Glanville did this and Miss Hilton did this.
You can ask about anything Ms. Hilton did.
No, I understand you did not limit that, but you're limiting the way I heard you today. I have to almost excise Judge Glanville, and that's what I'm objecting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just so I'm clear, with what the court just ruled, we can ask about things that Ms. Hilton said to Mr. Copeland during that ex parte meeting. We just can't label an ex parte. This is what I'm concerned with. There's a lot of confusion and I think misunderstanding of this immunity.
Thank you.
I understand the order that was granting him use and derivative use immunity. However, Ms. Hilton articulated to Mr. Copeland in chambers much more than that. For instance, my understanding of law, and Your Honor, I know that you've dealt with these issues more than me. The statute of limitations is not what we normally think it to be. It's not from the date of the offense. It's told if there's no evidence of who committed the offense. That's one, the perpetrator has to be known. So Ms. Hilton said, for instance, we'll use the barbershop shooting. Ms. Hilton said, oh, all this stuff is older than 4 years, so you can never be prosecuted. That he could be prosecuted
Yeah,
for the
that's true.
barbershop shooting.
But here's the
They would just
thing,
have to put a tolling provision.
that's not relevant either, because it is not the fact that the statute of limitations may or may not have run that prevents the state from prosecuting him for something he wants to get on the stand and confess to. It is the grant of immunity that prevents that. So regardless of the correctness or incorrectness of statute of limitations comments, they cannot use anything he gets on the stand and confesses to because they granted him immunity, or the court has granted him immunity.
But in my mind, here's the difference. The state has made a deal with the, quote unquote, I'm not calling the man the devil, but that's the saying. And there's a difference between them saying, oh, we're giving you use and derivative use immunity versus them saying, we will absolutely not prosecute you. They have basically, I don't know if they checked with Rich Homie Kwan's father, but they've basically given this man carte blanche to never be prosecuted for anything he says. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland later on and they indicted him for something like this, I would say, y'all must be crazy. Y'all got in the back room and told this man, you guys are never prosecuting him. So they've done more than giving him use
There you
immunity.
go.
They've given him blanket immunity for everything. And that, to me, is fertile ground for impeachment and cross-examination. And I think the jury needs to know they want Jeffrey Williams, they want Shannon Stillwell, they want these people so bad that they gave Mr. Copeland just full reign to run around Atlanta, do all these things. And as long as you get up on the stand, we're never going to prosecute you. And I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, they didn't give him full reign to go do things he hasn't done yet. So, I mean, let's not get too far afield with this.
Well,
You may explore any kind of interest he might have in testifying in a way that might be beneficial to the state, although I don't think that's happened anyway. Because you could explore bias. You're entitled to do that. But we're not getting, this is not a trial about how the state handled Mr. Copeland or how Judge Glanville handled Mr. Copeland. This is a trial about whether these defendants, whether the state can prove that these defendants committed the acts that they allege them to have committed. And if you want, again, you also, all of you all are welcome if you want to give me a list of questions that or that you believe should be able to be asked. I can look at them.
very well, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I just want to raise something
Sure.
while you hopefully reconsider. And this was mostly, the prosecutors. I think Mr. Atkins, I was going to exclude him, but I think he did it too. They asked witnesses, to my knowledge, without any basis, well, you're testifying this way, but have you ever had to testify before in front of Mr. Williams? When you were giving your statements, was Mr. Williams present? And then they did it with everybody. Was Mr. Huey present?
Right.
I've objected every time. And it's totally, that's a crime of witness intimidation without any evidence. It's just, and they say, no, I haven't testified at all, but I don't remember, or I told you something wrong, or I didn't say that to you. I want to do now and show what the state is doing to witnesses. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, when Mr. Zachary comes, and I brought this up earlier in a pretrial meeting, my understanding is that Ms. Love had him served, he being Mr. Zachary, served with a subpoena.
Okay.
It's a trial subpoena from what I was told. Ricky Richardson was his lawyer at that time. Ms. Love ordered Mr. Zachary the day before to drive from Augusta, Georgia, miss his job, to her office because she said, if he doesn't come, Judge Glanville will lock him up. There was no trial going on. This was in 2023. We were doing jury selection. I heard about that. So I raised it to Judge Glanville. This is abuse of power. You don't order somebody to come to your office with the hammer of the judge going to lock you up. Judge Glanville said, put on your evidence. He gave me an opportunity. Everybody said they didn't want to testify, so I didn't call anybody. Ricky Richards, I didn't call anybody, so I forfeited the motion. But my point is to say that, somehow there's witness intimidation from Mr. Williams et al. I want to show what's really going on, and that ex parte meeting helps illustrate it. I will also ask Mr. Zachary, because I'm confident he'll know. It was not attorney-client privilege because it didn't just come from Mr. Richardson. He told me, you can also speak with Mr. Zachary with Mr. Richardson, and he'll tell you the same. That's all we spoke about, coming to court. And he did come to the courthouse. I'm told that his father met him there too. This could be wrong because I'm not there. And then his father said, the law, there's no trial going on. My son's leaving. So that's what, there was no conversation.
Okay.
But my point is, this is not an isolated incident, and I'd like you to just allow the truth to flow. I'm not going to hurt Judge Glanville. I'm just going to state what was said. That's it. And it's really the impact, like you said, on Mr. Copeland.
All right. Thank you. Sure. Do you want to wait and see what Mr. Weinstein has to say first?
Okay. Briefly, Your Honor. The discussion this morning came up about Mr. Copeland being deprived of food and water at Rice Street, as well as conditions, other issues that happened at Rice Street between June 7th and June 10th. And I believe the court said, I may have misunderstood you, that several attorneys filed motions regarding the coercion in the chambers. Perhaps this is something that we should have brought up. I was completely unaware that that happened.
Well,
I don't-
it's not,
I
I'm
do not-
sorry to interrupt, but I'm not sure it did happen. He has some reason he thinks it may have happened.
Okay.
He Mr. Steele,
So-
but okay.
So I did not.
Because-
learn of this
because Lil Woody
possibly
already said it
happening,
did happen.
Put it that way until I saw Mr. Copeland on social media this week. So this isn't something that I could have brought up regarding Judge Glanville and the coercion that
Okay.
took place. So if we do get further facts of that, I would like to bring that up with the court again, because it sounds like that could have influenced your decision on the coercion. Perhaps not, but I would like to bring it up in the future.
All right, thank you. Mr. Engelberger.
Yes, Judge. I'm a little late to the party, obviously. When we're talking about privileged communications, I understand there may have been a hearing about what was said to or discussed between him and his other lawyer, but as it relates to any communications between my client and I as of August 12th August 13th of 2024, obviously, I would assume this court understands those would be off the table in cross-examination.
All right, as far as I know, there haven't been any hearings about anything that was communicated just between Mr. Copeland and either Ms. Bumpus or Mr. Melnick. There was a hearing about things that might have been said with Ms. Hilton present with Mr. Copeland and Ms. Bumpus.
Okay.
Yeah,
understand.
certainly. I understand privilege. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
There's two very quick things that I just wanted to address. One, and normally I'd ask that the camera be turned off for this, but I think I was wrong yesterday about the statement about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. I don't believe that came up yesterday in the statement. And I've looked at the rest of the statement. I don't believe that topic comes up. So I know Your Honor asked me to send an email, and I'm just reporting back to the court on that.
All right.
And also, I just have a question. In the state's transcript with the redactions, there's some that are in red, some they're in different colors. And I'm just asking, as we review along, what the significance of the different colors are so we can check to make sure
Okay.
everyone's on the same page in real time.
Yes, Your Honor. There's some that I put in different colors because I had a question about. Anything that's in yellow and red, we're going to exclude because that was something I had a question about, I think, based on things that have occurred in court. Those will be excluded.
Okay.
The only one that is in blue that I actually was going to bring up this morning, Your Honor, is page 202, line 14 through 20. We had previously discussed 14 to 20 when we first talked about redactions, I guess 2 weeks ago. This is the line in which Mr. Copeland says that he's aware that Shannon carries guns and carries it on him, and if you stop him,
Right.
he'll know that he has a gun. And I think at that point in time, Mr. Sharp brought up his objection based upon what we argued yesterday. And so the state wanted to know we were permitted to now play that part given what occurred yesterday, given your order or ruling yesterday.
Okay, so are you asking what is my ruling about that, or what are you asking?
Basically, we intend to play it, and we just want to make
Yeah.
sure that that's fine. Based upon your ruling yesterday, we intend to play that section, but that was one of the sections that we had a question on 2 weeks ago. We didn't address it yesterday.
Yeah, okay, all right, so that blue has been taken care of, and you do intend to play that
Yes, Your Honor.
based on my rule, okay.
Yes, and while we're on it, Your Honor, I did go back yesterday to see if there were any other portions that could be redacted to kind of move the video along.
That's wonderful.
And
Thank you.
I do have a few
Okay,
portions that the state intends to redact. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay.
One of those. So first is page 165, line 3 through page 167, line 16.
all right, and I guess give the defendants
So it's going to be 11.
chance to look at that and see if that's something they want in, or if it's just nothing anybody needs.
I have never
Um,
seen a judge tell attorneys what questions they can ask
It is
in their
him saying that
cross.
he
This
needs
is
to
crazy.
pay for the light bill, and that's why him and Deshaun were getting into issues. He talks about the fact that the the stolen items that were found in his house were taken from individuals who went outside, who went to go do a jug, which went to go do a robbery. And so that's why those items were in the house. And then the detectives questioning him about the fact that he gave his mother-in-law's car to these individuals and he didn't know what they intended to do, so.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we're gonna object to the redaction of that. I mean, that, and I understand why the state would want to redact it. I mean, that's prime example of Mr. Copeland being caught with stolen goods in his house, in his car, and pushing the blame on others, which
All
is
right.
exactly what he's doing
Okay,
here.
so they would want that in. I guess they would play it anyway. So do you want to leave it in?
I'm gonna leave it in.
Okay.
The next, Your Honor, is page 176, line 14 through page 181, line 3.
And what's the general topic of that?
He talks about a few things here. His second child's mother wanted child support, talked about some medical things with her that he paid for.
Anybody care if that stays up?
And it's really talking about that relationship he has with his second child's mother.
Okay. That fine to excise for everybody?
Where does it, redaction end?
176 line 14 through 181 line 176 line 14 through 181 line 3.
So the state can do inconsistent statements on Woody. The state can submit hearsay statements and all this kind of stuff, but the defense got to tell you what questions they want to ask Woody about an ex parte meeting that's a part of this case. Everything that happens during this case in chief from the prosecution is a part of this case, from ex parte meetings to having meetings with other lawyers' clients behind their back. All of that stuff is a part of this case. It proves prosecutorial misconduct. It proves that the prosecution
And I
don't
think
have a
that
case.
Those portions.
This is
I know
crazy.
we want to speed this up, but those portions give the full picture of Mr. Copeland. It's more, I'm the victim. These women are taking advantage of me.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't give her my question either. Skip her.
She
You don't get my
is
questions.
indicating by nodding and scratching it off that she'll leave it in.
Next is page 193, line 1 through 194, line 21, which initially talks about Demekion
All of it.
being the reason that DB was killed, and then transitioning into when he gets bored at Deshaun's house, he'll leave, but that he hasn't been cheating on her, etc. 193 line 1 through 194 line 22.
Submit the list of questions. You trying to protect Glanville. That's all you're trying to do is protect Chief Judge Glanville. That's all you're trying to do. But he's a part of this case. He's a witness to the ex parte meeting. He's a witness to the coercion. He participated in the coercion. You don't want the jury to see that. How convenient. How convenient. It's only 9:30 in the morning and we already upset.
Anybody
Jeez.
want that in?
We agree that that's
Okay.
pretty irrelevant.
Everybody's good with redacting that part.
And the last one that we have, Your Honor, is, sorry, the last one that we have, Your Honor, is page 208, line 1 through page 211, line 10.
And the general topic is,
They're telling him he should move. They're telling him maybe he should go to Miami, not go to Miami, but go somewhere like North Carolina or Kansas. That he should start afresh and anew. And then he goes back into talking about the robbery that he was, what occurred leading up to why he was arrested on June 10th.
I'm sorry, I got to start. What's the end of this section?
Page 211, line 10.
What up, Doug? Good morning to everyone. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. We are
want that
watching
in?
the
Yes.
preliminaries
she'll
of this
leave-
case before the
leave
jury
that
comes
in?
in.
okay.
Thank you all so
Alright.
much for watching in with us.
Take a quick couple
Definitely
of
appreciate it.
How about you go do that while we bring Mr. Copeland and the jury in, but not recess for that?
Your Honor, can I do it too? I'm sorry. Coffee.
Okay, never mind. Let's all take a break
Okay, thanks.
quickly, please.
This is ridiculous. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's go ahead and look at the chat real quick before we get into this. All right. Sheely starts off the chat with a good morning to the Biz Nation. Tom says, Tay Biz 100 and chat family, top of the morning. Have a blessed and great Friday today and an awesome weekend. God bless. Absolutely chill says, good morning, Biz Nation. Happy Friday. We got Breaking It Down with B in the building, saying good morning to everyone. That is what's up. Also, we have one of our mods again, Abundance in the building. Abundance in the building saying good morning to everyone, Biz Nation family. All right. Jane Lee in the building saying good morning as well. All right. Breaking it down with B said, why does the judge need a list of questions before asks? She hasn't done that to the state. Exactly. We're trying to figure this out. Well, how is it that I'm the defense? You have to see my questions because we're going to talk about Glanville. We want to indicate and we want to put emphasis on the fact that Glanville had something to do with possible coercion towards Woody in an ex parte meeting. You don't think that's a part of this case? You don't think prosecutorial misconduct is a part of this case? You must be out your mind. You are out of your mind. Abundance said that's awful, no food or water. Yes, Kenneth Copeland himself, and I did a video on this. I think the video was called Woody Speaks on my channel. And that video, he talks about how he got arrested. They had him in Fulton County, or they put him in the Cobb County or jail. Then he went from Fulton to Cobb, and they put him in a hole. They put him in a lockdown, and they gave no food, no water. And he was in there for like 23. He had a 23-1, I believe, in the hole. I mean, this is, and then all of a sudden Monday morning you want to have an ex parte meet with this dude. He hasn't had anything to eat. He hasn't had anything to drink, or anything of that nature. And this is what he said on the live with Caleb Bumpus. And he's also said in other interviews, he talks about this, and that particular story stays the same. That does not change at all. So it's very awful. It's very awful. It's torture. Gene Lee said this whole S show is crazy. Facts. It totally is. Totally is. Sean Pender said, yo, what up, though, Sean? Thank you so much for coming through. Blue Sky saying good morning. Thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate it, man. So we got some people in the chat from Biz Nation, man. We welcome you to Biz Nation. Everybody showed Sean Pender and Blue Sky some love in the building. They're taking a quick break. They're getting coffee. They're doing whatever, but we already got shenanigans going on. We already got this judge acting or protecting Glanville off rip because she don't want Steele or anybody else from the defense to talk about the ex parte meeting. They don't want to expose Glanville, you know, and it is what it is. He's already exposed himself. He's the one that coerced. And then he's going to, she really made me upset when Steele made a statement in the ex parte meeting transcript where it says, where Glanville says, we need your testimony. And then she's going to say, well, we could mean the public, or he felt like it's in the best interest that the state gets the testimony of Woody. So we could be the public. It could be the people because he represents the people. Do you know darn well that man was not talking about no dang people? You know darn well he was not talking about that. You know, I know that man was talking about we, the prosecution, we, the state, we, the court. I would like your testimony. You know what I'm saying? Now, what judge says that to a witness? Come on, man. Some of this stuff is crazy. I have never seen a judge tell a counsel, submit your list of questions before you ask them, so that way I can approve what questions you can be allowed in the really. Now you're not telling the state that, but the defense need to submit their questions. As a matter of fact, the state been late to everything that they do. Everything they do, they submitted late. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. This is a corrupt judge indeed. Corrupt judge indeed. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Now, I did get word from Doug Weinstein himself on X. I'm not sure if you all follow my community tab on the page, but I did upload a couple screenshots where Doug Weinstein and I had a quick little back and forth on X where he says that he's going to be filing 2 particular motions this weekend. So over the weekend, we will have some motions that will be submitted by Doug Weinstein. He confirmed it. On X. I all I did was I reposted something that he said that caught my interest. I said, man, we might be getting some motions coming up soon. And he replied he replied on my page. I'm filing 2 this weekend. I'm like, let's go. I said, I'm pretty sure I'll be covering it and all that kind of stuff, man. I told him to stay strong and be diligent. He said, thank you. And that was cool. Oh, you saw that abundance? Okay. Yeah. We getting some motions. We're getting some motions this weekend. We are getting some motions this weekend. So I would definitely be on the lookout for that. So trust me, if you, I may either do a video or go live about it. But yeah, definitely there's gonna be some motions coming up this weekend. Breaking it down with B says this judge is no better than Glanville. 100%. 100%. Okay. That is a fact. This judge, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you. Man, I think this judge is actually worse. And I'm gonna say why. I think I'm changing my tune a little bit, you all. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt because there seemed to be some fairness in the beginning, in the very, very beginning. But I don't understand. I think because because the fact she's more knowledgeable than Glanville makes it worse. She knows that this is not right, but she's going to placate and try to be this hero to save the courts or the justice system's face down there in Georgia. You're not gonna be able to do that with this case. You're not gonna be able to do that with this case, baby. You know what I'm saying? Nah. Yeah, this is bad. I think she's worse. Because she knows. You know, she knows. And see, with Glanville, he was just on a power trip. You know, he the chief judge. You know, this is the biggest case in Georgia. the biggest trial case ever in Georgia's history. He power tripping. This lady is a little bit more conniving. She's a little bit more condescending, conniving, a lot more arrogant to me. The way she talks to both. I mean, even though she has, just like earlier today, she told the state, like, yeah, because you don't have your case organized, and then flipped her hair around and looked over to the defense. I mean, even just in saying that in that way, it's like it's super arrogant, man, super condescending. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. No, I think there is no court next week because I believe Glanville granted the jury a week off, and I think next week is that week off. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Don't cash that check to the bank just yet. But I believe that it's I think next week is when they have the whole week off because Glanville, before he got recused, allowed that next week to be off for them. So yeah. Yeah, she's trying to save Fonnie. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they all sleep in bed with each other, man. And for sure trying to save Fonnie. But again, political aspirations I just smell it. I just smell political aspiration on this lady. I just do, man. She's doing everything. She's referencing case law. She's doing all that. She is playing it by the book, but she's putting her little spin on it. And I'm telling you, because she's way. I think she's worse, man. I think she is worse, for sure. If you're allowing the prosecution to admit hearsay, constantly hearsay, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, Jean Lisa, I hate the way she laugh. I do too, man. I do too. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. Abundance says Glanville was smelling himself. Whitaker is conniving for sure. That's the word, conniving. She is conniving. That is the word right there. Condescending, yes, but conniving is the word right there. This is and again, the fact that this is allowed where this video, this 8-hour craziness, all this kind of stuff is able to be played. I mean, it's just letting you know like what's going on. And again, it's like you're assisting the state with their case. You're not supposed to do that. The state, when a prosecutor has a case against you like this, their case should already be built. Their case should already be built. And and you can communicate with the defense that says, hey, if this particular witness acts a certain way, we are going to do this. That way the defense knows what direction you're going in. You can't just do things without the defense knowing. Your case is in chief right now. So you have the obligation to submit to the defense, not just evidence, but also what you perceive that may go wrong in the middle of a trial and where you would pivot at. Your pivoting conversation has to be on point too. So all of this, this is what the state is supposed to do. This is what prosecutors are supposed to do. And they're not doing this at all. They're waiting, they're doing late discovery, they're doing all the things necessary to ambush the defense. No, trial by ambush is basically what this is. How many times have we seen in this trial the defense say, well, we just got this, we just got that? Well, the state submitted it last night at 11:30 p.m. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. We haven't had a chance to talk about it because they submitted this at 11:30 at last night. Like this kind of craziness, and you constantly telling the judge, hey, we're getting late discovery. They're giving us things at the last minute. They're ambushing us with what they're going to do and put into play in the last minute. And then you're allowing this to happen. That's why Glanville excluded the PowerPoint, because Love tried to get it included that morning, the morning of the trial while the jury was there. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're wasting people's time. This is taxpayers' dollars. You're wasting people's time. This is absolutely insane. You know what I'm saying? Like this recess right now is a waste of time. Get your coffee ahead of time. You know, put it in the thermo mug. I don't care what you, but get this thing going. The defense has a right to a speedy trial. The prosecution has been case in chief since November of 2023. It is August. And this judge says, well, we want this trial to be over with by February or March. Well, you mean to tell me when the defense becomes case in chief, but they're gonna have like a 2 or 3 month period? Meanwhile, these jokers get 8, 9, 10 months. All to show what? Nothing. To show videos of somebody saying what they heard somebody say. It's just ridiculous. Time. What up, though? Says Judge Whitaker refuses to throw Mr. Redacted at Gladfield under the bus because Judge Whitaker is trying to get on Georgia Supreme Court. That's Judge Whitaker's goal. There you go. It's political aspiration for sure. Absolutely. All right, we are back at court. Hopefully the jury's going to come in and we're going to get this thing going. Let's go. Shout out to everybody watching the trial with us. We definitely appreciate it. Also, Sean Pender and Blue Skies and breaking it down with B. We definitely appreciate you all for stopping by and watching the family. You know, chilling with the family. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, let's go. Come on, Judge. Come on.
All right, for the jury. All jurors present, counsel.
Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
And Your Honor, we're resuming at 11:29:05.
Where did he say he got the stuff from? He never said. Did what happened? I give him the key. You know what I mean? I look, bro. They put the gas in the truck, bro. You know what I mean? Bring it back. They brought the cutlet. When they brought the cutlet, they had out to the head. I said left, so I still. I mean, I left her. When I hit left her, they searched whatever they got. I mean, Murphy dropped me back on where they came from. I mean, when she dropped me back off, I was in her sleep. There was last night. I wanted to see you on no video for one of these cars that broke. I ain't breaking no car. That's not the question. No, that's it. Yes or no. I'm not gonna see you on no video. You gonna see them breaking in no car. You gonna see them? You sure? Yeah. Okay. Cause we found a police report.
Everybody said there's a tag over there.
We found a police report on Foster Street, and these are victims. These two guys, IDs or whatever, was in the truck. And they laptop, and we got the sunglasses and 2 book bags from out Deshaun house. At Deshaun house. This morning, the 2 book bags, they ain't that in them. They book bag yours. Wow, they ain't Deshaun. This shit from these cars. You understand? They left me in this house. Yes. Man, it's tripping, man. Cause you didn't say that they came in the house. You understand what I'm saying? Cause I'm not double talking or over talking you. I'm being real clear, precise with what I'm doing. So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna let you give a little bit, and then I'm gonna shoot your story down. I ain't gonna lie, man. Everybody can help me. So I'm not believing Tam Bobby. Who? Tam Bobby. Tam Bobby what? Bobby who? I put a picture on them on my page. You know Bobby, what? Black Bobby last name? Bobby Russell, whatever his name is. And tell you, you just said it, Trevante. So once again, why is this stuff at the place where you register? When they bring me the cousin, I still left her. I mean, when I still left her, I was like, shit, they act like they have it. I wouldn't really swim, cause I really don't still left her. When they brought it back, they trying to show me like, damn bro, we ain't getting it. You know what I'm saying? I'm already tired, so I was like, alright. They sure had all her friends out, they funny shit. So she had all her friends out, but I ain't feel like dropping them up. So much was dropping back up. This was yesterday? Or late last night into this morning? Yeah. Okay. So much was dropping back out. I was in her sleep. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. Yes, it is. Deshaun said she was asleep when you got in this morning. Late. I'm telling you what she told me. Deshaun was broke. I was mad because I'm just trying to tell her mama. You call her mama. I'm just telling you what she told me. She said she didn't even hear you come in like she was asleep. Deshaun did not say that. What the fuck I got a lie to you for? What the hell she asked for, bro? What I got a lie to you for? She said she was asleep when you came in super late. But she made it seem like I did shit. She ain't making it seem like nothing. At the end of the day, she lied for you. She still got your black ass around and you fucking off her shit. You making her lie. Then you need to be focusing your energy on the motherfuckers on the street, because she the one that's been down for you since all this bullshit been going on. Right. But you got you fucked up because you know that. You fucked up. Nobody else. This shit pressuring me, man. This shit is like the damn money, bro. What money? For the damn light bill. I just that ain't my fault that you did that. Even though I didn't break any car, I wasn't even with them. I just stayed in the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get the money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they was going to do a drill. You ain't know what the exact drill was, but you know what the fucking drill is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I was get this. I just looking at it like shit. I ain't going to get in trouble behind. Every time I'm just looking at it. But you can still fucking up their shots or something else will happen in that fucking car. That truck is in her mama's name.
What if they did a robbery?
Like I told you. And this is just the first report. We found. What I'm saying, I told him, I said, look, they called this your mama's name. You know what I'm saying? I said, your mama's name. She gonna tell the police, if y'all do anything, I did. And I'm letting y'all know I ain't going after nobody else. I told you just like that. Once again, this is just the first report we had. That we were able to find was based off the IDs that was left in the truck. So if some more shit come back involving that truck, you know we're gonna come back and have another conversation. And I'm telling y'all everything right now. Like I'm saying, once again, you're enabling people to fuck you in the long run. You're enabling them. Because somebody doing something nice for you and they shine, getting them a truck, doing the rental car, all that shit, and you giving it to these dudes. Which, I don't believe you say you wasn't there, but I'm going to set it on to everybody in Buckhead got cameras. Everybody everywhere got cameras. And I'm going to review that video. And that's going to be some more felonies on you.
Just like with the guns and double, we interviewed you at Turnfield. We told you.
I ain't saying right here.
We told you though. We said, listen, bro, we gonna go review this tape. If you ain't did nothing, you good. If not, you gonna see us again.
I wanted to say I had it, but I was like, okay, you need to tell me right now where you there when these songs got broken. No. Okay. You say no? I believe you right now. Until I got proof otherwise.
Well, you gotta start thinking about you and your bro. That's what you keep worrying about. Everybody that you name don't seem to give a fuck about you.
Right, and
So why do you give a fuck about them?
they kind of pressure me, like,
Shit, I only want to give a fuck about you.
shit. Now they kept saying like that, like, damn, man. I mean, this and that. I kept saying, I'm trying to stay out of jail. You know what I mean? Like, when the police can't get out, I mean, you gotta say, damn, man, they got me for their gun. But you ain't feel it was coming? Huh? You didn't feel that it was coming? Nah, look. I found out y'all had got the video. I mean, so who went up there threatening them folks? Because that's what I'm going with folks. And you don't want to. That's about 3 months.
Bullshit.
Why folks they go to city hall and all that?
Why do you call from the mayor though?
Because that's a city rec center. Anybody said that? They gonna cool with me.
Well, somebody
Well, somebody in your crew that's cool with you,
put the word out.
put the word out. Yeah, nah, listen. And I promise
You know,
you,
that out to the police.
listen to me. Listen to me. Listen real good. If anything happens to anybody that works up there, it's coming to you. No, it's not. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's coming to you. I'm telling you, it's coming to you. Listen to me. So you better put the word out. And shit that not happen. I respect them people in there. Those people know for a fact that I'm not going to come to nothing, nobody in there.
Right.
I'm saying right now, you better put the word out. You better put the word out. To who? To your crew. You keep on my crew. Listen to this. Whoever the hell y'all know, all they two niggas up out there with you. Well, shit ain't deep. And they ain't with you. I mean, you sitting there by yourself. And guess what? Them niggas, man. I'm telling you, something happened to anybody work up there. We gonna come back for you.
It's in the name.
It's in the name of I'm not worried about that. Okay, it's in the book. I'm worried about. Who started him? They went to the mayor's office complaining that some boys.
Yeah, the fact that we was coming up there, somebody came up there like, y'all better not say that to the police.
Because I already saw a dude who was in the gym, who was in there talking to him. Yeah. And so, describe this for you, and I'm gonna tell you that they him. No, describe. The next tree. He said, yeah. Him. This ain't threatening him. He works with him. I'm not saying he threatened him, but he coming back running his mouth about whatever, and other people have gone in there and said things to these people. And you may not have had nothing to do with it, but I'm telling you, if anything happens to anything, it's in the name of Kenneth Copeland. We coming back. No, it's not. Oh, John Boy is guilty because it's already been spoken on. No, Brianna said this no lie. Since they couldn't start them, they told me we couldn't come back this well now. Why would you go? Listen to this though. Since they said it, guess what? I hadn't been hanging captain like that. You do. Get out of this club. I got somebody that I work with that's in Mechanicsville all the time, every day, right? What his name is? I'm not gonna tell you that. I heard his name, what is it called? Who? Hamburger. Now, I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about somebody that lives out in Mechanicsville. You know what I'm saying? I meet with this person once a week. Okay, I said, what's going on in Mechanicsville, blah, 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 right? He showed me pictures of you. What did you do Memorial Day weekend? Memorial Day weekend.
Nothing.
Don't matter. I know what you did, because I saw what you did. Memorial Day weekend. What was you holding in the picture? I take care of the hood because the hood take care of me. Oh, the of it. Like, I'm trying to find myself. I mean, what you do? I'm not trying to do drugs. That shit ain't working. Man, I'm trying to get on.
What you
I
leave?
keep losing.
You better last time I said, why don't you leave? Okay, you day shine, your pretty baby, and get there. Go away.
You know what I thought about today? You know what I thought? I thought I'd get my check put back on. I had John, she put on me yesterday. She found out book with my child support. I been paid. She told me I get SSI. I was like, yeah. She like, I go down to the social security place to get proof of something, and I don't have to pay child support. She supposed to got me today and took me down there to get my check information so I could go have it. Why you gotta get a check? Do you have an able working body? It's something. I did.
You have a four-wheel, right?
Oh, this is what I'm saying. Fuck yeah, you get really into doing all that. I can't word plans to have in school. I understand that, but you're a very intelligent young man, kid. You process things, you think about things, and then you react. I will say that about you. You have an able working body. Okay? Get out of that mindset of
Depending on the chick.
I did what
Depending on somebody else to take care of you and yours.
no, this girl is this. Y'all don't understand what she's doing to me. She's trying to make it hard on me, like, to get you out of jail. She's trying to get no, because I gave her the money. When I had money, I gave her, go get a bush. I paid for the whole thing. You know what she said? She said she gonna get it. When I gave her the money, she kept it. Know what I mean?
That's her body, bro.
I understand it, but you know what I told her? To give her this money. You say, you know, right now. I never know so I said, I mean,
That's not,
but she
but when you laid up with it, you had parts of it, you know? So therefore, that's
I didn't lay down. I said, been over there.
when you crossed that line, it was a touchdown, okay? And you gotta be a man and take responsibility for your actions.
I want,
Regardless.
you know, the baby was my sister and stuff, but
You talking about the baby with that shot or no?
that's my profession.
That's it, baby.
Yes.
But the other thing,
No, the DNA said it is, but what I'm saying is, you didn't want that. The girl trying to throw it on me, like, she not, you know what I mean? She not trying to just, me too. Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
because guess what, bro?
they pressure me, like,
She got a
you with that shine, and your baby didn't want it. Family this, family that. She's in me and she wants that. You don't even want to claim it. Claim the one that, because I asked my abortion like that, she didn't get it back. I just felt like, so did she give you your money for your abortion back? You claim it back? It ain't no it's what I'm saying. I said, I will.
So listen to this, while she was pregnant, she needed that money to eat to feed that man.
But what, I didn't know they have food stamps. You know, they do for the sex. But what I'm saying is, man.
Oh, no. You did not just say that. That ain't never that. Fully, you as a young, all this energy that y'all using to do all this other dumb stuff, you can use that in a right way to go try to live a normal, peaceful life. You remember the last time I said, why don't you leave go to Nebraska somewhere? What you tell me? I was raised in Atlanta, I'm dying in there. That's your mindset.
But, and then, okay, put it with. So I done this. Have you heard anything in shadow?
Not that we know of.
Man, you got to keep saying not that I know. Okay.
A lot of stuff happens that they don't, like, from Canada, they don't really call the police.
Why they know?
They know.
Because they handle shit on their own.
They already know they're gonna retaliate, so it's almost like, why call the police? That's why they probably look at you like,
When people involved with them, there's other people shit that get shot up.
Right.
They call the police, like, oh, sister live next door to me, or, you know, whatever, and that's how we connect the dots. So this should show y'all that this shit ain't getting shot up then.
correct.
Because this shit is getting shot
The
up.
neighbors calling it
They
in.
are physically called, the neighbors called us like, hey, some car just rolled past and blah, 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 shot up this place, shot up that place.
When they shut up Lucci Mama house, you know what that is? That's like,
She told me it's in Tony Hill, you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You got all that money.
It's white people stay right there. You think they gonna sit there and let it sit? I ain't gonna say y'all, but you think they gonna just sit back and let that happen?
Say, oh, because y'all got a fucking gun. You can't say y'all, because your crew. Listen,
What is? Dang,
your fucking crew. When all this going on, the only two people I had was Shannon and Dick. You know what I mean? We know the difference. No, This is what I got to do with Thug. Now, anything before, I ain't with Thug anything. Yeah, I'm not hell. Now, me, I ain't shot nobody, man. But, man, Shannon, like I said, we, I mean, you know, say it, because when you start talking about what you do, you get, I don't know, I know you don't want to, I mean, I had help, man, but it just, you so low, bro. What's your nickname for?
The one that got it. I respect you. You understand? Because you stood overall, you stood tall through it all. Right? Like the last time. I felt when you walked out of here, I thought, you seen New Jack City. When Nino came back on the back of the bike and they shut up, I thought when you walked out of here, I didn't want you to go. I'm telling them like, man, they don't get out of that boy, man. And every time you keep coming out unscathed, you ain't been shot. One time. We keep recovering. Drums of rounds where they just and it's like
We
God
feel so
gives
late.
you an opportunity, you got it covered on you, and you keep living the telling. And instead of you saying, self, this shit is getting a little too real, I need to get on, you keep coming back for more.
You know what's going on?
What?
To truth be told, man, this was really good, man. This was really good.
Really?
Every time they got do something, I know my name come back on.
Right.
So you know what I do? I go ahead and leave. You know what I mean? I go with his son, and I tell him, I'm right here, you know what I mean? You see me, I mean, you see each other. Let's go somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's, I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
Sometimes they might do the shit without me knowing and they'll take me out of the set. Because that's what Shannon used to tell me, Shannon used to talk to me. Shannon never think I tell on him. You know what I'm saying? But since this shit happened, bro, it's just like, I feel like everybody gets me.
You should.
I feel like everybody. Sometimes I be riding with me and cover me. And I get nervous. Like, I had to get away because I know what I done did before. Like, what I done told. You feel what I'm saying? So, once I heard this nigga Doug wanted me killed, bro, like, this just scared the hell out of me, bro. I woke up and went to the graveyard and sat there for a long time and talk DB, play music. You know what I mean? Like, so I didn't even get anything. I honestly didn't, bro. You want to kill me, bro? You know what I mean? Only reason I ain't saying that because it wasn't my business. I wasn't there. I mean, all I know is what I heard. You know? But like, this was like, I don't think I just did. I shot that kid. You know what I'm saying? It's the only thing I did. I didn't do that for the world. I mean, then what's your incident? Huh? What's your incident? I told you about that time.
Which one?
Okay? Yeah.
But what you gotta
This the only time. Guess what? Man, Kel let it go. Kel was going to Thug. In the club. And Kel was just like, what's up with Thug? I'm like, shit, he on stage right there. I mean, that nigga can't, he can't, I don't know what up on me.
So they basically coming at you, not really because they can't touch Thug, but you the quote unquote closest thing to him.
This is what you don't understand.
And you know what? That's right.
That's the part where you don't understand that. And then the biggest problem that you have with them all, us. You want to know why? Because you want to know what happened when y'all shoot up somebody's house? Guess what happened to me? Okay, I'm on my way in. I'm tired and woke up out of my sleep.
Young problem right now. Whatever he say, he does it.
This is
How much you get paid?
Nothing.
There's no way. There's no fucking way.
It's my mom graveyard.
Why? Well, why is he doing it?
he that guy.
Guess who told me? Guess who told me what he getting paid now? No.
Wait a minute, what?
You said Shannon. Shannon telling me. But why, as it sounds, Shannon don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything?
Okay, put it this way. He ain't got $10, and what does he got? Shannon got a truck. He gonna take you for $3,000 to get a truck ready. And he got $3,000 to take him. But I mean, the shit out here, man. I know Shannon. So like I got something to say, now come on, man. You right, I don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that you ain't got shit, Woody, but you come with this big ass bag of weed, all these bottles of Kool-Aid.
I just take a picture with it.
No, cause we know
I gotta make it look good.
Who would let you hold their money? If don't nobody, as you sell it,
And you
don't
put
nobody
it,
money.
you know, just, if you pay attention, I never had no money flinch. I haven't been flinching. You know what I'm saying?
I saw a video she played.
Up on the hood.
Of who?
Up on the hood. I just played some hundreds. That's the only thing.
My guy came in and showed me a shitload of shit. And I was just
Like,
like,
they gotta find something old, but
no, it was from a word that we just from I'm just speaking about Memorial Day weekend.
was last time I talked to him.
What, 2 weeks? Yeah, this is
That's you in this corner, not in the corner.
these who you need to be feared right now.
You fear them more than you fear them.
Because right now, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all to help me, I promise you, bro. I will sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done found, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Understand?
Are you willing to do that?
I promise I do it right now. I can show y'all how. I can y'all go bust everybody's back. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do you want
my
to do?
baby back there.
So now you ready to go. Now you gonna listen and go. But what?
I ain't have no listen. I can't eat, man. I can't.
If you stay, you are a dead man walk. Okay? Everybody ain't gonna miss. You can't trust nobody. You can't ride with nobody. You can't sleep.
I feel them. Won't tell why I feel them so much. Cause they know how to get me. You know what I'm saying?
You wanna know how they go? You don't know how they can get you? Lizzie. They'll be the one to put one in your head.
Somebody told me.
You wanna know why? Because you trust him. And it hurts your heart that you feel like he lied to you. You almost start crying. I said he was there.
Yeah, cause bro, I try to help D, bro. Like I tell D, bro. You don't tell me how to live about it. You don't tell me how to live about it. I live about freedom, man. I do whatever it takes to stay free. And I tell you that all the time. Money ain't shit, bro. Money ain't. That we have to come out pay it now, man. I mean, okay, when I do this money, I get gambling. That's my hustle. I gamble. I don't dig the gamble. I mean, I win, I lose. But when you just out there and told me that he was in the cup and around the shit he's doing, man.
It all
The police said, yeah, they're gonna try to put a bullet in your head, and the man is still here. Never been shot, never been in the hospital. None of that. You know. Again, he's just spitting out names. Hearsay.
I just found out that these niggas gonna try to have me killed like 2 days ago.
So at this point, what do you want to do?
Man. So I just want to go down and go for it. Cause I don't want to run and I already know, man.
I know you don't want to run, brother, but at the same time,
I haven't done it. I promise you, I feel showing everybody I love, man.
but your name is, did you know what you
Throw did it to me, man. Listen, man. Throw been doing it to me for the longest.
You don't know what you.
Set it up. Every time I got there for the probation violation, he had me go show something here. Oh, you come to Canada, what was it? I ain't have nothing to do with it. I'm right on my phone with it. I just want to enjoy life. I can't. Besides it, I get out again. Some other shit don't got shot up. How the fuck is all these niggas shit getting shot up by getting up? Just like y'all said, the same night I got out of jail. You know what? D told me, that story, when D got out. You know, D told me she went to the club by herself. Most of them dropped out. I talked to you like, you feel what I'm saying? These niggas, they did, you know what I mean? Who do you go to club with? He went to club, man, he said, got dropped out. Like this, what happened? Me, my brother, my baby mom, and D went to the hospital. Scotch like, so my baby was sick. So me and my baby mom got out. So the D was on his hand, and he was weak. He was sleeping and everything. All right, hey, go to the house, right now. Don't go to the club. D gonna be hurt here. Fuck these niggas this now. I'm going. D went to the club. About 4 o'clock. My sister called. But they get jumped. D, but they beat her on. I said, who? She said, my head got me. I said, damn, what the hell? You know what I mean? D, who you with? They said, by yourself. Nobody else. So I'm like, man, D already did it up, man. They all said, I'm hurt. So I get on Twitter. D on Twitter like, yeah, fuck, nigga, I'm good. So I ain't nothing wrong with it. So I talked to him on the DM. Like, bro, you tripping, bro? What's up, too, bro? You trying to be seen or something, bro? This and that. So I guess he got mad. So I thought he was trying to say, Dad, I just look at it like a big brother. You know what I'm saying?
11:57:21. Resume at 11:50:21.
Man, I didn't do that, man. Like, jail ain't gonna do it, man.
Honestly, you ain't gonna make it in jail. You can't go to jail nowhere in Georgia. Do you understand that?
But I did.
In jail, as soon as the word get out, you there.
But no, I'm not going to jail. She already said that I ain't gonna be no bond. I ain't.
Look. I don't know if they'll put you in the dorm, kid. Did you ever think about stuff like that?
So what? I understand y'all saying we gonna live. It ain't starting that. Y'all just cause I had participated in none of this shit they doing.
This is what, the reason we tell you what we tell you is to try to show you a flag, like, hey, the time is now. So you put down this pressure on yourself. You're trying to carry on this weight.
I know what I mean? Because listen, I'm keep telling you I didn't participate in none of this. None of this. And y'all see why they keep saying like
Nothing will, look at me, bro. Nothing.
I have participated
You
in
a
none of
saint.
this.
You a saint.
Huh?
You a saint.
What you mean I'm saying?
You a good boy. You a good boy.
Hey, coming to this.
Since January, we talking 6 months. You mean to tell me these dudes have shot at your mama, your sister, they shot at you and your baby mama and your baby, and all this other jazz, and you ain't did nothing wrong?
What? I don't want to be. They did it. Guess what I said? Guess what I said?
What?
Okay, I ain't about to get hurt. Guess what I do?
What?
Put my pride to the side. Listen.
So you got it now.
You know why me and Shannon fell out?
What?
Because Shannon like I going out bed.
So Shannon basically trying to redeem.
Yeah, like.
So you seen the movie Juice? You ain't never seen Juice? With Tupac? I can't even use this analogy, man.
But what I'm saying is, Shannon get under me plenty of time because these niggas came, shot at us, I did something. And I had
Shannon ain't standing for it.
Huh?
Shannon ain't standing for it.
He not going for it.
Where's Shannon keep his gun?
Shit, on him.
So if we stop him, he gonna have a gun on.
That man got a gun every day. He gonna run though.
We gonna run. Where else he be at? What kind of car new baby got?
What kind of movie?
Car new baby got?
I ain't seen no baby. I didn't know that I'm on Shannon. He be in the white car, Nico car.
White car?
Bootleg, Bible, one, this, the VW or something like that. Who car is this?
I asked about new baby car.
Nico.
We
I ain't seen no baby.
red car. Now, you know, they had red. They told they cut up. I don't know what kind of cut you got. Let me ask you this, what kind of car you two drive? Motor in a Grand Impala. A Grand Impala or a Malibu? It's an Impala. Impala? Who car is that? Well, who is this girl? What's her name? I don't know the girl, but I know the baby mama. I don't know her name. Whose car is that? Is registered to him? Or like, the motor got license, so it should be registered to him. Cause at first I thought it was Tree cup, but Tree got her own cup. They got the same kind of cup.
She got her Impala too?
Yeah, great too. I mean, I thought it was, he was like, I seen him like last week, and he said this. I was like, nigga, you still do talk Tree. Nigga, I seen her drive big cup like. Nah, she got her own cup.
Where's the baby mama at?
Boulevard. I don't know if this is baby mama. I think that's what he's on Boulevard coming. When he's a DD Conner. Like, y'all ain't into a Boulevard? Like, YSL got not into a Boulevard guy. But yeah, they into Boulevard. I thought they were. No.
They gamble over there
Yeah.
on Boulevard Play.
I'm on Boulevard Saturday. I said on Boulevard Sunday too.
For what?
Shout down about it's a little side street like about a gas station.
Wabash.
Huh?
Wabash.
That's the name of it?
Where the park is?
Nah. They like what they like going to the family house. But it's on the side street right there.
Boulevard Place. Where the gambling house at? Where they sit on the porch?
Yeah, they was like you out there.
No, they talking about Boulevard Place.
Oh. So I told you I'm not gonna hang with the crib, man. I've been 8 year old again. I mean, I ain't no boy. I mean, if you was sitting in the car and if you seen somebody, you seen me move out, they tell I didn't know each other. You know what I'm saying? And I remember baby mom got into it. I was like, damn, he act like he gonna trade on me too. I mean, what the fuck going on? So she kind of scared one day. And we argued. He just scared at me. I mean, I wasn't scared. I mean, so, but shit, man. I ain't did that picture, man. I mean, that shit hurt, man. I mean, I text you last night because it was on my pride would let me do it, but I just text you like, damn, bro, you need to share the phone. Which one to share it on? It say your phone. I don't have that share no. I just got Gino. What's the you? 600-353-9229. Then you know the crazy thing about it? That me and D still wear the same clothes. What you mean? Like, you know, like I said, yeah, like he never brothers do. I know, like his mom is hard on her. I mean, so they struggling. No, you know, sometimes, do you know you sleep there sometimes? At my brother's house. You ready?
What the hell? I'm trying to get a job or anything.
You know, you didn't call here, Terry Straight, and I had tell about take an order. I had them charges, so I was like, man, they probably gonna give me a job.
A lot of people.
My probation, I had talked probation, and they was like, they were gonna try to help me out in September. I mean, try to get me back on the right track. I really, cause it's point now, man. I'm just lost, man. Shit.
But you still saying you ain't leaving.
Huh?
You still keep saying you're not leaving. I ain't leaving. You stay
Well,
here.
listen, you keep saying, I don't have them out of state. I mean, I'm not used. Okay, put it away. Miami is nice here. I mean, I can go down there. If me, they son, and baby wants to go down there and stay, I just want to go down there like 2-3 days and come back. I mean, so I'm not. And it's regular, like North Carolina. Now, it ain't dead kids. Go to Tampa. Why you gotta go to Miami because of the blitz? Go
You
somewhere.
like the beach, you know what they like the beach.
Now, Orlando.
There's other beaches though.
Go to Orlando.
So beach, you said you go.
I just get homesick and stuff like that. I mean, so.
But what's home to you is it gonna be the death of you. Because everybody that you hang with, that's what you missing really. They trying to kill you.
So So really, at the end of the day, it's just you. It is. And I know you don't want to go with that Sean, but I'm telling you.
Go start.
I'm not gonna leave her behind. Like, we don't got to do it so much. It's why I can go right there. You know what? I don't need supposed to be right here right now. You know what I mean? Because I ain't supposed to stay there last night. She put me out. You feel? Yeah. And then when they bring the cup out, she leaves. So when I woke up, shit, I just want to be on the door. Think that's fine. I mean, all I got to see is the police. I was so scared. What the fuck they doing here? I mean, so, I don't know.
Honestly, this is the plan I say. You, Kayshawn, and the baby go somewhere else. Start fresh. You don't know nobody. Try to live a regular life.
Oh, yeah, no, man. What's that?
But that's
Charlie, sitting that guy, it's just like, everything went. I mean,
because now you're the elephant in the room. Everywhere you go, that stain is on you. When you, let's say business, you get charged with all this, maybe 2, which I doubt, but 2 years. And they say you gotta go do your 2 and tell there. What you think gonna happen?
you have a good preach belief? You can, if you're convicted.
You're a convicted felon, bro.
So what can I do to make it straight up? I don't know why. I do whatever, man. I don't want to tell me. Let's take it. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I promise God, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Ms. Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal services. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang small fish in front of them for them to come, for the fish to come. So, if that's something that you want to do, because our case is sealed with you, like it's not, you know. Of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your faith, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what? That's not sharing.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. What I need to do. I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they gotta get to Birdman. It will talk about damn Wayne Buzz. I know. When I comment like that, bro said trying to kill. She tried to give me the phone talk to him. I mean, he would talk to you. He wanted to talk to him. I don't know. Why you didn't? Cause bro, it just, that nigga kill me. Like, I mean, I just knew he was trying to have me come around. I didn't even, I mean, I just. You almost looked at it like a wrong thought. I might have been your ticket. I had cut it. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get famous. I thought I was gonna get money, man. I didn't think this shit gonna go. Then Rocco tried to get me to hang with him. I don't know what the hell he even think, bro. I'm like, but ain't Rocco cool with Bloody J and all the ABG, some nigga boy? No, Rocco down with it. Good, Rocco was gonna sign Bloody J, but Bloody J tried Rocco down first. They stopped to you know, that's right. So Bloody J, you know, put it up on Rocco, and then we're done. But Rocco then had police up there and stuff. You know, there was a deja vu. I know a lot, you know what I'm saying? But that would just help me, man. I help you, but I don't know what you help us. I just don't want these niggas like. At first I was like, man, they gonna do it. I don't feel like it no more. So, when did this change? When I see my baby smiling, like. You can take it right there first, like you'll see how happy she get. That shit, they made me feel like
You got something to
I'm
live
not
for.
doing that. She was like, hey, I'm like, she almost talking.
That's the reason to live.
I mean, so like, when I heard him, he gonna kill me, man. I know a lot about the nigga. I know about the other people he had killed. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga on gangster. I heard about him now, you know what I'm saying? I heard him tell my own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard my name come up in this shit.
You take it as
I know you're not saying. You know what I'm saying? You talk about no. You talk about gangsters got killed. The blood nigga who Blood J probably paid. Oh yeah, like yeah. I heard about all this. You know what I mean?
Question is, what you gonna do about it though?
What you willing to do? I really help y'all to keep me safe.
Listen, you're gonna have to look at everything in the wind. This life and all this shit, cause it ain't no coming back.
So you gonna help me. But you can't be going back and forth.
It's either
But
you
you
with
going
us,
back and forth.
it's either you with us or you with them.
I'm not with them. You saying that now that you're gonna cook. I called this on you. I called you plenty of times. It wasn't from an unknown number. I called this short phone. You have a house?
What's the number?
It's 291. I can't remember the last four digits, but if we got to stay this short phone up on the OG. I have called. I called you plenty of times. You know what I mean? I called just let you know what your day spot was. If you call me and I'm not in this, they bring the stick out. You feel me? I knew they had guns in the night spot.
That's up on Smith Street.
Yep. I mean, this same day he pulled a gun out. I mean, he just like, y'all gotta move. We ain't going nowhere. Like, I already left after I even called from here. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, but if you like this, man, if you keep me alive, man, just out of jail, I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes.
How can you keep you alive if you going back over there? We can't, I'm not posting up there with Canada in with you.
No, I haven't been out there. I had to come there with, I could say with, yeah. I'm telling you what I still say with, yeah. You know, yeah, I'll shoot him. I ain't even there.
I gotta use restroom. I'm trying to hold it.
All right. Yeah, come back open. Anybody on the jury need to have a restroom break? I know we have just gotten here. Okay. Anybody out here? All right, we'll just wait.
My boy just walked out. That boy like, I gotta use the restroom. I've been trying to hold it, man. Check this out though. So shout out to Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily posted about the state submitting this video again for trial. Now he talks about Judge Whitaker wants to severely limit the defense's questions to Woody about the ex parte hearing. So I'm looking into the comments here, and one person said, "How can she limit their questions when when it's their case to defend?" Which is true. And then Thugger Daily said that she believes that the witness being convinced to testify is now irrelevant because she now gave him correct advice information and he still testified. Remember that's what she was saying to Steele earlier this morning about the fact that, well, we correctified that situation already because we gave him the information necessary, or we gave him the true information necessary. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said this man had federal immunity and he doesn't. And he does not. So no, you didn't. You did not give him the correct information at all. You didn't give him all of the correct information. You gave him some correct information, but not all of that information was correct.
Hey, I told you I was going on. I said, you need to try and kill, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, I just like this, what I said, man. Like, what is he following on?
Facts, blue skies, flat
What
facts.
is he following to all this? They thought to try to get him to be with him. Be with him. So, we trying to get you out of him now. Trying to get them all. Mom, they trying to get Kia niggas to be with them. Yeah. They had it going when I was locked up. You know what I'm saying? So, these things you done. Yeah. So the king of Atlanta. Yeah, I heard of the nigga G Prince. And Houston. Stud said he gonna be the new young man in Atlanta. He got a lot of people to go through though. Who's trying to do that? Yeah. Well, him. He not taking no shit. He not. He not taking. Stud not taking no shit from nobody. Well, this. Nobody else. Care about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't take shit from nobody. Well, how does the beef for game in here? The game nigga there, shout out to Doug with told Shan Doug. Shan told me his mother was on that way.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And Doug told him no. Say turn on the GD, I can't Nilson Huston, something like that. He ended their beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. I mean, I ain't here to play. You know what I mean? I just don't want to go to jail. I mean, you got to sit down for a little bit. You're going to have to sit down for a little bit. Why jail though? Because which one of those summer camp? Lego land or something? It ain't no other choice. Because I told you last time I saw you. I said, you got to leave shit alone. I told you at the dungeon when we drove you in my turn field, I said at some point you gotta stop and you not. You thinking in your mind, listen to the gun that you found right house wasn't bad, bro. You thinking in your mind because you was doing so much and now you didn't calm down a little bit that you ain't doing as much, but you still doing shit. You understand? You still did it. I haven't listened. I understand what you say. I've done so much. I calm down. Listen, I haven't. There's nothing like, guess what? I got it there. The gun that y'all got. That gun wasn't justice. Which gun? The one y'all got in the house there? That gun wasn't just like, I mean, you can come pick that gun up. You know what I'm saying? They get that gun back. But while you were in jail, you don't know what has happened with that gun. But what I'm saying is, I know who had it. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to take it up with them. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I said, like right now, I'm not trying to go to jail. I mean, well, the thing that you're going to jail for is what you did. You had possession of that gun when you know you wasn't supposed to. When did y'all find that in the house? In the kitchen, in the kitchen room, right where you were. And no, I wasn't. We was in the room sleep. Where did you get taken into custody at? They told me, they know I let her know we got a baby. I mean, so she said she told me, I can't do it, open the door for them. I was laying on the floor, my hands up. I thought he was gonna come in and get me, like fall out. I crawled out. I mean, I didn't have no gun. I didn't know there was a gun in their house. I promise you. Well, like I said, one thing I know is investigating with technology. I know. But Johnson, y'all be telling me, can y'all at least investigate before y'all charge me with it? Yeah, we're not gonna do more stuff, state technology. But we gonna get, so you're going to jail for
This Brown.
yeah, for the gun from the Dunbar Center. But we gonna go, and like I said, work this inter and auto case for Buckhead, where the laptops and shit was found at where y'all say. You understand? You just said whatever about it, we gonna work all that out. And then the other issue with the gun at the house today, we gonna work through all that. And then you, like I said, you got this warrant from the city for traffic stuff, riding the damn four-wheeler. And then you got the issue, like you said, I didn't see that Henry County stuff you was talking about, that didn't pop up. But whatever you got going on with Henry County, and when we clear your name off the system, it automatically gets a call to your PO. So then you dealing with that. But like I said, it's up to you on what you want to do. And I can't promise you anything to say, I'm gonna get you out of jail, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna help you, but you gotta give to get. You know how that works. I'm gonna give y'all everything y'all want right now. It don't work like that, like right now. But if you wanna tell me something, so that's on you. What can I help y'all with? So what matters not just to us, but to district attorneys and the U.S. attorneys is bodies. That's what over everything. Fuck drugs. Like if that shit matters at the end of the day, what helps is bodies. Because we don't want no murder. So I help y'all with that. With what? With the bodies, y'all help me with bodies. Yes. You got a lot going on right now. But that will 100% come from me. And I ain't got to say no lie. I'm gonna say, yeah, he told me this. That was Thorpe while I was just talking to the investigator and the nutcase. Like, you gotta help the bodies. We care about bodies and large amounts of guns. I'm not talking about this, oh, this guy keep a pistol. No, I want a whole bunch of guns or some bodies. But the ones we know, they guns illegal. It's for that. I mean, about how many guns you think in the studio? Shit, everybody got one. Everybody got one. Everybody. I mean, the people there gonna be a gun for. And see, what truck Doug was driving lately? Nah, Doug in that I'm on that BMW, that nice car. Mm-hmm. Well, who be driving that blacked out Matt Black with that with the stone rails inside of it? It's still a truck, but see, he went to Canada the other day. He seen me riding real slow, but he living it. You feel me? But I went close up on the truck, so I said, man, but the last car they seen me was the little BMW. You know what I'm saying? But they still a truck though. I mean, but what Pee Wee call it? Pee Wee. You know, you see how you know what I'm talking about? It's Chucky Russell. Yeah. You know which car I'm talking about? The car that he sent shot the two. What car?
So, do you think that Max will come in to say something? I feel like if y'all ain't like y'all, she not gonna tell her brother. Right. She gonna tell everybody but her brother. So I feel like if y'all scare her up. I mean, but she is scared, because some chicks ain't really scary no more. Like, you know, like, she got a smart mouth, so she might not be, but Shannon, he feel adorable. He fears Dora. Why? He thinks she'll tell him. And Dora is the other one. Her name, she good dress Dora on Instagram. What is it? G-O. Good dress? Yeah. Dora? Yeah. That's her real name, Dora? I don't know her real name. Like, that's it. And Bobby White got them eyes on her, don't she? Like some weird. She was a big fool. I'll tell you something. She got a small mouth. Like, I'll be around her a lot. She probably, because she took my phone when she got smart me, you feel? I just like, I asked. I don't know if he trying to do it for real, but I didn't know he think he's talking about for real, like, you know what I mean? So Thug is basically trying to take over the city. Trying, or he got the city. Yeah.
Shout out to Doug Weinstein, who's uploading a post on X talking about he's bored right now. Your boy Doug said he said this is boring, man. I done seen these videos a dozen times. I'm bored with these videos. Shout out to Doug Weinstein. Everybody put Doug Weinstein in the chat, man. Put Doug Weinstein in the chat, dog.
Yeah, they play their game over there, so I'm not used to this kind of shit. So I don't know what's going on.
You lost to your friend.
Huh?
You lost to your friend.
No, they said we wasn't ready like how they ready. I mean, they hang together, they rub each other hard. Shoot each other's spot, they don't know how to see each other now. So, but why are you still in the club? I'm really in the club, like, I just went up there. Yeah, for what? What we meant to do, man? Like, I told you, I ain't gonna argue with this shine all the time. And then I did one thing about it. Sure, I leave out the club. I'm already at the house. You know what I mean? In fair lane, drive fast already. I ain't worried about nobody shooting nothing like that. So.
PlayStation.
I did all that.
ATV game and play PlayStation. You like doing that bike stuff. And stay in the house.
I do stay in the house. I stay in the house doing a whole thing to me and this son just get hard. That's the only thing they want to do, we get hard. I can stay in the house. But what you to take care of your baby, you ain't necessarily got to be with her. Right? But I did. Like I said, I just feel safer with her. Like, safe from what? She did. But you know she gonna be there. It's a comfort zone. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, I know she ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you. Like, she don't even know that stuff. So that's why you say you feel safe, because you know she gonna be there. I know I feel basically. That's understandable.
You know you crazy.
She ain't gonna put my hands on her like that. I don't be.
I ain't saying that. I'm saying she knows you about that action. So
that's why, man, I try to take care of them too much.
How far apart, as far as time, is the new baby and you and Deshaun?
My baby, with they
What's
son.
your baby?
Yeah, I got my baby with their son, though. She premature, so she's supposed to be born like, but the other girl baby born in March.
So the other girl baby is older than you.
Yeah. I mean, so,
But you were with Deshaun, like y'all was in a relationship.
she asked about it, but I had a little money then, so I paid the girl a lot, but she lied this young for me everything, but when the girl had a baby, she just like, forget it. I mean, I went and took the DNA test. I told this young like, man, shit, baby mine, bro, like, I mean, you gonna leave me with her. She got mad, hurt her and everything, but I found a lot of gifts and shit, when I knew she could find out, I just got them trying to make it better.
Well, this is what we gonna do. Where do you want to be in Fulton County? Because I don't want you to be in regular door.
Man, they just had it, man. They could kill me, man.
Why? Because you was isolated?
I think, man, I just had sitting home all day, but it's just bad. I'm happy.
Do you want to be a general population? We can put you in there with kills.
How long been now?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You won't get a bonus, so.
I gotta talk to the powers that be and see what kind of game plan they want to come up if you're really trying to help yourself.
Can you? I promise God, I have all the years up to about a monitor, man. I go where he at. I can show you what the gun is. I all of
You
it.
gotta be patient, though. It don't work quite like that.
I just been in jail, like,
That TV shit.
What did you think was gonna happen?
I just.
So you gonna write you a ticket and say, all right, come to court for guns? You know what?
Thanks, Woody. Appreciate it.
Cause I told you then, you need to tell me that if you came in with this gun.
No, listen, I wanted to, but I just kept thinking like, man. Damn, man, I messed up. That's how I could say I think I did. I wasn't carried to have a gun, just didn't need call. Nothing. I was getting rid of it.
You got a explanation for everything, but if you don't give an explanation and leave it up to people to find out on their own what's going on.
What happened when you walked in the door at the gym?
I walked in the door, right?
Right?
Put the bag down.
No, I mean, step by step before you got to put the bag.
I walked in the gym.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, everybody.
Got that stick, boy.
I said now.
Who did you tell you had that gun?
They trying to why need to come pick their bag? I mean, yeah, well, I'll pick. I'm like, yeah, and start laughing when you look at it. I mean, but
That's a real good person?
yeah. Cool. But
Did you tell anybody else?
cause I wasn't getting rid of it. I'm just then I was saying this, well, like damn it, didn't take any nigga so long. So I keep deep running in the gym and running the house. Let's see. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell this nigga high for? I'm like, shit, he probably wasn't no thing. Somebody. I'm playing this, but I see police come in. I'm like, damn, they be for deep. You know what I mean? So I'm still playing baseball. So I see police keep looking at me. He just walk over there and just grab me, man. I'm like, what's on this? Like, it's your bag. Like, man, I just got out of jail, but these brothers just came in like 5 minutes before him.
What's Deshaun brother name?
Who?
Deshaun brother.
Deanne?
Deanne?
Yeah.
Is it D'Anthony or just Deanne?
Deanne.
Same last name?
I think so.
That's his real name, D.A.?
Yeah.
So he can give us the story that somebody else is coming to get the gun. Did you tell him that somebody was coming to pick me up?
I never told him it was done in there. He thought it was closed. You know? So when he came in there, like, what the hell is it? It was looking bad. But the person was coming to get it. You stand right there. But they started coming to him. I mean, so if you just pick bag up and left, you pick bag up and walk through the door, you're going to walk right into the fast it was, bro. I just like, damn, look at them. I mean, they like, whose gun it was. I told them they would take it. You know, because they just can't have, they just, the police that had me in cuffs, like, they just take it, you know. But, you just, when they got me, I heard him, everybody just went, they
You
went.
thought he was gonna claim it?
It's in his brother's name.
But did you think he was gonna claim it right there and there?
I should have said it to you.
I should. You said that ain't good right there.
I should have.
So really, at that point, it really worked because it was kind of still yours. Had you got your money yet?
Huh?
Because they were gonna pay you for it, right?
I should have. Every time it happens, they call it good. Huh? Yeah. So every time it happens, somebody trying to do it, say it, do it like you go get the gun, you get it.
So that's what I'm saying. If you came in and the only person you told was that you had to have said something to somebody else.
No.
Like, you need to really think about it, because I don't think Deshaun's brother would tell me.
No, he ain't.
Right.
Who you think told him?
We got a call.
Yeah, that's what they told me. They just, okay, come on. I want to shoot with thing, man. So, from whoever called y'all, they just like, they just had to be somebody who didn't like me. You know what I mean?
But how do they know that you got a gun in the back?
Right. You had to tell somebody. I got that.
I did.
I got this.
I wasn't keeping it. I got
Answer this. Do you think it's possible that you got set up? Because little deal from out from Cleveland, he's still close with Tubbs. I'm giving the gun back to him.
That's not what she said.
That's not whether you, but did it get back to him?
What she? You get what she said? Honestly?
Yeah, I give it down.
What you think Lindy gonna say?
Man, they keep showing people hours, man.
That gun gonna come back to something, bro. I'm willing to put money on it.
And we can verify from the time when you were in jail that you obviously couldn't shoot at nobody house. But I guarantee you that gun will come back to the scene.
It's like dominoes.
But see, when I had the gun, the gun was never involved in anything.
Well, I'm telling you, you already stated on January 20th, on January 20th, when you got the gun, up until the first time you went to jail. So if something comes back between that point of January 20th when you got it, up until the first time you went to jail, you're gonna eat that. Now, from the time you was in jail to when you got out,
You couldn't have done it.
you couldn't have done it because you were in jail. Now that second block, which is about a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever, you was out. If something comes back within that block with that gun, you go eat it. The second time you go to jail,
I guess
you got out. You know what I'm saying?
So what happened? So okay, put it this way. Okay, come 50 Chubb. I got a run for us on Chubb. What happened when the gun come back on something that happened when I was in jail and y'all see that I was the one who did?
We need to do a little further investigation.
Who?
But I'm saying, so who did you give possession of that gun to?
Shannon had possession of it, but already Shannon had possession of it, D.
So both of them have to come in and say something.
It's like a domino.
That's just how it works. Really, the gun's not come back on there because they already did got the gun to go sit.
So that's what they told you. But do you trust them at this point?
They got a fucking stick and they ain't in the middle of a war. They ain't gonna do nothing.
What do you think Cleveland Avenue Lil D said when he found out that gun came back to him? Like, what? That ain't it.
I know that ain't him.
I know he the one that it's in his hand. So you got some explaining to do. All I know is that Lucy put how much down when his mama got shot? 20. So he done got a little more popular since then, right? So that number might have went up a little bit, right? When the word get out that what?
The D I caught the gun.
What you think gonna happen?
Name?
we purposely had them put people out the courtroom because we didn't want certain shit. Just for preliminary hearing, because we didn't want certain shit. My time sitting there like this. What's going to find this? He said put him out the courthouse. But just the D. Congress told Shannon he that the judge said they want their case number by the end of the day or some shit like that. Shannon them looked at it. The D. Congress told them all that. Those are the D telling me. So that's what I'm saying. Once they get out, that y'all, and I still say y'all, because y'all be y'all. In the name of you. Y'all put that to go to I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all have heard, but since I be now, everybody know that I haven't been like around doing them, fuck with them, period. Y'all now, you know what he did? They was scared me though once. Then they put my picture on their page. I made it like I was with him. To my back. So everybody comes like my family like, what the hell you doing with them? I don't know why you put that picture up. That's what feel me. I'm like, he trying to make sure that we back. That's what you got to do. Yeah. This time. And then he just like, he put a picture on Instagram like that. I haven't spoken to him, said nothing to him, nothing at all. Not one word, nothing. I walked in the club, I walked right past him, walked in the back. I haven't said.
But to the streets, everybody still feel like you crew with them.
I'm gonna tell you what.
People know.
Tell you what. Because if some of these niggas do everything, they been seeing me a lot. You know what I mean? They be some on me that me up. Rest of them like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They see me a lot. The ones they got like the older guys, they kind of like have money stuff like that. They know I ain't do it. They know I ain't got nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on. That's why when I be around, I don't even be scared when I be around. You feel me? Like, see, all the difference it is, the ones tell you who locked up. His crew. That's the only difference. Them niggas.
The young ones.
The head gang. They crew.
The younger ones. The ones that ready to shoot.
They're all ones they have really problem.
Them kill shooters, man.
I really want to say no, but they all, you know what I mean? That's how they got out with the kids. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, that's the big home.
Yeah, so, but me and them had, like, we had problems with them before. Yeah, like.
Woody and all of America is bored right now. This is the state. This is the state's case in chief. This is what they're doing. This is their case. This is how they're presenting their case.
What you want to have?
Sad, man.
What you want to have from this point forward, basically?
Should I told y'all about it, man? I gotta be real, man. Y'all gotta get to me, man. Y'all gotta lock them up, cuz. Who do you read? I gotta get Jordan.
You the key.
Jordan, I don't hear y'all. But, y'all have to. Absolutely. Like, if you give us something to go off on, then, see, you think you know if anybody, I'm gonna do my job. I ain't got a problem with it. But you're gonna have to be honest and you're gonna have to say your role, how you know, like you just gonna have to put it all out there. Because half truth is still a lot of me. But I know I'll say this. I know a lot of people gonna have something to say about this stuff, but I know a lot of people been, and besides that, I know if I go to jail, I'll go to prison, man. Like you said, they gonna do me like they doing nothing, but I'm trying to avoid it. So if we just, I ain't trying to send in the jail where I was last time. Full family. Yeah, I ain't trying to send out in that whole tent by myself. I'm crazy, folks, man. They let me out an hour, sometimes don't let me out a day, man.
You want to go in the dorm? But if you go in the dorm, you're not safe.
I know they jump on the D in them. But
What they jump up?
KLL did.
Why?
say, kill one with a screwdriver. Say, and rest on just beat him up. And the decon say he's him. You feel like your life is angry in jail? I know it is. I know it is. Even in Henry County. In Henry County. They got folks down there. Them niggas know me down there. I mean, you all over Instagram and shit. I know, right? I try to fight like, man, I be stressing. I try to fight, I try to hide it, man. I can't do nothing. Like, I just went in and said all these. It ain't no use to start the hell with it, man. Like, cause guess what? I can tell you everything and can't nobody put me on no scene to nothing. I ain't done that to nobody. Can't nobody do that to me. I mean, man, I just know if I just keep going, I ain't no telling how long I can send it right street. Man, I really.
Eventually, you're gonna get constantly transferred over. She gonna come get you.
I just want to be in jail, man. I mean, unfortunately, I do whatever. I go wild, like I said. I go around through it. Like when she's just, I'm like, they're gonna talk to me. I mean, I know it ain't nothing me to get back in with. You know what I'm saying? I find out what the truth is, who he is with. I find out everything.
And all that's great, but you know what bothers me?
They done doing something to me.
No, it ain't about them doing something to you. It's the fact you ain't gonna stay clean.
What you mean trying to understand?
Let's say just hypothetically speaking. Now I'm gonna be real with you.
The one thing I don't do all this. I mean, one snitch, I will snitch. I ain't gonna come back. I done told y'all all these right here. I know I'm gonna not survive nowhere else. I mean, nowhere else like what? In jail. So, you think I be trying to be out here doing stuff? You know what I mean? Listen, when I was out, I'm going to certain places, putting pictures up because I was trying to prove that I was no snitch. I mean, what? I mean, if they were thinking of me, they just like, I mean, they still acting normal and stuff like that. I wouldn't even do stuff like that. I would have been actually, I spend more time with my baby and the mama more than anybody. All the time not with them is when we get hurt. And guess what? When we get hurt, I just go hang with him. I promise. From this day forward, man, I want to break no rules out ever again. I just need help. That's what it is. I just need
and that's what I want you to understand is it's hard for me to put my neck out there to say that I'm out for a person 100% when opportunities have been given to you. Hold on, I'll let you speak. Opportunities have been given to you several times by me to just tell me what it is. If I find out later, I'm gonna look at you differently. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and say that. And I'm not saying I believe what you say, but if it, just hypothetically speaking, we get to the point where, let's say the U.S. attorney wants to wire you up, mic you up, or have you make some calls, or do whatever. I can't fully say that I would put my neck out there to save you because you've not told me the truth too many times.
But have I lied to you?
Not telling the truth and telling the half truth is a lie to me.
Whereas everything is part of this though.
You said it done when you was stuck on what you said you didn't have it. And that's what you never asked me. You asked the other person the other stuff. Now that's not it. But I said, when I was cut, you didn't say that about the gun. You didn't talk to me about everything. You didn't say nothing about the gun. That was my purpose coming out there. You didn't say that line to do. You said
She would have asked you. She didn't ask you. She would have asked you to talk.
I know that.
She would have asked.
I would have put my head down, but what I'm saying is, like out of everything. Like before you get me in whatever, I try to contact you. First time I come to car, I look. You just see the black you have but I just was scared to ask you, could I be able to do this for me? I mean, I just felt like if I could just go down a direction instead of this telling y'all everything. Everybody get back with me, bro. So I understand. I'm just like,
And give her
already know it's gonna come behind. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna be in this paper. I mean, they gonna be doing this, doing that, but now, I'm telling you like that. But now, well, I'm telling you now, yeah, I just said, I give you everything you need to know. I just wanna, yeah, I just, like, now I'm asking, like, just help. I mean, if you can help me, I ain't saying because I'm in trouble now, but I really need the help. Like, I need it. And if you can help me, I promise you, I'm gonna sit right here right now and give you stuff. Like, I'm telling you, I'm not just lying. If you want to check channel right now, I can tell you exactly how to do it. If you got it, there's just anybody. I just want to help. It doesn't work that fast. Like, you can't sit here and tell me something, I take your word and I go get warrants and put me shadow later tonight. It don't work like that. You know that. I understand. But, you know what I mean? I know. I'm not gonna back down on it. If you help me, I'm not gonna back down on it. And that's my word. Everything I done told you, if you can help me, I'm not gonna back down. It's just the end of it. I just need help with it, and then that's all I need. I don't want to just be left out there by myself. Like, and I get and I understand that. And if you willing to not only help me, but will help yourself, but help me in this process, I'm gonna help you get it done. I can put you in places with people that can make it happen, but you gotta be 100% true. I promise I will. I mean, like, listen to me. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. And if I'm not afraid to put my neck out there because you saying you're gonna tell the truth and you don't tell the whole truth and the half truth, all that shit, then I'm gonna look like an idiot.
And in due time, it's coming out.
It's gonna always come out. This was a month and a half ago with this gun shit. But we take our time. I know the work case. I know. I just felt like, okay, I can't tell y'all this. Then y'all don't need to go and go right back out there. You know what I mean? So I just kept looking at like, but it's been plenty of times I be wanting to ask y'all like, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with helping for help, but you can't have one foot in and one foot out.
You can't play both sides of what she's saying.
What I'm saying is, bro, before there's somebody hurt me, bro, you go protect yourself, but then you gotta deal with the consequences that come with that. You right?
When you lost your right to possess a firearm, you're gonna have to roll the dice to try to have it do not let them hurt me.
Well, fucking move. But, I mean, biggest thing I didn't want to do was somebody like this, you know what I mean? I understand. But, and I know that. I know I made sure, you know what I mean? And all this year because do it, like, I wasn't on this path. I wasn't nowhere going this way. I mean, I don't even be locked up. Going through none of this shit. If they niggas, they never did. You was chasing your dream through history. I actually was trying to just be rich, like, you're trying to get up.
Free, right.
Then he was this, then he know it because he was happy. I mean, all thing about it was, like, he introduced me to a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, these people still remember my face. Like, but all thing about it is, like, the nigga just telling people, like, I'm this, I'm that. And that shit I wasn't doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I tell people you basically is a goon.
Right.
Yes, like, I just let him do it, and then when it came down to it,
You weren't ready to do no cool shit.
no, he just used me, like, he put my face on it, but got you doing it. You feel what I'm saying? And then, when I got with him, that wasn't what it was about. You know what I'm saying? When I first got with him, I was just so excited with the shit I was seeing. You know what I'm saying? He seen it. And he just let me around.
You know how he was on fire. They put the hair in front of the rapper and you steady doing this, chasing.
So, and that's what, right now, like, this nigga thug, he just, like, right now, he's just, like, she wanted me to talk to him bad. He was listening. They don't call me 3 times. You know what I mean? You know what? I call him a few ways. I call his sister. I'm like, damn, y'all going around the mouth with red, I'm sticky this and that. So I look to him, I'm like, I want to tell me too.
All right, much love, Dean. We'll see you later.
I've been talking to police, this and that. So like, no, we ain't saying that like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't call it up. Like, now you got to call it, you feel like I'm a rat. Then Shut up. Before I got phone her, I called my sister phone. Jack called my phone back. 2 minutes later. Like, who is it? I said, Jack. Like, what's up, bro? I ain't got to get no, I already called him. He's like, yeah, what the hell you got going on, bro? I cut my look, man. I already got me. I don't know what y'all got going on. They somebody all y'all in the studio, somebody. I'm telling them this and that. I mean, what's up with that, bro? He's like, I don't have to take issue, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you, bro. I mean, I know one thing about it, you ain't gonna tell them. You know what I'm saying? He said, Moonson will come back to the studio telling Thug that I keep telling the police. Moonson and Shannon was trying to get the spot I was in. You know what I'm saying? I was so spot they think you is. Yeah. No, like he was like he was paying buying all that stuff. Like, wow. I don't know. Yes, you know what? A lot of people say, oh, please, bro. I'm not warning, but I'm not warning. I was going home. I never had, like, I go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? The problem is just us. All person I had problems. So it don't make, with all that being said, it don't make sense why this man picked you out of everybody. He just did crime free, he did shit on Cleveland Avenue. Why he picked Lil Woozy? Like, what loyalty does he have to you with that? He feels like right now he got to take your ass out because you know a little too much. Everybody knows too much. No, they don't. But everybody argues.
Not like you.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because you're running my life.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier when I say you contradict yourself to say that you ain't did nothing, you ain't this, you ain't that. But this man taking you everywhere you go. It keeps you right here with him.
I'll be honest with you. When they come at me, I didn't think they kept me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel blood, more, crip, G, well. You know what I'm saying? Ain't don't do that. So if I let somebody hurt me, I got people out there that'll do something for me. Nah, you do it yourself before you let somebody else do it. It wouldn't mean as much. Yeah, I will. No, I'm saying it wouldn't mean as much if you listen. If a person can't hurt me, when they came to my house and tried to meet my girl in my bed, I was coming with the edge. You know? And I wasn't gonna stop. You know what I mean?
So when did you stop?
Well, I'm gonna tell him that day.
Right.
You gonna tell why I stopped? Cause that shit hurt me. I started in jail 3 weeks. Listen, I started in jail 3 weeks with that on my mind. And you know what I did? They had me in a room.
That's what
I lose my mind.
Do you want to go there again?
No.
You want to go in general, Pop?
I don't want to go there, period, but I'm listening. Yes.
All right, we're going to give you what's the day? Wednesday. I guarantee by Sunday, even before then, you're going to be like, get me out of here.
Yeah, but I understand. I know you're going to jump on me and stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to, but that wound, man, listen, I'm like, man, I
Get your mind together. You got to get your mind together. You charge, you're not going anywhere, so you need to get your mindset that I want to be there for.
I know that I'm going to jail. But what I'm saying is, man, that he went going, he said, oh, I'm saying,
it ain't over with. It ain't never over.
And I mean, I said, I promise I went back out next. I mean, like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man, can't say any one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Like, even though all this shit going on, I mean, it's 2015, 1:16 p.m. You made that, right? I put on my own soul, I mean. Okay.
Who shot Trivia in the house?
Never find out. I don't know who shot. You did? No, I don't know who shot. You? It wasn't this. It wasn't. And you know why I made it want to?
What?
Because he know it wasn't me. He still out with my name. You know what I mean? He dropped me my baby off in this son and went to a chance to do baby off. And walk off. The truck, once we had a truck that day, he dropped this off. Yes, he did. I know you shaking your head. Once we dropped this off. And he let Trill come out here and tell the police that I talked to him. He told me, don't go. I said, hell no, because one thing back, I've been shot up. They can check my name for register. You know what I mean? I can prove that I ain't done it. I can't right down here, you know, he did. Power told the again. Forgot without a question again. It take a lot to leave me alone. I mean, nobody heard me when I heard they gonna kill. Damn. I mean, this nigga, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000. The whole. And he left. Came back.
And you ain't get
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me. You just said the most amount of money could have gave you.
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you a 1,000 again, and you was good.
They ain't gonna give you nobody no money.
Shit.
Right. He gave me no money. Yeah.
What about Duke?
No money.
What is Duke wrong in all this?
He get a lot of money. About 5,000.
Duke is Jack?
Nah, Jack is Duke is two different people.
Okay.
So Duke with the
Right, Duke is the one.
Jack was a Yak guy that's there.
Okay.
But
But it's just, why is he so wrong to you?
because
Why?
Jack goes up to me. Shannon goes up to me. Duke know about me. You know what I'm saying?
What they know about you?
Duke gave my brother weed. They smell like watch time. And when he came back to get my brother smoke weed, we took weed from him.
So you know you about that action.
Oh, I ain't scared. Yeah, you ain't no hoe about it. Nah, I'm not.
And I don't believe you on it.
You know what I mean?
But the story that keeps making us come back to this point is you keep selling this he just loves me so much and he takes care of me because no, he takes care of you because you his fucking dog.
They can't get shit in there. You know what I'm saying? You know what he said? The story said when they asked me to be someone's blood. Y'all got me fucked up. That's how I think I am. Two doors is it.
Are you talking about the twin there?
Yeah. Somebody that he changed your name.
And he's flying no more.
No. They just like good. They saying fuck all of it, bro. I mean,
Good dog.
he got us in this shit.
Y'all got yourself in this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
By letting another man tell you.
Yeah.
You're a grown ass man. You gotta stand up to you and yours.
Honestly, the only reason he got me in because he put my name in his song and he got everybody thinking like this. But you know what happened? I haven't been doing this, I haven't been doing that.
What's new?
What am I getting new for?
Other than that, sometimes what's new? That's fine. Oh, shit. What's up? Same thing. I'm you.
So, I don't understand what.
But what I'm getting at is on the news, when you watch the news, it's a lot of bull crap, but it's a lot of truth in every story. Right? So, your name ain't just coming up out the blue for no reason, bro.
Just told you, man.
That's what you say. I think it's a part of truth in everything you say, but I think it's a bunch of bullshit in a lot you say.
I'm telling you about it.
What?
You never got this black shit with.
But how he gonna be the only one busting? He gonna start calling you a hoe. So you need to tell me that you tell it. You and the meeting y'all ain't doing nothing. So Shannon's like, watch out, dog. I got it. And y'all right here. She ain't gonna bother you. And I'm just gonna make her be like, bullshit. G.
Got three? Yeah,
Mom, shot 3.
yeah, T. Huh?
It's always shot 3.
Gonna tell you what it is? Go eat shit together.
Exactly my point. I know.
But you gonna tell you what?
What?
Shannon took over there. What I mean? Shannon came out to me, he took it around with.
So Shannon basically knew you really wasn't truly about that action, and he was, so he wanted to take your spot.
Shannon got mad because I didn't like her go. You know what I mean? Shannon just has, he still got too much proof.
What you got to prove?
What was that, 121:13? Resume at 121:18.
Home ain't got no money. I just asked my $10. You know what I'm trying to tell you? That man went on 30-day tour, came back with $800. That's crazy. You're not listening to me, man. I have no reason to lie. If I have something I ain't told you as much as I said, what the hell I got locked on them? You go exactly. Nah. Tell me you paid. Ain't no trick or nothing. Nah, it ain't that. I'm getting serious. Like, tell me that. You don't want to eat nothing? I'm hungry, and I got butterfly. I can't eat. Get the boys on back. Get what chicken sandwich. You know what I mean? So. You eat it, you know, then you go eat that rice street, then fuck it. Man, I'm trying to avoid all this. You know what I mean? Like I said, whatever y'all need me to do, but I'm not scared. I'm not scared to do it, man. That's all. I'm not scared to do it. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. I'll go right into it, no problem, man. We're gonna take a little break, bro. All right.
Woody done spent them into a break. What do you think the jury is thinking right now? Let me know your comments real quick in the chat. What do you think the jury is thinking at this moment? If you were sitting on the stand, if you were sitting in the jury box looking at this, what would you be thinking right now? Try to be as unbiased as possible. But like legitimately, objectively speaking, what would you be thinking right now if you were in the jury? I need a break. They're letting this play. This is embarrassing. What they are legit letting this play. Betty Mann, thank you so much for watching in. She says, what is rewatching all of this going to prove? That's what I'm thinking. You're trying to utilize his lies or his mixture of lie and truth with the police as inconsistent statements of what he's saying right now under oath, under the immunity that you coerced him to. Shelee says, I would be thinking this totally ridiculous, and I already know he's a liar. So just think you're on the jury and you're actually thinking like this. So imagine what the other jurors are thinking. Imagine what the other jurors are thinking right now. They have the same demeanor as this young man right here, right now. They're letting this play. We are literally watching this young man lay his head on this table. They admitted this into evidence. This is supposed to be evidence of RICO. This is supposed to be evidence of RICO. I believe I just read that some of the prosecutors from the DA are embarrassed by this trial. I believe someone else said that too in the chat earlier as well. I saw it on X as well. Oh, there go Lawyer Love. There go Miss Love. Wearing all black. Mm-mm-mm. So this particular video, I believe, is like second to last video, or maybe the last one, I believe. And then there's going to be some type of cross-examination. There's supposed to be cross-examination today. Supposed to be cross-examination today. So we'll see. Maybe in the afternoon after their lunch break or something like
Your
that.
Honor, there's a 45-minute gap. There's some certain excerpts here. However, we are going to fast forward and come back to those 45 minutes. What's in that 45-minute gap? So right now, we're going to fast forward to 2:01:21.
Is there some issue or question about the other part?
No, Your Honor, but
Go ahead. Is there an objection, Mr. Sharp? Speak into your mic so everybody can hear you. I'll do the same.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming the state is saying that they're going to fast forward to the next time Mr. Copeland speaks. Is that correct?
he also speaks within this 45 minutes, but it's sporadic. And so we're going.
Well, I think the jury needs to hear what he says.
Oh, okay, well, we can sit.
Well, I'm not trying to make, this is the state's evidence, and I'm not trying to
Right.
make anyone sit for 45 minutes, but I want the jury to hear everything that Mr. Copeland says while he's alone.
Okay, are you planning to play it at some point?
Your Honor.
You're gonna go back to all his little, everything he says in that 45 minutes. We just, yeah. As long
This is
as they're gonna
disgusting.
Play it. I don't know why they want to play it out of order, but whatever, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is lazy. If you would have had somebody clip the video, we wouldn't be going through this. This is a waste of the juror's time. Right, Sheely, I agree. I think after lunch is when cross actually begins, and I think that's when it gets more interesting. You're proving that your witness is a liar, but you believe what he said in these videos are true. But he also lied in these videos as well with some of the truth. I mean, whatever, man. Whatever. This is what happens when you don't do efficient work. This is what I mean by people who work faster instead of efficient. You have had since 2022 to build this case. You should not be doing this right now.
Sorry, Ford. Yeah, you have to sit here through all of it. Leave that screen alone.
I can use my phone.
No, you cannot use your phone. You just have to sit there. Sorry.
We'll be starting at 2:43:50.
You know what it is? Let's build it, you know, mistakes.
You remember me from the first couple of times, right? Remember my name? Corey. Do you remember my name? Corey. No, I don't know Corey, man. I said, Corey, something like that. Hey, Corey. Corey. No, on the phone side. Yeah, I remember where you live. I mean, I know I ain't Denzel or nothing like that. Yeah, you got to do it. Well, go ahead. All right, Mr. Copeland. I understand you had a little bit more information you want to say about Peanut murder and all that. What you heard, what you know, what somebody told you, whatever. So, would you like to tell me? That's what you wanna know? Okay. What you know about it? Who the shooters were involved? Who was in the car? What kind of car it was? Where they get it from? All that. Which one? However you want to put it to, same way you explained it to us, what little details to make it out told you. I want you to explain it to this man. Because he's the one investigating the case, as you know. So I just heard the guy like they killed him. Yeah, like, well, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm just tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding like who? He like, damn. And then another guy in the car, he shut up. So we get around. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get a head away from them. So I went to FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot. I was saying, boy, his head might not make it. I'm like, who? Like, Nut. I'm like, him. Man, he like, shit, well, you know if you scream out me, right? Yeah, well, I ain't have nothing to do with it. So shit, I'm like, man, my head burning instantly. I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his throw. They in the first cup. So we pull up. Tell me again who walked in the first car. I gotta explain how it was because I ain't know. So we pull up his throw. I fall. But when we first pulled up, Doug got out there the front door and walked in. Doug got out the car. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, he got the little nitro truck. And walked in the house, like walked in the little house. And the truck wasn't pulling up. So I went pull. So I plugged. Now they got cut. And me now didn't cut. Now they got cut. And me did get up. So now they get walking in front. But Doug went in and they opened the side. So then we walked to the side though. Shannon and Yak coming like up the sidewalk, like they got dropped off around the corner. So we all walk in, boom. So nobody's in there, everybody just real quiet. So we get up in the apartment we stay in, whatever. Goddamn. I think everybody really just quiet. Dogs start getting shit together. Shit like what? Like he leave, just like he pack the clothes? Yeah, like, I mean, and then his sister know that. They like, son, really, too much was said. You feel like, it was just quiet, like movement. So, let me see, I think I left these up. Just like I left. I went and got his son. So I put up and told where they son, I was like, she got in the car. She was our friend. She got in the car. Man, he need to chill play it, bro. She like, who? I told her. She told him. She like, what happened? I said, I don't know. DJ got in the car. Like, shit. What is it? You know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She like, yeah, you know it. Like, we all knew they gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car. We go home. So we got out of the car home. Then when the car got behind the red Camaro, then when they got behind that stuff, finally to the apartment. And then the other two cars made up in there, but we turned out and then we heard got out of there. So I put the car at Greenbrier at the mile. So I had got one to come get us. So one to come get me, my girl, and it was two, I mean it was Diamond and Deshaun Diamond and Bull. There were three of them and me and Monto. So I think I took Joe. I took Deshaun to Jojo. I took her. She stayed with. They were there. We dropped the other two girls off and Jojo out. And Monto went and got his girl and his little boy. I mean, so we ran around and she's like, where the hell we gonna go? Because we know they could come. I just told them they find the cook. So everything know everybody started saying my name. So when everybody started saying I did, I tell Monto like, hell no, what I gotta do, bro? So they Monto like, shit, well, you know you ain't do it, goddamn, this and that. So I'm like, well, I need to go down there and tell these folks no, bro. So I tell Monto did. Monto like, shit.
what do you say? Like, yeah, he's like, well, when they start screaming my name, they don't go down there. But long story short, Thug called phone, motor phone, and was like, well, them niggas pulled up at his house, they outside his house. They were looking out the window. They pulled up 3 cars, he was bad, then he sat there. So you talking about Karen, they pulled up outside Motor's house. So why they sitting outside Motor's house? I mean, not Motor, Thug house, why they sat outside Thug's house? Thug kept calling Motor, tell Motor to pull up. See, he didn't know how to Motor. I mean, try to get Motor to pull up and get him away from the house. But I think his sister ended up calling the police or something, but they pulled out her sister. Yeah. I don't think she called. I know she said something about it. And when they pulled out, Thug had somebody pull up and drive him straight out of town. Is Thug this house that you talk about where they came out from? This in Atlanta? Yeah, this on Sky House. So they the man came and drove Thug out. Nah, I'm so scared. We pull up at the house at Lennox. So we get to the house at Lennox. All his brothers and sisters were down there. I mean, and he was just patient, like he didn't know what to do. Cause everybody instantly was screaming my name. And I just see him like, I was like, damn, I wanted to ask, like, why the fuck y'all do this? Like, I mean, what the hell that did somebody? I ain't want to at the time, I just quiet, I just stand there, and then. You did not want to say you didn't do it? Huh? You didn't want to stay in front of everybody, you ain't do it? Why y'all say my name? They weren't saying my name. They knew what was going on. I already know. I mean, everybody just in the street saying my name. Like, we did. I mean, so I was like, damn, what the hell? So when I ready to ride around, I was so scared. Okay, I left to a house. When I left to a house, he called. Nah, I'm scared for it. Somehow I was in Canada by my sister's house. And I got away from there, but I was scared. So I called my girl mom. And I called her, I was talking on the phone, and I was telling her what happened. Like, they just killed me, man, they said I did, I didn't have nothing to do with it. So she was like, man, I was talking for a minute. And then she was just like, well, don't go down on your own, just wait till the police say you come out there. I was like, all right. And then when I got on her, I found later, I see the ambulance and the police car flying it, like going towards Summerhill, like where she stayed. And then I thought like, when me and Kel, like when we let be go with each other, he told me he knew my girl stay, so I called her mom back. I'm like, is you at home? She like, nah. I like, okay, I just trying to make sure you in that house. She like, nah, I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay. I got her phone her. So I called my brother. I told my brother, like, hey bro, these niggas know you stay, you got the house, you get, they just left her house. My brother like, what the hell? I told him what happened. But they killed nothing, bro. You didn't think I did. So my brother like, they get out the kid, they get out the house. So when they leave out the house, what? They left the house. Throw leave. This is the same night. He got killed. This night, it's like all the time. Thug called the man, like the people that drive you around. He called them. I had the person driving around is his personal man. So he had him to drive him straight to Florida to Birdman House. Like him, Thug, his sister, a girl, the other daughter, and Laura, and yeah, I think it was just them right there. All them drove straight to Florida. So when they went to Florida, I said, you called right there in front of them. Know what I mean? And you like, well, would you cut out? I'm like, yeah, because I didn't do nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And everybody legal like, cause I held the phone, walked up. And when I walked out, I heard that everybody got quiet. So you didn't want to, so you went back and talked. Yeah, I just turned around like, I was on the phone like, I mean, yeah, they shot my girl in the house. And when he told me to come down, everybody was just looking right there and there. He's like, what the fuck? Yeah. So I'm like, bro, I went there. I can't say that. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? Right. So he's like, yeah. I mean, from Moonton bring me down here. I get out the car with him right here. I come in here to talk to him. And when I leave, I got to call my brother. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to get caught up in it, man.
It did.
So who's in the car? That's supposed to be the driver, I don't peanut.
This was Latif broke the story down. He said, I think he was in the car, I was leaving the sky. And he said, they rolled past the scene, nothing, standing outside. They went somewhere and changed clothes. Nah, there go it was. I dropped Sandy D out the door house. I had went home with my baby mom. And then Doug left and rode past nothing and seen him and went to a gas station and seen Yak and he pumped.
Which gas station? Let me cut you off. Which gas station?
I just listened to the story, so they seen them, they switched cars at the gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug and I think the D. They got in the car with the girl. And there were 4 left in the car. Yak, Shannon, Nod, and Dua. They Yak pump. Them 4 got in the car. You know what I'm saying? They said they just rolled past the shot.
What do I look like?
Oh, he's short. He's like a midget. So you ain't gonna see him because he don't be around this.
How can I find him?
Metropolitan.
Metropolitan.
I don't know if they still got this spot right there. They got a trap out right there. He got an issue out there, don't know his name.
Is it something do up? Or does it sound like that?
See, look, you going Yak page. He shot a nigga out named Maddie.
Name who?
Maddie, Mali. I think Dua might be on his page.
We'll go to Yak page. So D told you this is the only people that was involved in the shooting. D personally told you.
Yeah.
And how did you know? Because one of them told him?
Nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's riding close
With them, okay.
Yeah. And then when they said do it, these guys got another car. And they went this way, they went that, they went back to him. And then how did it happen? They all pull up on Cleve. And Ladina right there, and they just got in the car like they talking about it. So they got the guns. I think they had 2 guns. A chopper and a handgun. They got the guns and put it in the car. And they just been rolled off in the car.
So when did Bentley pull up? But you didn't say Bentley's name.
Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one took them to the sky house. I did it.
Okay.
So
So they called Bentley after the shooting.
yeah,
They put where they were on Cleveland.
the Bentley spot was on Cleveland.
Right.
You feel? So I guess they went through went straight to Bentley spot. And when Thor was at Bentley spot, they pulled up on Thor. And when they got the Bentley spot, they wiped the car down. And then he said, I don't know if it was Bentley. It had to be somebody. If it was Bentley, it was somebody that, he got the car and drove left with the car. You know what I'm saying? And he left with the car and the guns.
And do you know what kind of car it was? Like
It was an Infiniti, I think.
the Infiniti?
Yeah.
Like a new one? Do you know, was it somebody's registered car or was it a rental?
It was a rental car.
Where do they usually rent the cars from?
The airport.
You know which
Like
business?
Hertz Enterprise?
I went with Thor when he rented the car.
That's what I'm saying. Which one was it?
At the airport.
You stay in the airport, there's different rental car
I don't
companies.
know which one it was.
So you went with them when you rented the Infiniti?
Yeah, he took Corvette back and got the Infiniti.
He took the vet back and got the Infiniti.
Yeah.
You remember how long before the murder that was?
Probably like the murder happened like probably 2 days later, they did shit like that.
Okay, wait a minute, okay. He rented the Infiniti after the shooting?
Oh,
Before, 2 days before the shooting.
Yeah, you talking about that red car?
Marie, huh?
Go ahead.
He had the Corvette. What color was it? Gray. Okay.
Gray Corvette.
Yeah. He took the gray Corvette back and got the Infiniti. He never he didn't leave the red car there. He told him he want to trade car. And when he got the gray Infiniti, this the car that was happening. Like, I had a video. See, if I had my own phone, I can show you the video I put on my page. But I ain't show the car. I just playing the music. I was saying the car listen to the music. But when I put it on the video on my Instagram, I ain't know. And they just like, well, take that video off the page. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, I remember how, what they used. You remember, was it nighttime or in evening or whatever, y'all was video? No, when he took the vet back and got it. He took it back, at daytime, the other day, He took, you gotta walk across the bridge on the airport, going across the head top. He took it right there. They gave him, they tried to get it, they gave him his pen. He got his pen. You know, he paid with cash or credit card, how you pay for it? So he paid for the deal, he paid for the rental car. I mean, the Corvette. Right. But he supposed to have a Corvette longer than he had. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how he paid for it. But you don't know how he just switched Corvette more. Right. So he just switched it out. Okay.
Well, really wasn't no money exchange.
He was
Just transacting.
Hey, no, you actually, if you rented it under his name or somebody else's name.
See, it was like, it was lying. They was going lying, talking, so I don't know. Like, how many people behind the thing?
But it was only y'all two at the arrest.
I'm right there with him.
And it was y'all two.
What you mean?
When y'all went to do the switch out, it was you and just him. There wasn't no girl with you and nobody else.
I was just being told.
All right,
Yeah,
so Lil D told you all of this after the fact.
yeah. Mine, knew I knew the car. You know what I mean? I didn't want to get rid of it. You know what I mean?
I know, but with all that, with the couples, I know that shit surrounding you, man. You should have been done yourself out that hole.
But you know, I did this and when they came shot me and my baby, man, I couldn't run from it. Like I was already, it got worse.
Okay, Mr. Cole, listen to what I'm saying. Stop your mind for a minute. Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why Kelvin was coming after you because they had no other reason but to come after you. But if you would have just went on ahead and, hey, this is what somebody told me, blah, 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 your name been cleared straight from the rip. Okay, straight from the rip. But understand this. While I'm out there, bro, your name came up like that. Okay.
I knew before he probably even died and down, I knew my name would come back. Like, because they just the type of niggas they care now. I mean, I know that's it, man.
And understand this. They don't need to do an investigation like us to say that you're guilty. All they got to do is hear from one fuck out there, you guilty. Okay, that's all it took, one person. Okay, let me ask you this.
6 months, drag day.
How many times did we ask you, did you have something on this?
A lot.
It's okay. Okay.
But yeah, I understand this. It's hard. Like
I know, but understand this. Well, no.
I'm gonna go to jail. You know what's gonna happen, man? I'm gonna go to jail. They gonna jump on me. Like, I ain't gonna let them take care of it. You know, you already take care of it.
You gonna
Trust me, we already taken care of it. Okay, and understand this. You gotta face what you've done wrong. Okay,
I didn't do that.
Okay, stop that. How old are you, Mr. Coleman?
23.
Okay, you're 23. Okay. By legal standards, you're a grown ass man. And one of the things I learned from a young man, shit, the old school used to tell me, bro, a man stands up to his own fucking mistakes. It's not your fault, it's my fucking fault. I'm own up to it, deal with it, and move the fuck on. You keep receding back to a 10-year-old. It's everybody's fault but mine. I'm in a situation because it's everybody's fault but mine. I don't want to confront it because whatever.
You get what you still gotta get. Okay. If they saying they were throwing them get locked up, get what they still gonna say. Well, I tell you what, even though they gonna still try to keep it on me. Like, look, I really didn't have anything to do with this murder, bro. People was coming at me like I did it, man. Like,
And what did I tell you from the start? I'm here to either prove or disprove you had something to do with it. But you never gave me anything to disprove you had anything to do with it. I understand that.
I'm tell you what, man. I knew it all. I knew it. When I went with them to get in contact, they don't automatically do what I told. So I feel like,
So you rather your life end and they keep living the party enough?
it was that list. It's been plenty of times I woke up like, man, I can't go to this no more. I couldn't sleep. I was like, hungry. I didn't want to tell because I knew.
Let me say something.
I did. Everybody on my face. You're gonna be a lot of people coming out.
Okay, loyalty is a two-way street. You right? If motherfuckers don't show you no loyalty, you're not gonna have no loyalty back to them. Okay, they pretty much put you on the branch and left your ass out there.
And when I realized they left me out there, I went here and did, you know, like, now, you know what I mean?
But they were giving you clues then, but you didn't want to pick it up. You didn't want to see that because I know, bro, there's dudes you got the shit on your armor. Okay, there's dude I went through some shit with. We partners to this day. Okay, them motherfuckers are loyal to me. I'm loyal to them because guess what? We never pissed at each other from cornflakes. Okay, but they gonna piss in your cornflakes and shit in your food. They don't give a fucking rat shit about you, dog. They really don't. They're all about themselves now.
But you're right.
If you would have got taken out with your girl and your child, they would have shed a fake ass tear and moved on about their fucking business.
VIP, Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, what we going to do?
Yeah, I know that. I thought about every day, but I keep saying, but what I'm saying is, yeah, a whole lot of other people out there, this ain't got nothing to do with it. They gonna come out to me. You know what I'm saying? This.
You remember what I showed you earlier? When I made the circle, when I showed you everybody that versus Woody.
Yeah. I get it.
You see that? That's gonna happen regardless. We can't make it, this is a whole game. We can't make this go away. We can't make this go away. We can make it go away with your help, baby.
How long you been doing, or how many times do you think you say Nard? That ain't him on the picture. You ain't even seen the picture. I seen where you looked it up. That ain't Nard. That's not Nard? Okay. I did not know that. I'm looking at right now. I know that name on this one. I know it. AARD. Yeah. I don't know if they're underscore 5 or they're 5. You already locked up. He locked up? Yeah. He locked up for kidnapping. Yeah, the couple girl, right? Yeah. Baby mom.
Where at? What side of town you know that?
Yeah. 410.
No, what side of town is this girl didn't get in trouble? Southwest.
They just caught. They got caught with kidnapping.
They kidnapped this girl.
Nah, they did fine. Yeah, him right there.
Okay. See, bro.
I
know. Look at me, Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole. Raise your head up. Raise your head up for me.
Yeah, you have no problem for me, man.
I can only imagine.
You've been public enemy number 1 for 6 months now. Folks shooting at you, doing all that, and you still got that loyalty, or you held on to that loyalty to these people who basically, in a sense, have turned on you or pushing you aside. And you didn't tell on them. You know what I'm saying? And you still hold on to that loyalty. It just comes to a point where you gotta stop thinking about them and think about you and your family. I ain't thinking about them, I'm thinking about me and my family. Like, I know, I actually, man, I just did 30 days in Henry County Jail, 30-some days for something I ain't do. And I'm thinking, I hate being away from them. I think about them more than anything, man. My grandma shit. Man, I sit right here, man, I go through a lot, man. I hate being in jail. I understand I did stuff, but I didn't do it because, I had to.
Hey, Mr. Cole, look at me. You're telling me right here, right now, I'm not a bad person. I just got caught in doing some dumb shit. That's basically what you're saying. I understand that. Okay? I'm not living life of a fucking angel. I'm not even pretending I am. Okay? I'm not even pretending I am. I'll probably be in hell before you. Okay? But I'm not here to judge you. But I do know one thing. You don't want to do motherfuckers to a fault. Plain and simple. Like Detective Gates said, you have to be public enemy number 1 to protect them all the way through. Now, at one time, they say, yo, dog, let me help you out of this. Send you here, send your girl there, do this, do that. They left you out there and left the motherfucking continue to come after you. They're not trying to say no bullshit at all, saying, nothing to do with this. Now, one time, all it took was one young son to say one time, Morgan had nothing to do with it. Morgan was with me. Over here doing this, doing that. People would took that shit for a grain of salt and ran with it. Yo, man, Morgan's over here with young son. He was over here at the studio cutting the trick. How can he be over there doing that? He's trying to cut a track with young son. But no, they put you out there and left you out there. When all this shit was going on, and even when the motherfucker said, yo, man, I'm gonna ride with you no matter where you go. Every time they get a call with you and say, yo, come ride with me. Because they leave you out there to take the full blame for everything.
See, they knew I couldn't say it, because, everybody know, like,
So you said it right there. They knew you couldn't say anything. They knew you were not gonna be the one to just start talking. That the whole weight of the universe had to fall on your fucking shoulders before you even start opening your mouth. Because you do the dance around game. You do the dance around game. That's what you do. And they knew no matter what, this dude is loyal and he's gonna keep on doing what he needs to do. But in the meantime, everybody going about their business. They left you out there.
if Thug gave a damn about you, he'd throw 20,000 in the club, do this, move you and your girl away for a little while. I ain't saying because you love Atlanta, you're going to come back to Atlanta. But it's hot right now, move you away. Did they do that? Did he give you money to y'all time? Honestly, they knew where y'all stayed because y'all still in the same spot. Did he put y'all up in another spot? One second. Who was that? Say yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, and you can be honest or whatever. At any point in time that day that Peanut was killed, did you go by that barber shop? Daniel Street?
No, sir.
Steve Street? What else?
I left out the house. I left out the house right before I finally got killed. I was in the house the whole day. I was sleeping. And when I left out the house, I pulled right up from Canterville. When I left from Canterville, I pulled up on P News. He came out and meet D. And when D got in the car, he told me in my face that Jay got killed. And when he told me that right there and there, I was like, I just can't house. I mean, so I didn't know they were gonna do it. I ain't never heard Thug say kill that. That's why when I heard it, it shocked me. I was like, what the hell they kill home for? Like, I mean, I just go to shoot. Why the hell they didn't kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why the hell they kill? Like, he wasn't the problem. Man, they need nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was some person between him and Cam. I mean, but
What was person between him and Thug?
I don't know. I never heard it. Never found it out. I just knew nothing. Like, one day they told him to come to the studio. He told somebody, wait, I'm sitting up. I mean, he started going up there. So then I just never knew.
Anything else you gonna add, Brad? Get it on off your chest now.
All right, this is probably a good time to break for lunch. All right, so let us come back here at 1:30.
I step out.
Yes, be back at 1:30.
Man, 1:30. So when the defense going to cross? Yeah, that's what it looks like. The state said
All
that
right,
they was
is there
gonna
gonna
have
be
it till
anything
Friday, at least
Jerry
the first
will
half
need
of
to
Friday.
take up in the interim? I'm not in it, like, not right now, but do we need to come back a few minutes early? Anybody? Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you.
All right. This is a nice waste of time, I believe, on the on the prosecution part. um, let's go to the chat real quick here. Oh man, Vanessa, what up, though, Vanessa? Appreciate you coming through. Says my concern is I hope they don't have jurors who think like TLA and AV because they believe everything he is saying in these videos is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, right? He's basically putting a lot of sauce on a lot of stuff that he's saying. I mean, because even the fact that when he talked about the return of the vehicles and stuff like that, it don't even add up to what was on the actual receipts. I don't believe that as well. She says Cross not starting today might be a good thing. Yeah, gives them more time to do their thing, and plus Weinstein got a couple motions coming through this weekend. So while they're on break, I did see or I saw a video of Kayla Bumpus. I know some people are not fans of hers, but it was I think Young Thug's sister um and Seti Nash. They were all on the same stream together a couple days ago, maybe a day and a half ago or so. And this is around the time when Melnick had got suspended, which was very odd timing, to say the least. And then I believe Seti Nash got on as well and made his spiel as well. But I wanted to kind of look at it real quick. I didn't get a chance to see all of it, but I wanted to kind of look at it real quick. And kind of see what the thoughts was, especially I think Young Thug's sister. Young Thug's sister is Mrs. Jefferson, right? She goes by Miss Jefferson or something like that. So I haven't had a chance to see it, and I wanted to kind of I wanted to see what they were talking about because it's very interesting. We talked about it. We covered it the other day, right, on the live where we looked at the actual document. We looked at the actual Supreme Court ruling for this. To my knowledge, and I think someone may have mentioned it as well, that I don't even think Melnick knew that they were even deliberating on that from the Supreme Court on that day. I think he found out that day as well that they were going to actually rule on it. He didn't even know, I don't think, because I mean he knew that there was a back and forth or whatnot because he submitted an answer to what the accusation was from the special master who reported the actual incident about the child custody case. But he did not know that, okay, today is going to be the day where the Supreme Court is going to look at this and rule on whether or not how they're going to reprimand you and things like that. He did not know. So that's what I assumed upon information and belief. Upon information and belief, you know what I'm saying? And so and this is I believe Kayla got on her live, and this was actual live real time reaction to that particular thing. So let's go ahead and take a look at it real quick while they're on break. We can kind of break this down and see what's popping with that. All right, let's go ahead real quick. Everybody seen it. I haven't seen it. I wanted to kind of check it out. Maybe you all could check it out with me. Maybe some things I don't know that happened, but in this video. But yeah, I really was particular about what Young Thug's sister had to say. I've never really seen her speak about this whole situation. So I was kind of curious. So let's go ahead and see it real quick. We're gonna get a little bit of it, and then we're gonna play another video of Woody and Charleston White.
Okay, so we'll start there because you guys know that Melnick has a very special. Put my phone on do not disturb. He has a very special place in my heart, and I really can't believe that this happened to him. I was actually, my kids started school in Houston this week, so I was actually sitting in the school with my kid when Kat called me, and she was like, "Do you know what's going on?" And I'm like, "Going on with what?" And she's like, "Melnick," and I'm like, "No." And so she tells me, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" So I start freaking out. So I didn't know exactly the details yet because I don't think the decision was all the way released, or we didn't know. Thugger Daily was the first person to post it. Well, AJC then Thugger Daily. Shout out to Thugger Daily, always on time. But it completely threw me off, and I called him immediately, and I was like, just let me know what you need. He told me that he was going to a few different courtrooms to kind of check in with some clients, whatever. So the day is going on, and I decide I am going to check on Woody when court goes on lunch. I called him, and he told me that no one had told him what was going on with Melnick. And I was like, "What do you mean nobody?" He said, "Well, Miss."
Okay, so we said this. We actually said this. What was it? Wednesday, right? The other day, Wednesday is when this all happened. And we said this. I mean, our chat, our channel, we suspected that he didn't know at all either, and he was still testifying. He was still testifying while everybody else knew that his lawyer was suspended. Again, that is, now it's conspiracy towards the court about why you're not informing the star witness, of this critical stage of the trial, why you're not allowing that information for him to know that information, so time says, I'm telling you, timing is everything, but that timing to suspend Melanie is definitely political, like break it down with what B said. Absolutely, 100% agree. This is crazy. All right, this is crazy that he did not know. And again, out of the horse's mouth, the truth speaks. So interesting how we already peeped. Our chat is very, very we're very intelligent chat. All right. We may be small in number, but we're not small in intelligence. Everybody in this chat is intelligent and aware of how, and they know, and you all know how to do research. You all know how to find information. We show love in the chat. We got the best chat on YouTube. I don't care what nobody say. Yes, I'm saying it at right now at the stage that I'm in right now on my channel, man. I'm saying I got the best chat, the best mods, the best chat in the world. So I love y'all, man. And I'm telling you, we peeped this right off rip. We was objective at first. We had to be objective as we were reading it. But then as things started to unfold, we like, yeah, Woody did not know at all. He couldn't have known. And the judge already knew and had another lawyer on deck acting as a public defender, even though he is not technically a public defender, but acting as a public defender for Woody. All right. So this is, I guess, our due diligence saying that, hey, Woody actually told somebody out of his mouth that he did not know. So interesting.
Sylvia said something to me, but can you tell me what's going on? So he had no idea that he sat up there and testified for, I don't know, maybe 2 hours unrepresented. I told him what I think he should do when he returned into the courtroom, and he made a decision.
Okay, so she told him about Melnick, about what to say. that you don't want to testify without your attorney. Because again, we were all tripping like, why is Woody telling the court and everybody else that his lawyer suspended when I mean, he wouldn't technically know that information. So yeah, this is interesting. Okay, cool. This is about the best kind of information I've heard from Kayla, to be honest with you. But that's another situation for another day. All right, let's go.
So now, specifically to Melnick, I guess a lot of you kind of know that, you know, the decision resulted in a 6-month suspension. And it is based off of something from 2018. And it is my understanding that he found out when we found out that the decision had come down. I mean, it's not like they told him, tomorrow we're going to let you know what's happening or anything like that. So when we found out, he found out. Not passing a smell test, as you guys keep saying. Hold on, my girl on here, y'all. Not passing a smell test. Hi, everybody say hi to Miss Jefferson.
Hi, everybody. I see you.
All right. So I just want to get my facts straight. This is Young Thug's sister, all right? I mean, I'm saying it, but I'm pretty sure it is. But I just want to get my facts straight on that because I believe that's his sister. Because I believe they did a live together before at one point. I think I never seen it, but I heard about it. I was familiar with it.
We're talking about my boy Melnick.
Yes, free Melnick.
Free Melnick.
I'm so I asked, you know, I asked myself, like, you know, when is it gonna stop? Every day is something else. Like every day.
And you see they hollering today when court ended about possibly more late disclosures, still not giving all the additional information, trying to swamp them with work, supposed to be letting them know where exactly the co-conspirator statements are, just send over upwards of 200 calls and say figure it out. Like,
yeah, Sheely, yeah, I remember them two going live, and I think Kayla specifically said this was Young Thug's sister or one of his sisters or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, this fact check me on that, please, if somebody can, real quick, because I could have my information. I mean, it's so many people involved in this case. I mean, I can't get every single thing correct sometimes. So you know, I am human. Give me. So I appreciate the grace on that. So yeah, let me know if this is who I think it is. Yeah, yes, exactly. So the initial time I saw this young lady, I believe in the description and everything that this was Young Thug's sister or something like that. I'm unsure. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video though.
Just playing. I did not post yesterday after court, and I think I went live yesterday, maybe late at night, like after I got a bunch of messages like, where are you, what happened? Because I was the stuff that was getting ready to come out of my mouth, I'm like, they set Melnick up, and I didn't have any proof of that. I don't know this man ever, but I had no way of knowing. Here, I just have to do it for you. Take it to that. I had no way.
Okay.
I just felt it. I was like, the timing of this, like, where did this come from?
Because initially when she said, I'm like, oh my God, what happened? I'm thinking it's something from this case. And I did not break down crying actual tears, but I was very close to it because I'm so discouraged at this point. And what I said on TikTok today was, one, it's very scary that he has been suspended because I feel like I'm next. You know, like what? So I'm like, I told them, like, I'm calling all my clients, everybody, like, look, what, we good? We good? Like, what's going on? You know, checking in, traumatized because I'm in disbelief, number one. Number two, I say that as a young lawyer and a former prosecutor, my first job being a prosecutor with these same people, all of the people involved, thinking that these are the people who groomed me, who I looked up to, who I trusted. And, I'm really not going to go into a lot of detail because at this point I have to protect myself and my livelihood as it goes to them. But it brings me to tears to know that I, as a lawyer, was taught to believe that justice is supposed to look a certain way. And these people are justice seekers and justice fighters. And to first-handedly know that they're lying, because I know for a fact that they're lying, because I experienced being lied on.
Man, that's why I texted you that night when I seen those motions come out, because I literally missed all the motions and was live while the motions were coming in. So I'm literally reading them as a new one pops up. And I'm like, no, she did not just write this. Like that. Wow. That's why it was so late. But I was like, let me text her, because there's no way somebody could just keep taking somebody, just lying on them and lying on them and lying on them and not feel some type of way or react in a way that you probably normally would not. Because I was just like I said yesterday, I had absolute. So first of all, I'll just say
I'm
this.
so glad I was on vacation.
And then my husband said, I think she out the country somewhere. She might not have seen it. Why you texting?
No, I saw it, and I was going crazy. I'm calling Max, I'm calling Doug, like, what do y'all think? Is this real? Am I okay? Did I mess this up? Because the internet's going crazy. They like, Kayla.
Listen, because I was like, there is no way in the world.
This is one of the reasons why I believe the defense is sitting on something major, man. And first of all, one of the things that Kayla needs to stop doing is stop worrying about what the internet say. The internet is a world of it's the matrix. It's like, listen, some people are gonna love you, some people are gonna hate you, some people are gonna talk about you because you're big, some people are gonna talk about you because you're too small, because you're too dark, because you're too light skinned. Listen, the internet is whatever. All right, it doesn't matter. Who cares about what the internet thinks, says, or do? Do you stay in your lane, do what you do, and be confident in that? All right, be confident in that. Don't worry about what the internet is thinking. You are a professional. Kayla, you're a professional. You're going to get hated on. I mean, this is life. You're going to get hated on. There's going to be times where people are not going to like you, and they're going to be like, I don't know, I just don't like you. Like that's a them problem. That's a them problem. You know what I'm saying? That's not a you problem. So don't worry about the internet. She always says that the internet is going to do this. And who cares? Who gives a flying saucer? I'm not gonna curse here, but who cares about what the internet is thinking all the time? That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? If people show you love, receive the love. If people want to show you hate, hey, you see the hate, but don't respond to it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, but don't worry about it. That's why the defense is like, Kayla, just what are you doing? What is wrong with you? Like you're emotional and panicking for what? Like you're good. Did you do anything wrong? No. Okay, then you're fine. You're absolutely fine. You know what I'm saying? You're absolutely fine. Shout out to Q. Thank you so much for the super stickers, Q. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. To say you have $1 burger, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like seriously, this is ridiculous. Stop worrying about the internet. The internet is going to do what they're going to do. Just let it go. We all need to practice that. Let what people think about you go. Don't hold on to that stuff. All right? Don't hold on to that stuff.
That's what you got out of that. There's no way. But there was two things that I said on another live. And I said, I could care less what anybody think about you, about Woody, and it's a couple other people. I always say Shark because he always ends up in the crossfire. Now
and that's what he told me. He told me, you know what?
In the
he
mix.
told me that.
It's never directed at him, and he just like stands up and boom, he catches it. And I was like, because of the intentions of these people, y'all can't lose. I don't care what they felt your delivery was on that stand. I don't care what they felt it should have been. I don't care what dress they bring up. I don't care what they say about Woody. We know who he is, what he was, whatever you want to say about him. But because of the intentions of these people, y'all not gonna lose. Y'all not gonna lose. It's always gonna end up in your favor. That's just gonna piss them off. But it's just like for me to,
and not to cut you off, it's just like I didn't even get on the internet and react to it because I didn't need to. And then you see the very first day, Woody get on the stand and start talking about that infinity and who was in it and this and that. And those are things that I didn't even know. I did not know he was going to say any of that. So it was like, oh my God, he was telling the truth when he said, y'all know something, I know something about that infinity. And somebody, I didn't know who he was talking about.
But he said it. He said it. And I was just like, for people to, because, okay, so I was in a position on that particular day to be able to watch and make way more videos than I normally would. So I had a lot of downtime that day. So I was literally catching Woody's infinity comments while I was recording. So I literally go off. I'm in the video screaming, okay? Dennis! You know, I'm in the video screaming, oh, honey, you celebrate criminals. Oh my God, the things we as people celebrate. This is why we'll never be anything. She doesn't even know these people. Thug don't care about you. And I'm like, that's why I got on there and did that nice, nasty read. Like, okay, don't ever come for me. Don't play with me. But fair is fair. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And regardless of what you feel like they did, like at the end of the day, this works for no one, not even for the victims. Because if you're doing this in a way that it can be overturned and nobody's going to take it seriously, you still did nothing. Like what gets me, this, ma'am, yeah, you was on vacation. This training video.
But hold on. Okay, wait. Let me ask you a question. Because I actually confused myself. In one order, she says that they have to go to a training. Now, why do they have to go to a training? Or why is there any remedy, as she put it, if there's no Brady violation, number one? And then she says that there's no Brady violation because the witness is still on the stand. But then she goes back on the other order and says there is. So can you help me understand that?
What she tried to do is say, hey, we caught this in time. They still have time to react to it. So it's not a Brady violation, but all the
This lady right here is speaking 100% fact. And this is what I keep saying about this judge. This judge is doing damage control instead of actually being a judge. Okay, since we caught it in time, it's not a violation. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. She needs to go to training about Judge Summer from Arizona. It was in New Mexico where the Baldwin Rush trial happened. Immediate hearing, immediate discovery of Brady, given the defense time to prove that there's Brady. Someone came in the door with the Brady physical evidence that had been unopened since the whole trial began, since the beginning of the investigation of the trial, of the case. So this judge needs to get some training as well. She's doing way too much. She's doing way too much. Okay, great. Okay, her name is Tasha Diamante Kendrick's mom. Great. Thank you, Sheely, for the information. Thank you. Now we know who this lady is, okay? Because she's speaking 100% fact right now. It's the same thing as I've said before. She thinks because Glanville has been recused that all the things that he has done has been recused with him. No. And the reason why it's a no is because a lot of the things that he ordered and did and ruled upon came in the midst of his first recusal motion to the last one. He still did certain things even before the recusal for first initial recusal, he still did certain things that impacted the case and where it's at right now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be no new judge. It wouldn't be a new judge. If what he did wasn't a part of the case, it would not be a new judge. Ex parte meetings, coercion, witness intimidation, not giving the witness facts in front of a lawyer, in front of his attorney. Having another ex parte meeting before the other one that got out. There was another one on June 7th. And that ex parte meeting had everything to do with gossip, hearsay, and speculation and things of that nature concerning a witness that you coerced through transactional immunity to compel him to testify. After he said he did not want to testify, and you never went to his lawyer, and you knew Melnick represented Kenneth Copeland because you knew that he had represented him in a criminal case prior to this case of RICO. You had all the knowledge. And this is why, again, the prosecutorial misconduct video, which is in the description, this is the reason why we touched on this, because this is what's actually going on. And what happens is prosecutorial misconduct can lead to Brady violations. And that's what we have seen in this case. Prosecutorial misconduct has led to Brady violations, withholding evidence, late discovery, put do not serve yet on documents that's supposed to be turned over to the defense. This is what we're looking at. This lady is speaking 100% fact. The judge is trying to do damage control now that she's in the middle of this trial, not gathering all of the details. You are not going to be able to catch up, Ms. Whitaker. You're not. And so this is the reason why she needs to listen. This is the problem I have with the state prosecutors and police. They don't listen. They are the most arrogant, conniving, condescending people you could ever meet. The majority of them. I'm not going to say all, but the majority of them are. You talk to a police officer, you try to tell them something, they're like, hey, be quiet. No, do what I say. They power trip over serving the people. The police have protect and serve on their cars. And what do? They do the opposite. They do the opposite. They power trip. And this is the problem. Even if, and I say this all the time, even if these gentlemen are guilty, we didn't have case evidence and hard evidence and concrete evidence to prove that they're guilty and do it the right way. But the fact that you're doing it the corrupt way makes you no better than them. It makes you no better than them. If those gentlemen are guilty of doing some things that they had no business doing, and here it is, you do the same thing in a legal matter. You do it the same way. You be just as corrupt as them. How are you better than them? How are you upholding the justice and the law? You're not. This judge, you let this man testify for over 2 hours, knowing he didn't have an attorney, knowing that his attorney was suspended. And then and all those times remember that day, it was a lot of approaching the bench that day. It was a lot of the judge talking to her assistant that day without the microphone. And now he out of nowhere, Engelberger gets called upon. And then when Woody says, I just found out that my attorney has been suspended, and so I don't want to testify without my attorney. She's like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Attorney Melnick has been suspended by now. Then you start explaining. If I'm the defense, I'm like, I know, and I think that the defense has some type of relationship with Judge Whitaker, because they're giving her way too much honorable this, honorable that, this honorable court. Hold on, Brian Steele. I know you hosted a re-election party for her in April. I know you and Harvey and my other dude. I keep forgetting his name because he don't talk much. I think his name was Dobbs or something like that. I can't remember. But I know y'all did that for her to help her get reelected to become the Superior Court judge. But dude, don't get it twisted. This chick is doing damage control all day long. And the fact that she just did that Wednesday, knowing that this young man did not have his attorney anymore because he got suspended that morning, lets you know what's going on. You're letting stuff slide. You can't let stuff slide, man. You got to nip things in the bud. So don't get caught up, Mr. Steele. And I hope Brian Steele don't get caught up with the fact that he has some type of personal relationship with her too, because he does. He endorsed this woman to become a judge. He endorsed her. Okay? So don't get it twisted. She still works with the state. Public defenders, they still work with the state. Period. You're going to get an attorney, get a practicing attorney that has experience doing it their way, by themselves, by the law, by the book, and they do it their way. Public defenders are the worst. There are some decent ones, but majority of them are terrible because they work with the state. They all work together. It's like the NBA. It's one little family. It's one little dysfunctional family. And if you try to expose their dysfunction, they're going to protect themselves against you. So this lady is 100% correct.
Conduct we caught is going to be handled in the other order. Then she referred them to the next order. Then when she got in that order, she said, this isn't the first. These are the violations. And for this misconduct and these violations, she said that there were violations, but she did not feel that they were intentional or purposeful. She just thinks that they basically miscalculated the impeachment statements of Woody. Like, you've been impeaching everybody. What did you miscalculate? You've been impeaching everybody.
And this is what, okay, so I'm going to speak on my testimony or I really spoke on it briefly, but I'm going to speak on it now for real because this is my first time going live. I really told myself that after, because I got on the stand on Monday, I left for vacation on Tuesday, and I had to disconnect. But hold on one second. I gotta let somebody go. Oh, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
I think she's gonna invite.
Yeah, honey, my inbox. I had to start sending folks away.
Okay, so I was literally sitting in the courtroom. You guys, I was home in Atlanta for a couple weeks, spending some time with my family, and I just was like, well, I'm gonna go to court every day that I'm home because honestly, I had been feeling like everything that was happening to me to bully me and to scare me and to keep me away from the courtroom and to intimidate me like I'm on trial. And I'm sitting in there and Doug is like, he's talking and she's like, well, where did you get this information from? And he's like, I got this information from Miss Bumpus. And I have no problem with him saying that because that's where he got the information from. And at this point, we all agree nothing was confidential. Anything could have been shared. So, hey. So then I'm literally just sitting there and all of a sudden she's like, well, Miss Bumpus is here, so I can take that information from Miss Bumpus. And I'm like, huh? And so she's like, Doug's like, well, okay, let's do it. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm sitting right here like, what you mean, let's do it? So we go on she say 2-minute break. I go out in the hallway, Doug like, can you do it? I'm like, I guess I can do it, sure. He's like, the only thing we're going to be talking about is the off the record meeting. I'm like, okay. So we go back in the courtroom and I get on the stand. They ask their questions, cool, whatever. And to be clear, people say that I sounded confused and all these different things, but what I wasn't confused on is what I was supposed to talk about, which is the off the record meeting. I had no idea that they were going to ask me who was in the room at this point, who was in the room. I think that was so unfair.
I felt like she was
because
getting agitated with you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know the answers to the questions because how can I clock who's in the room and pay attention to Woody and listen to Simone and this, and that, and
No, cuz. No. No, I'm gonna need you to know all that, baby. You a lawyer. I'm gonna need you to know all of that. Okay. No. How am I supposed to? That's what you're supposed to know. Nah, we not. I'm sorry. But no, I need you to be on point. This is just being observant. You know, not to be fair. To be fair, there are some people who can like glance throughout the room and get all the details quickly. There are some people that need to take more time and really look. You know, really be observant and dig deep before they can get all the facts that's in the room. But if you are a practicing lawyer and I put you in a room and I say, okay, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to look at everything that's in this room, and then after the 2 minutes, I'm going to ask you questions about what's in the room. I'm gonna need you to know at least if I ask you 10 questions, you gotta know at least 5 or 6 of those. I mean, at least give me 50%. At least give me 50%. Okay. If you give me 80%, you're doing a fine job. But at least give me 50%. Come on now. You got to know if the court reporter was there. This is off the record. Off the record is the most important part. Okay. I think Kayla need to get one of them pens that's on the Amazon, one of them pens that like an ink pen is supposed, and it look like an ink pen, but it's really a recorder. And you turn that boy on, dog, and put it in your lapel and just walk on in that boy. You feel me? Like, come on now. I mean, like, you gotta at least know that it was ex parte, and then you gotta at least know who was there. Like, because you are feeling ambushed, you need to know. It's even more important that you know who's in there. All right, but I'm just saying, man. I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm trying to be objective when she says this, but I just can't get with that. I just can't. All right.
that was the only thing I was confused about was who was in the room at every single point. I did not remember. And I did remember the off the record conversation. And you see, when the defense was asking me questions about it, when they tried to ask certain questions, she would say, that's outside the scope. But she let Adrian ask me all these questions that had nothing to do with the conversation between Simone and I. And even the part about she said, well, when did you realize it was an ex parte meeting? A lot of people thought I was saying I didn't know what an ex parte meeting was, but that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was, y'all told me, y'all, that's the word, y'all told me that this is the only time I could talk to Mr. Copeland. So I'm sitting here thinking that I'm about to talk to Mr. Copeland, having no idea that a meeting is about to start.
Well, let me tell you something. Again, look, even if they don't officially say this is an ex parte meeting, but when you start seeing all the inclinations of one, it's time to put on your lawyer hat. I need your lawyer hat to be on at all times, especially from 9 to 5. Okay, you on the clock. You on the clock, even if it is for a friend. You still on that free clock. All right. I need you to be on point now. I'm sorry. Now I just need you to be on point. Okay.
So it wasn't until the meeting was over that I processed that I was in a meeting, and that's what I was saying.
Right. When you see the court reporter, you know it's on.
Even a lot of people's like, well, why didn't you take notes? Why didn't you do this? Even if I did, why would I just be bringing notes with me to a courtroom from something like that?
What? Huh? What? Okay, no, I ain't okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
So then on top of that, they let investigator Long get up and testify after he sat in the courtroom and listened to me testify, which is like literally unheard of. Usually one witness who's testifying to the same matter cannot sit in the courtroom
And not be in the
and
courtroom.
listen to the witness before them. So the only thing that he and then coincidentally he agrees with everything I say except for the two comments that Woody makes, and then he trips himself up twice.
Twice.
But
When he
I'm
got up
not
there, I was
credible.
just like, he's been sitting there this whole time. Like, why is he even allowed to testify? Not only did he sit there the whole time, then they left and went on break. So she could have went ahead and got him prepped for it, not just in 2 minutes. Then they come back after lunch. Now all of a sudden or after break, and he's got something to say. Like, that was so crazy. And the other thing that was so crazy was the fact that yesterday I woke up to at least
I got you, Sheely. Hold on.
between 6 and 9 inboxes on TikTok that said, "Did you hear Melnick was suspended? Melnick is suspended." You know, at that time, that's like 5 o'clock in the morning for me. So I'm like, it was just people just text. So I'm like, well, let me wait until I see something. It wasn't until probably about 30, 45 minutes after that, Thugger Daily ended up posting the order. And I'm like, where did this come from? Like, what is this about? But what I'm saying is I knew by 9 a.m. Georgia time that Melnick was suspended. For what? I didn't know. For who? I didn't know. Why? I didn't know. But I knew he was suspended all the way in Arizona. And I was thinking like, oh, well, there isn't going to be any court. I left, went, made my coffee, started work. I didn't even have the TV on because I was like, Woody already said he wasn't testifying without Melnick. Melnick's been there. Melnick's not going to be there. He's suspended. There's not going to be any court. I can't.
Okay, 1 second, you all. 1 second. Let's stop this for 1 second because we may have a little bit of news here, and I want to make sure that we are on point with this. All right. Okay, I'm not sure if many people are familiar with Dennis Bryan, but Dennis Bryan is actually a special investigator. And he does a lot of a special investigative reporter, actually, a journalist, investigative journalist. He does a lot of things in Georgia and a lot of cases he follows. And shout out to She Lee. Everybody put She Lee in the chat. Hold on, let me blow the horns. Let me blow the horns for She Lee real quick, okay? Because She Lee just sent me an email stating that Young Thug was asked to take a 2-year plea deal. Let's check this out real quick, okay? Let's check this out real quick. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. So this is Dennis Bryan. Now, I was on Cat Not Williams one day. It was myself. I was on the platform with some big dogs. Of course, it's Cat Not Williams. She's a big dog. Mel from I Am Not a Lawyer, but that's another big dog. Dennis Bryan right here, another big dog, investigative journalist. I'm like, okay, I'm on the panel with some big dogs. You feel me? And yo, Dennis Bryan was giving us a lot of information when we was on Cat Not Williams, okay? But this right here, okay, he posted this on his X account, and also I believe it says here, Sheely gave me the email. The subject line is Young Thug asked to take a 2-year plea, and he is reporting this from one of his reliable sources. It says here, I'm reading his actual I'm reading from his actual post, okay? It says here, breaking news update. Shocking new details have come to my attention in the YSL trial, specifically involving rapper Young Thug from one of my extremely reliable sources. I will be going live at 8:45 a.m. before the start of the trial to discuss on YouTube. So listen. So She Lee, you gotta let me know, how long should I play this for? Because you told me to start at 1 minute and 30. I'm gonna start at 1:15 just to be on the prompt side. So how long should I play this for? Well, we're just gonna play it. You know what? We're just gonna play it. Shout out to She Lee, man. Everybody put She Lee in the chat right now. Let me drop a clues bomb real quick for She Lee, okay? She Lee just sent me this email, so we're gonna break it down. We're gonna see what's up with it. All right. I've never seen this. Stop at 10 minutes. All right. I've never seen this. I'm excited to see what this is. I can't wait. I cannot wait. All right. Listen, I may have to clip this, man. This might be a video. I might have to clip this. All right, let's get into this. This is good stuff. This is Dennis Bryant, investigative journalist. He posted on his X account, breaking news update. Shocking new details have come to my attention in the YSL trial, specifically involving rapper Young Thug from one of my extremely reliable sources. I will be going live at 8:45 before the start of the trial to discuss via on youtube.com. So this post he did was on the 14th, which is Wednesday, which is the same day that Melnick was suspended. Okay. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what's happening. Let's go ahead and play this real quick, y'all.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm going to talk to you today about, or this morning about, is something that I wasn't even aware of. And I'm sure the attorneys for both sides didn't want this out. However, it definitely puts things in perspective as to why the attorney representing Young Thug is going so hard. Stakes are pretty high. As we all know, stakes are pretty high. But first and foremost, shout out to those that have joined me early morning. Man, when I say this is incredible, and it keeps me wondering, why is this trial still going on? Why? And I know why. I know why now. It gives me reason to believe that this was a witch hunt. A witch hunt to a degree that there's some who had information early on in this case, and it was kind of buried. Some of the information was buried. And when I say buried, it'll soon come out, I think, at the right time. And I'm not at liberty to say so much just yet, but I will say this. First of all, please, ladies and gentlemen, put a 1 in chat. So here we go. I know we got a few minutes to go in, but I want to give you guys a couple seconds to get in. So during my research and speaking to some very well-placed sources, when I say well-placed, they're very well-placed. I learned that rapper Young Thug had an opportunity to walk out that courthouse very early on. He had an opportunity to walk out the courthouse or have his case over with very early on. And if somebody asks, how did he have the opportunity when he was charged as the leader of a very notorious gang? Well, according to my sources, rapper Young Thug was offered a plea deal of 2 years. Yes, rapper Young Thug was offered a plea deal of 2 years and to surrender his passport. Yes, a plea deal of 2 years. This leader of this notorious gang, street gang, was offered a plea deal of 2 years and to surrender his passport. Why is that significant? Well, it's significant because early on, the prosecution proffered that these guys, in particular, Young Thug, and others, Gunner, and others were very violent, dangerous criminals. But why offer the leader of this notorious alleged street gang just 2 years? That's significant. And why is that significant? It's significant because Young Thug is sitting in the courtroom for close to 2 years now, and he had an opportunity to take a plea deal. And if you guys recall, Judge Whitaker coming into the case said, essentially, you guys should try to work this out. So she obviously might have been aware of some of the negotiations as well. Let's just say that these are real negotiations that happen.
Okay, listen to this real quick. Remember when she said something about a sealed documents? What did we cover about sealed documents with the Boosie case? Sealed documents are documents that's not available for the public. Perhaps this 2-year plea deal document was sealed, was sealed. And that way the public would not know. It had not even been reported. This had never been reported that Young Thug was offered a 2-year plea. This was never reported at all. Remember, Judge Whitaker said that she was going to review some sealed documents. I wonder what she was talking about. I just wonder what she was talking about. Maybe, perhaps, precisely, could be, possibly, she could be referring to what this gentleman right here is talking about. Shout out to Dennis Bryan, man. Put Dennis Bryan in the chat and listen. I'm gonna make sure I put it, somebody get his link to his YouTube channel and put it in the chat, okay? Because I'm telling you right now, this is starting to unfold and make sense. She said, "Oh, I do have some sealed documents to look at that I'm going to go on break and review and do all this kind of stuff." I just wonder. And this man just said that this gentleman, Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, was offered a 2-year plea deal and to release his passport. And to release his passport. And to release his passport? Really? He called it a witch hunt from the beginning. The judge had to know what was going on. He was offered a 2-year plea and to release his passport. And let me tell you something, Thug was like, "Oh, hell no, I ain't doing that." You know, Brian still know about this. He haven't said anything. Nothing damaging. Brian Steele is a great attorney, man. He has done nothing damaging towards his client. Nothing damaging towards his client. This man right here has reliable sources. And let me tell you something. From what I gathered, because I was on Cat Not Williams' platform with this gentleman, he's been doing this for a long time. We're talking about 20, 30 years, okay? Where he's been, and he is a private investigative journalist. He doesn't work for anyone but himself. This is interesting. Oh my God, remember we talked about sealed documents with, go watch the Boosie. Go watch the Boosie live video. I was able to recover the sealed document. It wasn't for the public. I found it and I read it. Yeah. Oh. I need to do some more digging. I need to see this plea deal. I need to see the document on this. This is absolutely crazy. Let's go.
But I always say that an innocent person won't plead guilty. A truly innocent person won't plead guilty because they're going to stand on the business. They're going to stand on what they believe. Now, he could have taken the plea deal and been home already. He could be touring in the United States. But one of the conditions was he couldn't leave the state. Like, not the state, the country. He couldn't leave the country. From what I'm told, he couldn't leave the country. So you had to cop out to the plea, take the 2 years, but he could not leave the country. Well, he's an international star. He travels the world. So that would have impacted his livelihood. Not that this fighting this case is not impacting his livelihood, but the fact of the matter is, this says a lot about him. It tells you why his attorney is fighting so hard, because the stakes are high at this point. It's like you putting everything on the table at this point, because most people would have took the plea and said, okay, I'm taking the plea, I'm admit to something, and just go home. You know, at this point, he has time served for the most part. But it is his belief, is my belief, that he believes that he can win this case. And I'm leaning towards him believing that he can probably win this case. And I'm also been privileged to some other information regarding the investigation of this case as well. Some very important information involving the investigation of this case from the very beginning, under a different administration. So he knew this, and his attorney knew this, because they been a part of the investigation. This is why it's important for us to wait. Let's wait. Let's wait and see how these chips fall. Yeah. But it is also disturbing that the prosecution knows that they know what I know, and I'm sure they know what the stakes are as well. And you will probably wonder, why are they still going so hard to pin this case on young Doug when the prior administration didn't want to pin this case on young Doug? Now, with that said, there are some other individuals.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Can we go back? Did he just say the prior administration did not want to pin this on young Thug? Did I hear him correctly? Can we rewind that, please? Let's listen to that again.
To pin this case on young Doug when the as well. And you will probably wonder, why are they still going so hard to pin this case on young Doug when the prior administration didn't want to pin this case on young Doug? Now, with that said, there are some other individuals, from what I'm told, that are very, very complicit in some of the acts. And you would be surprised who one of them are. Because I'm like, wait a minute, what is this going on here? You would literally trade off someone who's actually, in your belief, has committed crimes for someone that you are not really sure that has committed these crimes. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gets better. And we're going to be, I was instructed to do a little more leg work, and that's what I'm going to be doing. But yes, young Thug had an opportunity to get off this case early on. He was definitely afforded the opportunity to take a plea, in a very minimal plea, 2 years. But a day of knowing that you're innocent is worth fighting for. You know, like I see why Brian Steele's going pretty hard. I mean, his client believes he's innocent. And, you know, it goes to the defense's notion that young Doug was trying to help the people that he came up with to try to get out the game. Some was knuckleheads. They didn't want to get out. They were, you know, doing their dirt. You know, you got to wonder why he resurrecting a case that had the opportunity to be prosecuted over 9 years ago.
Wow.
So this is going to be interesting as we watch the continuation of Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland's testimony. And by the way, Kenneth Copeland, in the last, I guess, 12 hours, released dropped a mixtape, a single, and that single is, I don't remember.
I don't recall. I don't
remember. Kind of slap in the face if you ask me, but I get it. He has a First Amendment right to create art, and no one should be challenging his First Amendment right to commit art. He's on the stand. He's not under any embargo or restrictions, or it's art. And some parts of this case is about the artist expression. So he actually has a right to capitalize off of this. And this is America, and this is a capitalist society, and he understands the bigger picture. My only question is, how much is he financially benefit from this, and does he really need a court-appointed attorney? Is he really an indigent witness? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. Maybe, because there are people in jail right now that can't afford an attorney. They have no resources. They are broke. They cannot hire an attorney. So I'm not saying Woody's working the system, but I'm just saying that if you have the ability to pay for an attorney, it looks like you might have the ability to pay for an attorney. Maybe you should probably pass your attorney off to someone else and hire your attorney that you can trust. You can trust.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there, yo. That was actually interesting. Shout out to She Lee once again for giving us some information real quick. All right, so salute to Don Cato. He said, "Salute, my bad, not speaking first." That's all good, Don. Don't worry about it. Says, when this trial is over, are the people going to be praising Brian Steele when he is defending DA Jackie Johnson and the Ahmaud Arbery's cover up? Well, it depends. I mean, look, let's be real about this. The court system is a game of chess. All right, let's not get this twisted. It's just like politics. It's all a game. They all know each other. We said this earlier in our stream. You may not have been here, but in the stream earlier, we said that everybody know each other. As a matter of fact, the defense team has hosted a re-election party for the current judge that's on the bench. And also the current judge on the bench have also taken pictures with Fonnie Willis, and we know Fonnie is dirty. And that's why the people right now, the Georgia State, the Georgia Senate Committee is actually doing an investigation on Fonnie Willis right now. So yes, if you do something wrong, Don, and even if it has something to do with a race, even if it has something to do with race or gender, whatever it is, if you are doing something wrong, you want the best attorney you can to make you look like you didn't do it. You want the best attorney to make you to create the narrative and story, so that way you can get off. Unless you want to plead guilty to something, that's fine. But if you are the type of person, or if you have proclivity to believe that, okay, I did not do this, I'm innocent of this particular crime. And yes, I've done some other things before that I should not have done. I've done some things I should not have done. But this particular thing, I want to look like a saint. Remember the Brian Steele interview with the local news. By the time we finished watching that video, you would have thought Young Thug was the most philanthropic, giving, loving citizen of all times. Okay, of all times. So the fact of the matter is, is that when you have an attorney, when you're going through something, you have an attorney, you want your attorney to do their job. They are supposed to fight for you, especially if you're on retainer. You want your attorney to do the best job possible, even if you are a racist prick, even if you are a discriminatory person. If you are that person, You still want the best attorney for you. And other people who's going to look at that attorney and they like, man, the way he represented that person, I want him to represent me. That would make them a good attorney. This is chess. Don't nobody care about nobody. Don't nobody care about nobody for real. This is chess. This is chess. So yes, if he does a great job with those people, somebody gonna look at Brian Steele like, man, that's a great attorney. He was able to represent these no good people and get them off the man. That's a good attorney. Maybe he could do something for me. So yeah, man. Said, bro, I'm in California, IA, and even Cali side, I in Georgia, and this corruption. Yeah, and Cali been corrupt for a long time, especially in San Francisco with your girl Kamala Harris. She been locking up dudes for marijuana, and she smoked a lot of weed, according to her on the Breakfast Club. Putting innocent men in jail the whole nine. Did it as a district attorney, did it as attorney general, did it as a senator, and still doing it as vice president of the United States. So, hey, it's a game. This whole thing is a game, man. And I'm not falling for it. I see right through it. I'm not falling for it. I'm not picking sides when it comes to the game. Man, please. They all corrupt. The public defenders, they all know each other. You gotta find somebody that's gonna be a renegade, a rebel, somebody that's gonna go against that game. Oh man. So look, this information right here was very interesting, yo. Very, very interesting. Gene Lee back in the building. What up, though? Said he and Infamous Silver had a back and forth about each one lying. It was a couple of months ago. It's on YouTube. I don't watch either of them, but this caught my attention. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, I think there was some type of beef. I think TLA responded to it as well. Some type of beef that them two had. I don't know them at all like that. I don't really. I subscribe to Sylvia's channel because sometimes she has like information. She's always at the court. She has inside information and stuff. But honestly, I don't like particularly like follow them to a T. I don't follow this dude at all like that. I met him on Cat Not Williams' channel when I was on the panel, and I didn't even know who he really was until that day. But he has, again, what he posted on X, he said extremely reliable sources. And again, it is what it is. And them two going back and forth about about who's lying and stuff like that. Like, that's just between them, man. That ain't got nothing to do with what this information is. This information is pretty interesting. You know what I'm saying? Don Cato said Ben spoke about the Asian Indian lady. Nobody listened. Exactly. It's game time. Now she's black. I mean, now she's black, y'all. And then she's always identified as black. Really? Okay. Again, this is a game, man. This is a whole game. Years ago, and she went against Biden years ago, and Biden lied about his involvement with certain things with China and other type of investors and stuff like that. I mean, look, man, this is all a game, man. This is all a game. You know what I'm saying? But this is how do y'all feel about this? Young Thug was offered a plea. Young Thug was offered a 2-year plea. According to his sources, which he says is very extremely reliable, is what he said in his post. He said they're extremely reliable. He said that this 2-year plea deal also included the release of his passport. Oh man, the release of his passport. This is kind of crazy. That was a shout out to She Lee once again. That was some good information. Again, I do recall brother Dennis Bryson on Cat Not Williams platform that I was on, and he gave a lot of information. He does good work according to both of them, according to Cat and according to Mel, who is I'm not a lawyer, but he releases and does great investigative journalistic work according to them, and the other reliable sources that said he does great work. So Yeah, I do think, yeah, Sheely is right on that. I think it was about their personal relationship. It wasn't about their, I don't think it was about the fact that they do bad work. I don't think they were going about it that way. I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, I really don't care. If he does good work, if this is actually true, if this is true, again, remember the judge said some sealed stuff she had to look at. She had to look at some sealed information. And that is information that is not privy to the public. And listen, I'm telling you, man, this is absolutely interesting. Absolutely interesting. Yeah, it says here, first time hearing that even the 2 years would be up. He's standing on his principle and showing they have nothing. Absolutely. And that's the key. That's the key. He's showing them like, you don't have any information on me like that points me to anything. You know what I'm saying? And so that is very, very interesting. Is the fact that he could have been done already. He could have been flying, and he could have been out the country already or whatever, but after this 2 years. But I don't think he's like, no, I'm gonna stand on business. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stand on my business and my principles and what I think. And I know for a fact that I am not guilty of anything. So he's he's proven that. And again, I do see, and I agree with Mr. Dennis about the fact that why Brian Steele is going so hard in the paint. You know what I'm saying? Not just because that's his client, but also for the fact that he knows what's up. And again, I keep saying, man, I think the defense is sitting on something that the prosecution ain't got. They don't know nothing about. And this is the reason why, if you remember, this is the four times that Attorney Love tried to get the defense to reciprocate discovery. And Brian Steele was like, I am not case in chief. I do not have to give you anything. I don't have to give you any type of information. I don't have to give you any type of proof or any type of evidence that I have. I'm not case in chief. You have to render your evidence to me. And you have to do it in a timely fashion, which they have not been doing, by the way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is all interesting stuff here, man. Wow, 2-year plea deal. How y'all feel about that? How do y'all really feel about that? He was offered a 2-year plea deal. Again, this was never reported. This was never reported. Now, this is interesting because again, I'm mirroring the Boosie and re-indictment, but also the initial indictment about the gun charge in California. Remember the initial indictment was sealed. And again, we were able to uncover the sealed complaint. So that way it give us a guideline on what the re-indictment was about. So we was able to get the sealed complaint here on this channel. Shout out, put a 1 in the chat if you was live when I went live about the Boosie re-indictment and we saw the sealed complaint. Talking about it ain't for the public. Yeah, it is today. It was that day. All right, but no. So he got out on bond. It was $100,000, right? The initial indictment was sealed. And then his lawyer stated some case law to appeal the fact that they were trying to do something that went against his amendment rights to carry. And she cited 2 case laws, and they were able to get rid of the case. All right. He was cleared. Now the re-indictment happened. And then what they did was they supplemented or amended the initial indictment by adding the fact that he was an addict, that he was addicted. He was high when he was carrying that weapon on that music video back in California. Oh, wait. Your initial indictment said that he was carrying and he wasn't supposed to carry because he crossed state lines. Now you're saying that now that whole thing has been dismissed, now you're saying, okay, where now he's carrying while he's under the influence, while he's high. High on what? Marijuana. And I believe Drea, one of our mods, stated that in order to be an addict, according to the law, you got to be out of control. You got to act unseemly. There are certain things you have to do in order to be considered an addict. So now the reindictment is supplemented with, okay, he knew he was addicted to a drug when he was carrying the weapon. That's the reindictment. we covered the Boosie reindictment. That's the reindictment. We actually read it. If you look, we read the sealed document, the sealed initial indictment, to compare it to the reindictment. Isn't that something? The fact that you could just add one more thing, now you can recharge him. Because he never went on trial for anything. Again, the courts dismissed it. The courts dismissed it. The courts said, okay, we're going to let it go. It does conflict his Second Amendment right to carry. It's over. It's done. 2 weeks. And then what did Boosie do? What did he do, y'all? He went over, he went to the beach, or he went to some resort or something like that, and he chilled out. Right? He chilled out. He said, hey man, I am chilling. All right. I am chilling. I'm drinking my little drink. I'm eating lemons. He was in the pool. You know what I'm saying? He was chilling. He was like, man, I feel great. I'm glad that this is off me now. And then 2 weeks later, the same prosecutor reindicts him and now adds the fact that, oh, you were high. You were addicted to a drug that had you acting out of character, acting unseemly. And you was carrying that weapon. So we still want that weapon, and we want to charge you for being under the influence while you was carrying a weapon. This is what they do, man. This is what they do. All it took was one word to be added to the indictment to make it a completely different indictment. So we're going to do the gun charge, but we're going to reindict you on the idea that you were high off of marijuana. He smokes weed, y'all. And on top of this, the video that they received, because they were lurking on Instagram. Remember, they was airborne the airborne law enforcement. Remember ABLE, ABLE? Airborne law enforcement went to the area where Boosie was at. He was hanging around some gang members or whatever. And they flew over to where he was at and followed him in his black vehicle and pulled him over. This is they was on the internet and they saw his Instagram page, or someone posted him on their Instagram page, and they saw a black handgun on his back, on the back pocket or the back seam of his waist pants on his waist. And they saw that he had this gun, and now they want to indict him on gun charges. Okay, they indict him on gun charges and they lose. Okay, now we're going to re-indict him on the same gun charge, but this time we're going to add that he's high, that he's on drugs, he's addicted. He knew he was addicted to drugs when he carried that gun. No one got shot. No one got hurt. No one got injured. He didn't injure himself. Nothing happened. All it takes is one word, and it flipped the entire indictment. One word. That's all it took. And now Boosie is facing re-indictment. I've been keeping up. I'm trying to see what's going on. I know that he went to Georgia not too long ago to take care of some stuff in the same courthouse that Thug is at. He went to go take care of something. I believe he had got pulled over before in Georgia for smoking weed or whatever the case would be, whatever it was or something like that. And I think he had like a yellow orange looking jersey on or something. But again, that's when he got pulled over. But I know he did that, but this whole reindictment, I'm definitely still paying attention to this thing. I'm still trying to find out any updates that's coming up because I'm telling you, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. The fact that the man is allowed to carry, and the fact that this man is not addicted to anything, according to what the law states addiction is. He's not addicted. What is he addicted to? What is he addicted to? Marijuana? Are we serious? Are we serious? Marijuana. You telling me that marijuana can make you act out of control to the point where you can't carry a gun? Where you get so addicted to marijuana to the point where it makes you behave unseemly? That's the opposite of marijuana, dog. We put you in more of a chill mode. What you mean? What you mean? Like Lil Woody, what you mean, dog? So I'm telling you, this whole thing is crazy. This whole thing is crazy, man. So this was very interesting. We was able to discover the fact that Young Thug was offered a plea deal of 2 years. And the plea deal included that he had to give up his passport. All right. So shout out to Sheely once again for the information. Okay. I believe court is going to be back in session in a minute. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and share the video. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We got some stuff going on, man. We doing our thing over here in Biz Nation, man. We one big happy family, and we show nothing but love over here. All right, Don Cato, thank you again, man, for being so respectful to the chat as well. Saying that, man, he forgot to speak first. It's all love. It's all good. You don't have to worry about that. It's all love and it's all good, man. All right. Don Cato said, "Bruh, that's Newsom and Kamala attack on 2A. None of this is about the people. It's about the precedent they're trying to set." Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what the politics game is so nasty, man. It's so messed up. This is crazy. But here we go. We are back in court. And we're going to go ahead and see what happens at this point. And
All right.
everybody
Do
should
you
be
have
back.
anything to put
All right,
on
here we
the
go.
record before we get Mr. Copeland and the jury? All right. You were standing up, so I wondered. All right. Is Mr. Copeland out there? I know we're a couple of minutes. Well, no, we're not a couple of minutes early.
He is, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Deputy Hilton's going to be, she just took a brief comfort break. We'll be right back.
All right. Can we go ahead and get him on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they are coming back. Woody is about to hit the stand. And Attorney Hilton is supposed to be on her way back.
Yeah, I know. You can break his wrist off.
Young Thug with the suit and tie on. This is the young lady right here that spoke up about the DA's office doing late discovery all the time and trying to submit that evidence in late, ambushing the defense with evidence that they haven't had enough time to look over.
Ready for the jury. Mr. Atkins, can you hit play if we need you to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
We're gonna resume at 1:29:42.
Yeah, man. I ain't big, man. These folks here, man. Fuck them up, man. Straight up. Like, go, man. That's hard.
You may. And I don't think these little headphone things don't have those today. Yeah. Let me just make it easier. Instead of waiting to pass them all out, can y'all just step right back for a minute? We'll get them passed out.
What did I miss here? I just stood up and stretched real quick and stepped away for a brief second.
Yes.
So, Your Honor,
Okay.
I think we need to give the jury some instruction here. The state is, they said they were going to go back
Right.
to what happened during a break, but I don't know. I don't think it's sufficiently clear to where we are in the timeline right now. I think we need to make it clear we're going back to the part that we skipped earlier that the state said they were going to go back to.
Is that what we're doing now?
That's what we did. I just inferred because we ended at 2 something that I went back to 1:29.
I don't think people are paying attention to what hour number you're saying. So
Okay. I can say that, I can play it again and say we're gonna go back. That's fine. I can replay.
why
it.
don't you just say for the record what you're about to do?
And then could we just play the from the beginning again? To put
What
in
we
context.
just heard, yeah, I'm sure. I'm not sure that needed to be like a bench conference, though. You probably could have just said that, but okay. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe if we'd had everything passed out, it would have been easier, but, okay, yeah, so just let us know, a minute ago or before lunch, I said I was skipping some parts, whatever. I'm going back to them now. That'll be fine. All right. We're ready, I guess, for the jury. She's passing them out. We're ready.
Oh, okay. I think I know what's up. Okay, I got it. I understand now. Yeah, she did say like 45 minutes. She's gonna do some skipping around and all that kind of stuff, but she's gonna go back to it. It's like, no, do what you're supposed to do, man.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to go back to the portions that we skipped earlier and play those portions now for the jury.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Man, gotta get out of jail. I ain't dead, man. Fuck you, man.
Can y'all not hear it? Now it sounds better. And we'll let IT know yet again that we continue to have issues. Maybe they just need to replace that entire box. Do you want to give it a try? It always seems intermittent anyway.
Man, gotta get out of jail. I ain't dead, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck the law, man. Straight up. Go, man. That's hard.
Yeah, 1:30:39. We're going to resume at 3:20:51.
I just can't stop thinking I'm going to jail, so I can't really think right now. So
Relax.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't gotta get all out today. Like I said, we working to get you not taking a Fulton County. Like, if you're there we're hoping just to get booked in and booked out.
So you made 39. You can handle it.
y'all think you know what? My big mama and the baby can go?
What you mean?
Like, move up.
No. I'm not talking like you get booked
in and you get moved to a different jail. How long is that? It ain't no
street, like, basically protective.
How long you been in jail? I don't know. That's not up to you. That's not up to us. So I'm going to your recommendation just for your warrants. I'm going for a gang charge deal? Yeah, you had a warrant for the gang charge. For gang charge?
What you feel about the gang charge?
I ain't gonna get no money, man. I already got no money.
You don't need, bro, honestly, I feel better when you're in jail because at least we know you somewhat safe. Exactly. My biggest fear is scooping you up off the ground. I told you so.
I'm just out there like this, I'm not gonna watch my bed. That's all I've been doing. Watch. I just had bad with you. I'm watching them, but I still let stuff go and let them just come right back to me. But
it's a lot, basically, with what you learned about Lil D today. This other stuff that you already know that it's starting to kind of add up, right? That stuff that happened between y'all when you like, wait a minute. You want to know who your biggest problem may be of all the people that I showed you, your friends? Because you so loyal to them.
Close friends, Lil D and shit. I'm not loyal to them, like, because if I were, I would never just told them shit. Like, at some point, you had that loyalty to D and shit.
But now, the loyalty, you seeing where it's at, where it's like.
Only one way, right? That's coming from you to them. So, this, what can I do is this? My big party coming up, man. It's in town, but I swear to God. I just leave me a lot. I tell y'all these spots here with the guns. I'm over these, man. I don't care. I put my face on it. I don't care, man. I don't care, man. My big birthday coming up. I just.
When is your baby birthday?
On the 17th. June? Oh, yeah, I can see you ain't gonna be out by June 17th. Yeah, man.
And then if you want to be at your daughter's birthday, now that you locked up, ain't you thinking everybody thinking what he locked up on now? So by you being at the birthday, you make the birthday party nice.
Well, not even that. Because you know what it's saying about this gun? It's just like, oh man, you just don't worry about this. I mean, they ain't locked you up there. They don't know why police got it. No, they probably trying to figure out.
I'm sure the word got out.
They trying to not talk about what my baby.
You don't think the neighbors saw them? How many marshals ran up in there?
I mean, what?
How many marshals came up in there to get you?
They didn't want nobody to come outside.
You think? You don't think people heard all
Look
that?
out the window, there wasn't nobody outside. Like, you know, that's the good part of calling the move. Y'all move it. But let me ask you this. This is what concerns me. Because we got the police report for that gun, the one that was found in the house today. And guess who it belongs to? Who? A DeKalb County police officer. No, these houses burglarized. No, I'm breaking houses either. You know, these Forest County cities. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave Forest County at all. You know that. I'm gonna stay here.
We over there humming his song that he just dropped. I don't recall. I actually heard a little bit of it, man. It's actually pretty dope. I mean, the producer, whoever produced it, they dope. Nice beat.
Yeah, you ain't gonna make it out that time for the baby part. I ain't gonna promise you that.
Look, as a father, I would want you there, but knowing what you bring, I wouldn't want you there anyway.
Man, y'all can give me a house arrest and nothing, Lord.
House arrest.
Right now, out of control, but I can guarantee you they will be there.
But you, wherever you go, your armor brings problems. And although they ain't shot us lately, when you in the apartment and they come through shooting, y'all hitting the other apartments and other people. So by removing you from everybody else good.
Everybody else is good. That whole time is out. You know, I didn't go shooting shit out and out.
Thank God.
No, you do not think good.
I said, like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna do it. Like, that's not it.
It ain't because of you, it's because they already know we don't know who's fucking boss. It ain't because of you. It is because these niggas know how they do that. You know what I'm saying? And all that shooting been happening was tips now. I mean, they the only ones that shoot.
But like, you can't lie. It makes them look, it makes Chef and all of them look like dubs. Because
The whole time they just shot at y'all, you ain't got
John ain't serious. One of them motherfuckers?
Huh?
Huh?
I ain't
That's what they thinking. They can't kill you. He that bad?
They ain't they like I'm saying, like, y'all outside this game. Though right now, I'm telling y'all what's going on, and y'all still not listening. These people know how they do this. These people, if they want to kill me, they want to kill me. Like, all the shit I was, when I heard about killing, was these niggas throw up there to my killing me. You know what I'm saying? I really learned about them from the beginning. I mean, the show they did, okay, like you said, I kind of figured what it was. I mean, like, dang, they ain't, I mean, I ain't worried about nobody else doing that too. I mean, I just can't explain it. Like, this young man, bro.
Mr. Copeland, okay, I'm gonna break it down to you like this, young bro. All right, and I mean it from the heart and from the soul. Once again, it had nothing to do with they knowing that you had something to do with it or not. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. Let me tell you what's keeping everything quiet. You understand that? See, when the first ass get boxed up, then the second, the third, and the fourth, the rest of the motherfuckers gonna calm down because they all saying this. Sooner or later, them motherfuckers gonna get me next. So they all gonna chill out. Motherfuckers, listen to me. When you and Kel was gone, everything was still quiet. One of you came out, she started trying to pick back up. Bam, bam, they jumped back on it, locked another motherfucker up. Everything ceased. Because they saying this. Them two motherfuckers right here know everybody that's in the game. They got the scorecard. Okay? So that's the bottom line. If you know me by my real name, my street name, my mama name, my baby mama name, my grandmama name, my big mama name, I'm fucked. I can't hide anywhere. So I'm done. Because the minute we stop calling you, while we is calling you Killer Copeland, you know, okay, these motherfuckers know me. When we start talking about your baby mama, how you get shot up, and all this, you know, everybody know me now. Same thing happened to them. When you,
Hey, you want the problem we said.
okay,
You know, because this nigga got so much to prove. Y'all be letting me know, trying to hide me in jail. It's not me. I'm not saying these niggas, man. Man, what I'm throwing, say these niggas said to it, man. Everything, he shot that gun, killed her. Shelly doing everything. It's not me. Y'all be locking me up. Cause Shelly working, man. Stop right there. Take a deep breath. Nah, man, cause y'all just saying right there, y'all not care up and lock me up. Okay, I ain't retaliated. Not one time. I just wait. I be thinking, I'm doing shit. I'm not doing that thing. I'm saying I'm gonna go back to jail. I'm not hurt nobody. If we thought you did one of these retaliatory shootings, we would have probably locked you up for it by then. But if nobody is saying anything, and you continue to let everybody paint you as that bad guy, you're letting that happen because you're not saying shit. And now that you're saying shit, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my fucking job, and shit ain't gonna be in there. If that's the truth. I'm gonna do my fucking job, but you don't get nobody an opportunity. When you sat here, when you told me about that and shot at you, what I do? I went up there for 10 minutes, got his fucking picture, if that him, what I do? I did my fucking job and I got the drive. But you gotta give people an opportunity, but not to let you look like a bad guy. I know, I'm giving y'all opportunity, but you're not listening. I'm listening, but let me do my job. But you want to deal with what you did. You walked in there with that gun. I was giving them the shit. But it don't matter. You knew you weren't supposed to have it. Nobody said, go out and carry a gun because you need it for protection. Granted, if you couldn't get caught in a situation, you gotta use it. There are certain laws that will protect you even as a convicted felon, but that's not giving you the fucking okay to go carry a gun. You knew that. You're not going to jail for
Gaither sounds like that big sister that you just get annoyed by. Like, just shut up, big sis. Like, you just hollering and saying nothing. Shut up.
It don't work like that. I understand it. This nigga, man. If you realize what you say, you gotta give us the opportunity to verify. Simple as that. You gotta be patient because we gotta do our, we don't do our, we gotta do your. Well, you said. No, it don't work like that. It don't work. At the same time, if you try to help us, I'm not gonna put you out there like that. So there's certain other steps I gotta do to kind of remove you as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Your name as much as I can. So if you want me to just fucking say, share, support this type of my morning. Hey, Shay, how you doing? Your friend, who is that? Hey, I don't want to do it that way, but I don't want to do it that way. Hey, Shay, you shot it. That's what I'm trying to do. It doesn't work like that. It's not. It doesn't work like that. I would have told y'all at the beginning then. It's not. You better hear January though. You better hear 5 times. I know, but the nigga Tay them kind of like, what the you gotta worry about you. You know, if I'm on your case, or this man on your case, we don't work like that. I can't speak for fucking BB and the rest of them, but I can speak for them folks. I'm speaking for the work that I do, and I'm not gonna put you out like that if you helping me with some shit. If you sitting there like Don Silent, I'm gonna treat you as Don Silent. And when I tell you the first night we fucking spoke, I said, Partner, I know you know more about what's fucking going on than you letting out. You taking me to a trip to fucking New York through fucking California. I'm a straight flight dude. I don't do fucking layovers. I don't have no fucking time for that. Okay? You wasted everybody's time to get going. All of it could have been avoided. A lot of it could have been avoided. From January 10th, what's the day? Today is June 10th. So we signed up. This is 6 months to the head. If you would have said it from the beginning, he could have did his job. And it would be no need for you to be in this situation. Because everybody would took their eyes off me started in a situation like what was it? Cool. And y'all still fucking boy. Y'all don't know what y'all still fucking boy. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. And boy still walking around with
They
me.
just yelling, dog. Like, for real, bro.
But this is what I'm saying.
Dang.
It did. I mean, I'm just sharing things like, hey, everybody gonna see this. Like, everybody gonna see what? They gonna see it. It's either they're gonna see it with you standing next to them, or you're gonna see it when you away from them. Either way it goes, they're gonna see it. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm not care. You took a jailhouse picture with fucking Lil Tick. Okay? And I know with Tick. Take a jailhouse picture with Tick.
This is exactly why Paul Howard did not pursue this case.
You took a jailhouse picture with fucking Lil.
Y'all had said yesterday you might have another speaker you could try as a backup. Let's try that, I guess.
I mean, the state really think they doing something with this, though, for real. I mean, can you imagine this? Like, the state really think they own something, like, for real, for real. Man, we at 897 subscribers. We on the road to 1,000. We 103 away from 1,000. Let's get it. We putting in work. Exactly. Like, yeah, we got you now. It's like, you don't have anything. You have absolutely, you all y'all doing is yelling and being spent by this dude, man. This is nasty work.
And I know with Tick. Take a jailhouse picture with Tick. Oh, shit. I saw the fucking.
You may have to disconnect from the Zoom.
We on the road to 1,000, man. Share this video, like the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go. We almost at 1,000 subscribers, yo. We got started what? The last part of June is when I started really like putting videos up and really start talking about things I want to talk about. And to get from that point to now, man, I started off this channel with like 43 subscribers. To get from there to now at this particular point in time, man, is so humbling, man. I really, really appreciate everybody's support. And I love everybody in the chat, man. I got the best chat in the world, man. Thank you all so much. And I always want to shout out Cat Not Williams, man. Like she always supports your boy too, man. You know what I'm saying? And I really, really appreciate her as well. So thank you all so much for being a part of the Tay Biz TV Biz Nation, man. Let's get it. Let's go. %. They smashing their own case, but they think they winning. Like you are losing so bad right now. You have no idea how much you're losing.
Sorry, y'all.
Even Paul Howard said that Woody's testimony is so incredible. We talking about the negative way, incredible. Because incredible, there's a negative connotation for being credible. You can't rely on his testimony for anything. It's too inconsistent. It's too messed up. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Don Cato for subscribing to the channel, man. Appreciate you. Let's go. Tell everybody your boy Tay Biz TV is on this boy, man. Let's go. Yeah, they have no case, man. And that's what Paul Howard was saying. That's the reason why he never pursued it. He was like, man, we don't really have a case. We don't have no solid evidence. We got Negroes lying. We got Negroes lying to the police, man. We don't have enough evidence. You feel me? Shout out to Fresh Chocolate in the building. Let's go with the kisses and the love and the claps. Let's go. Everybody put Don Cato in the chat, man. Put Don Cato in the chat for becoming a subscriber to the channel, man. Big Don, not the little one. Big Don Cato. Let's go. Big Don Cato. You might have to put Big Don on your boy, man. And I love the picture of that husky, man. That might look beautiful. Big Don Cato, man. Put that in the chat real quick. Thank you so much for being a subscriber, man. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, we still in these videos, but D Pill, you missed it a little bit. You might have to rewind a little bit because I'm telling you, D Pill, we looked at some stuff, man, during the lunch break. You might want to look at what we did during the lunch break. You can don't worry about all this. This is nothing. During that lunch break, though, yeah, we on to something. Your girl Sheely put your boy on some game real quick. Let's go. Yes, Don Cato. Look at the love. Don Cato in the chat. Look, Big Don, not the little one. You feel me?
In the meantime, I guess.
Don Cato in the chat. Don Cato in the chat. Man, we appreciate you being a subscriber. Let's go.
Okay, more technical issues, calling for a technical issue break. I don't even think this.
Got a little lit at lunch, boo.
So if y'all would like to go spend time in the jury room, or we'll
Another
try
break.
to keep this as short as possible, but well, TBD on how long it's going to take to fix it. Yeah, this is another American.
All right, we got some technical difficulty as usual. As usual.
Sure. Just
make sure you've got cell phones with you so that we can get back to you. And I think it won't be more than a half hour. And maybe it'll only be 5 or 10 minutes, but yes.
Did she say a half hour? She tripping. Look, Vanessa said we've seen in those videos. We get the point. He's not credible. Okay, we established that already, dog. That is such a fact, though. That is such a fact. We have already established that he is not credible. Woody is not a credible witness. We already know about that. All right. We already know about that. Let's go ahead and get into some other stuff real quick while they're doing that. I want to do something real quick here, okay? So, real quick. Look, D Pill was a little late to the party, but during the lunch break, we really got into some real interesting stuff. No, the state is not messing with the technology. What's happening is the state did not invest in the technology like they said they would during their budget hearing. That's what's going on, Jane. I believe on this channel we did discuss the budget for Georgia. And I think the budget was like for the state of Georgia was like 1.2 billion. And Fulton County was able to get 36.5 million of that. And it was supposed to go towards the Fulton County jail being renovated. It was supposed to go towards court audio technology and video technology. It was supposed to go to certain things. It was supposed to hire more lawyers because of the backlog of cases. And I'm talking about both, not just prosecutors, but also public defenders as well. That didn't happen. So what we're experiencing right now is the fact that Georgia did not do what they're supposed to do with the money that the taxpayers gave them. That's what we're looking at right now. This is the disrespect. This is the disrespect that they give us, man. I'm telling you. That's what's happening right now. He said, imagine that. Right. Imagine that. Okay. Think about that. A $36 million budget inside that. And this is Fulton County alone. We actually looked at the hearing about it on a live one time. And the special prosecution budget was in there, which they don't really have to do a background check about, which is very interesting. It's really, really something else, man. It's really, really something else. All right, let's do this real quick, though, while they're on a break here. Let's look at what Ashley Merchant says while she's on an interview with Professor Nez. Now, this is from the Black Law Student, or, V is for A, so I'm saying Black. Professor Nez does have copyrights on his particular channel, but I can play it from X, so because it's really a part of X, so I'll be able to play this. No, their systems are not fine. Actually, Fresh Chocolate, I appreciate you, baby girl, but listen, them systems are not fine because they've had the same audio system issue in other courtrooms, especially when the severed defendants were appearing before the judge that said that this YSL case has been going on since the beginning since God created Adam. Remember that? So even in that courtroom, the audio was messed up. And so so it's really the lack of taking responsibility to upgrade and do what you're supposed to do for the county that you say you represent. This is on Fonnie. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and play this real quick. This is what Ashley Merchant said about prosecution of this trial previously before this current administration. Listen to what she says real quick.
You were friends with her, correct? Before all this?
Very much.
That's,
yes.
I want to talk. We'll talk about that soon. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
And, you know, so Paul Howard.
Talking about being friends with Fonnie Willis, by the way. Okay.
That's,
Yes.
I want to talk. We'll talk about that soon. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
And
Gorilla
so
grip.
Paul Howard had these problems, but why I bring it up is he had this case. I mean, all of these facts are not new, the YSL case. This is all old allegations.
Wow.
So, and he had decided not to prosecute it. And he was pretty vocal about why. He said, you know, you can't trust Woody. I'm not going to bring a case where the witnesses aren't trustworthy. So he didn't want to do that. So
Biz Nation. Biz Nation. What have we been saying this whole time? What have we been saying? Why are you using a witness that is not credible? Why are you using this witness to build, not to build a RICO case? Why? You that Fonnie Willis, you that hard pressed on being the avenger of crime that you don't know how to recognize real investigative work opposed to lazy work. This is lazy investigative work. This is the reason why Woody said, man, you know, your boy Thorpe, he a squirrel brain. You could tell him he'll tell him anything, man. He'll just go straight forward. You tell him anything. Like, this is what Paul Howard was like, I'm not building my case on that. Everybody knows, even the prior administration that's in there now under Paul Howard, and he wasn't the, and I've heard that he was kind of corrupt too. But even he knew that he couldn't build a case around that. Look, Vanessa says, wow, everyone knows Woody is not a good witness, and now he's exposing them every chance he gets. Woody is exposing the state. He is showing everybody that the state does not know how to do investigative work. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Look at that.
Wow. So, and he had decided not to prosecute it. And he was pretty vocal about why. He said, you know, you can't trust Woody. I'm not going to bring a case where the witnesses aren't trustworthy. So he didn't want to do that. So all of this investigation was all done.
All this investigation was done under Woody's testimony, not under anything, not under hardcore facts. Shout out to Dre in the building. Say what up to Dre. Put Dre in the chat real quick, man. What up, though? What up, though? Now this is what happened earlier this morning. I just want to catch everybody up. If you're coming in a little bit late today in the stream, we just want to catch everybody up to speed on what's going on here. We do see here's another picture of Fonnie and your girl Whitaker. You know, again, like I said, they all know each other, man. They all know each other. It's no such thing as someone taking sides when it comes to the state. Everybody's biased. If you work for the state, everybody's biased, including the public defenders at times. Some, not all. There are some good ones, but they get overshadowed by the bad ones, unfortunately. All right, unfortunately, they do get overshadowed. So Yeah, let's go ahead and look at this real quick here. It says here, Thugger Daily. Shout out to Thugger Daily once again. Thugger Daily, it says here, still also believes getting into the conduct of Glanville and the prosecutors is extremely relevant to the jury. And it is. He emphasizes he will be respectful and clear, but believes Woody will testify that judge and state work together. Let me see. Says I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. I like Judge Glanville. I don't know what happened in this case. If he, being Woody, doesn't answer and says I don't recall or whatever he has been going on in this courtroom, I am stuck with that. So that's basically what Steele is saying right there. All right. So let's go ahead and look at what happened. Yeah, okay. So do you have Shart and Huey's motion and limited? Yeah, I do have those. I think we actually talked about that. I think we actually talked about that the other day, actually, a little bit. But I do have it. No, what happened was we got into the Melnick thing. We got into the Melnick thing, and we didn't get a chance to get into the motion limiting, so we can't actually do that. I got Sharts. I'm not sure if I got Huey's, but I do have Sharts though. Y'all want to get into that real quick? Let's see. No, we did the one for Brian Steele the other day. We did that one. We did that one. We did the one with Brian Steele. Yeah, I don't think we did Sharts though. If you got the information, Dre, can you send it to me real quick? You can just if you can't, email it to me if you can. I don't think we have the limit. We have the limiting motion from Brian Steele. We do have that, and we actually discussed that. taybiztv@gmail.com. taybiztv@gmail.com. I actually got my email up right now, so I'll be able to see it better that way. Appreciate you, Dre. Appreciate you, Dre. Everybody put Dre in the chat, man. She is so awesome, man. A great moderator. Great moderator. Here in the meantime, let's go ahead and just recap what happened earlier. Again, a lot of people did not see the discussion between Steele and Ms. Whitaker this morning. So let's go ahead and look at that real quick.
And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury. And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor, and I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville, but I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom, I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hilton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and most importantly, they believe, and I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony. There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them and come to court. They're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give
I appreciate it, Dre. I got you.
immunity, so they
Thank
can't
you so
compel a
much,
person
girl.
to do it.
Appreciate you,
So
girl.
the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it was Ms. Hilton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid, coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hilton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams, because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose, I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
This is absolutely poetry. I mean, it's absolutely poetry. He's basically saying, like, look, man, y'all trying to separate this whole thing. You're trying to disregard because you gave some type of correction in the middle of a trial. Now all of a sudden everything is peachy creamy, and it ain't. It just isn't. All right. So that's what kind of like what the discussion was earlier this morning before the jury came in. I think we got started at 8:45 or something like that. I think the jury didn't come in until like almost 10, because they were going over this stuff. So again, shout out to Drea for giving us the motions here that was filed on 13th, and another motion for Mr. Stilwell filed on the 15th. Right here, you see the dates here. You filed on the 15th. This was last night at 7:38 p.m. All right. And so right here, this is Marquavius Huey. This is Silver Fox's defendant. All right. And he's representing, excuse me, it says Marquavius Huey's motion in limine regarding counts 14-23 and corresponding acts 116 through 118. It says here comes now defendant Marquavius Huey by and through his counsels of record and files this motion in limine regarding counts 14-23 and corresponding acts 16 through 18 in the above style case to exclude certain matters on constitutional grounds. In support of this motion, Mr. Huey shows this honorable court the following. They always start the same way. Marquavius Huey maintains his innocence on all allegations being brought against him. You got to remind, like, yo, we are innocent until proven guilty. In counts 14-23, acts 16 through 18, or acts 116 through 118 of the indictment, Mr. Huey is charged with allegations of armed robbery concerning alleged victim Gary Holloman, who is deceased and is now unavailable. It is alleged that Gary Holloman participated in a photographic lineup, procedure, and interview on or about November 11, 2020. It is axiomatic through as a result of the United States Constitution, the Georgia Constitution, United States Supreme Court rulings, and Georgia case law that this evidence is inadmissible. I always have static when it comes to opening up a PDF file. I have no idea what this is, why it does this. You know what? I'm gonna fix this. Hold on. It always does this. Hold on one second. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Give me 1 second, y'all. With let me see here. Is this better? Is this better? I'm telling you, for some reason, this happens all the time. This happens all the time, man. Yeah, it's got something. I don't know why this happens, but we're gonna figure it out anyway. Hold on 1 second. Let me get back over here. All right. How do I sound now? Sound the same? Everything's good? All right, here we go. Okay, it says here, however, out of an abundance of caution to protect the rights of Missy Huey and to not delay the efficient flow of this trial, Missy Huey brings this motion. In Crawford versus Washington State case law, the United States Supreme Court held that the Sixth Amendment's Confrontation Clause barred the admission of testimonial statements, a form of hearsay, from a declarant who is unavailable to testify at trial unless the party against whom the statements were offered had a prior opportunity to cross-examine the declarant. Okay. Thus, for evidence to fall, I don't know what's going on. It got something to do with I don't know why it's doing that. Let me just do it this way. All right. Okay. Does my audio sound better? Yeah, I think that's what it is too, Don Cato. So I may just have to read this. Okay. I won't be able to see myself. Hopefully this is better. I won't be able to see myself per se because I'm going to try to put it on my screen that I'm not sharing with. All right. As a matter of fact, let's see. Let's see something real quick, man. I may be able to. All right. Okay, sounds better. All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what's going on with the buy trade. All right. Let's see here. So, thus, for the evidence to fall within the ambit of the confrontation clause, it must be both a statement and testimonial. We're talking about the case law for Crawford versus Washington here. That's in this particular motion. The declarant is unavailable. But again, Mr. Holloman is deceased, so unable to be cross-examined. All right. It says in Crawford, the United States Supreme Court identified several classes of clearly testimonial statements, ex parte in court testimony or its functional equivalent, That is, materials such as affidavits, custodial examinations, prior testimony that the defendant was unable to cross-examine, or similar pretrial statements that declarants would reasonably expect to be used prosecutorially. Extrajudicial statements contain informalized testimonial materials such as affidavits, depositions, prior testimony, or confessions, and statements that were made under circumstances which would lead an objective witness reasonably to believe that the statement would be available for use at a later trial. Those formulations all share a common nucleus and then define the Confrontation Clause's coverage at various levels of abstraction around it. Regardless of the precise articulation, some statements qualify under any definition, for example, ex parte testimony at a preliminary hearing. Crawford also notes that testimony is typically a solemn declaration or affirmation made for the purpose of establishing or proving some fact. Absolutely. A formal statement made to government officers in the production of testimonial evidence. So basically, you know, if this is actual evidential fact, then hey, it's all good. But if it's not, if it's hearsay based, you can't really use it, especially if the person is not available, right? Under OCGA 24-A-801, which we may look in considering whether the Confrontation Clause's restrictions apply to evidence, a statement, and this is a quote unquote, is not limited only to, and definition of statement is the verbal or non-verbal conduct of a person if it is intended by the person as an assertion. Let's see here. It says here that the federal rules of evidence define a statement as an oral or written assertion or nonverbal conduct of a person if it is intended by the person as an assertion. All right. So he's talking about this statement is not limited only to just verbal, but also nonverbal as well. The key to the definition of statement is that nothing is an assertion unless intended to be one. That's state versus or. Okay. Examples of conduct deemed a nonverbal statement by this court and the federal courts of appeals include the act of an eyewitness pointing to identify a suspect in a lineup as the perpetrator of a crime, and a co-conspirator pointing out a drug dealer's house, United States versus Cairo. In the case before this court, Mr. Holloman is unavailable. He was never subjected to cross-examination by Mr. Huey at any point, and all statements made by him to law enforcement, including but not limited to the photographic lineup interview and alleged identification, police interviews with Gary Holloman, and all law enforcement encounters with Gary Holloman, where statements were obtained, are inadmissible under the United States Constitution, the Georgia Constitution, the United States Supreme Court, and Georgia case law as referenced herein above. Wherefore, Mr. Huey respectfully requests a hearing on this motion, and at the conclusion of the same, asks this court to grant the above requested relief. Respectfully, was submitted to Carrington R. Matthews, aka Silver Fox. All right. Okay. All right. I think that he makes a great point. You know, you're trying to use all these things against my client, but the person who, the perpetrator, or whatever the case may be, and the person who is a part of this whole thing is not here anymore. How can you use this? How can you charge my client with anything? How can this be fair in a sense, right? All right. So here it is. We have the Stillwell motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of post. Thank you. This is a good. Thank you, Max Sharp. Everybody put Max in the chat, dog. Mad Max is put Mad Max in the chat. This is a good motion right here. This is a good motion right here. I mean, how many postings of social media are we going to use? You know, this is ridiculous. All right. He submitted this on August the 15th, 2024. All right. at 7:38 p.m. Says here motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of posting comes now. Mr. Shannon Stillwell, through his undersigned counsel, and files this motion in limine regarding an alleged social media post associated with Instagram handle SB underscore with the SHIT, all right, sugar honey iced tea, all right, a handle allegedly belonging to defendant Shannon Stillwell. In support of this motion, Mr. Stillwell shows the following. And once again, they're going to say the same thing. Defendant Shannon Stillwell is innocent of the crimes alleged in this indictment. Mr. Stillwell is charged in multiple counts in this indictment, including count 1 of conspiracy to violate the Georgia RICO Act, and count 2, which accuses Mr. Stillwell of the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas. The state has provided the defense with a specific social media post allegedly linked to Mr. Stillwell's alleged Instagram account at the time, which operated under the handle SB underscore with the sugar honey iced tea. This post is attached as Exhibit A. Okay. This post includes a picture of Mr. Stillwell overlooking what appears to be downtown Atlanta. The picture is captioned, "Overlooking the city with a lot on my mind," followed by a series of emojis. Says the post has a text line, which seems to suggest that the post was made on January 10th, 2015, the date of the Donovan Thomas shooting. This text line does not appear to be part of Mr. Stillwell's post. The discovery provided by the state upon information and belief does not establish who located or saved this post off of the internet. It is also unclear how this social media post was manipulated to include the date of January 10th, 2015. And that's what they were talking about earlier in court about this particular post. Excuse me, that Miss Hilton has or was going or wants to admit into evidence, I believe. Okay. Says here the social media post cannot be authenticated. That's a good point. Nor can the state establish the actual date that this picture was posted on Instagram. That's another good point. These deficiencies and the state's inability to cure them affect the relevance and probative value of this evidence. This evidence should be excluded. Wherefore, Mr. Stillwell asks this honorable court to inquire as to these issues and determine the admissibility of said social media post. And respectfully assigned by Max Shard. It says here Exhibit A. And let's see here. Let me see if we can we get a little rotation going on? Hold up. I'm gonna try to. This is the actual. Let me go ahead and share it real quick. All right, so that is those are the two motions that have been submitted by Max and Silver Fox. Yeah, you can't really authenticate when this particular post was or this particular picture was taken. You can't authenticate that. All it's going to do is give you a date where something was posted. However, you won't know when the actual picture was actually taken until you look at the metadata. And the metadata can show you information about a photo. It could tell you if the photo was taken by iPhone or Android, if it was doctored up by Photoshop or anything of that nature. So they don't have, I don't even think they have the metadata for that post for that picture at all anyway. So those are very good motions by the defense on their part. So that is good. That is actually good. Okay, court is still in recess to get their audio, visual, whatever they got going on. In the meantime, again, we were still looking at Caleb Bumpus and Yak Gotti's mother having a conversation earlier during the lunch break. But then during the lunch break, we also broke some news about Young Thug was offered a 2-year plea deal. Young Thug was offered a 2-year plea deal that included the restriction or no passport. He had to turn in his passport with this particular plea deal. He was given that plea deal, and he decided when it was given not to take the plea deal. We also put 2 and 2 together when Judge Whitaker said, hey, I have some sealed documents to look at. And we were just wondering maybe if one of those documents happened to be a plea offer. Maybe it's possible. It's possible. So yeah. So we were talking about that during lunch as well. And again, trust me, I'm going to that particular segment. I'm going to go ahead and clip it, and I'm going to probably post it later on today. I don't think a lot of people even know that Thug was even offered a plea deal. Okay, I don't think people even know that. Like, I mean, no, they never said it. All the plea deals were reported publicly, except for that one. I don't understand. Felicia Fee's in the building saying, hey to everyone. I think they want to get the transcripts into the jurors. That's why they keep messing with the audio. No, I don't think that's the reason why. It's literally like we said earlier. They haven't, the budget for the audio for the court, they have not done anything with this. So that's the problem. The problem is the fact that the audio is trash because Fonnie Willis, who said in the budget that the part of the $36.5 million was going to go towards court audio and court visual, hasn't been done. They have these new microphones, but they don't have an actual system that's new. So just adding new mics to an old system, it doesn't do anything but create more problems. So that's what's going on with the audio. The audio sucks because the system sucks. It ain't the microphones and all the other logistics. It's the actual system itself. They don't want to gut it out and put a new system in there. They're lazy and ridiculous. Okay. All right, here we go. Sorry, I get irritated with them. Look, exactly. Fonnie trying to take care of Nathan. Gorilla Grip is trying to take care of BD Wade. Okay. She's trying to take care of BD Wade. All right. Okay. That's what it is. I'm telling you. That budget, she been giving BD Wade some money. Some shmoney. Fonnie gave all that money to yeah, exactly. That's what it is. 700,000 for the BD. You feel me? 700,000. Oh Lord. All right. Let's go ahead and finish out real quick while they're on break or whatever. Let's go ahead and see what's again. This is the video where they were talking about Melnick being released and the timing of it and how quote unquote convenient that was. It was really, really crazy how Woody was still testifying for 2 or more hours, and they knew that his attorney was suspended. They knew. So let's go ahead and look at this real quick.
Came in and my TV was going. I'm like, oh, maybe they get ready to tell the jury. Maybe we're going to the next witness. He got on that stand. I'm like, so nobody's going to say anything about Melnick being suspended. And I'm like, well, maybe they think, maybe Melnick texted him. Maybe this happened. Like, I'm just thinking 1,000 things until lunch. And Woody comes back in there and says, hey, I was just out there and somebody said my lawyer is suspended. I'm not comfortable testifying without him. And I'm like, all of y'all knew that his lawyer was suspended. And y'all just let him testify. I was so pissed yesterday. Like I said, I didn't even go live until late last night when people kind of bullied me into it because I couldn't do it. I was so pissed yesterday because I had my own little theory. I was like, this is a setup because in my personal theory, y'all, I have no substance to this, but my personal theory, only thing Woody knew about that immunity deal in his first testimony is that if I plead the fifth, I'm going to jail. That's the only part he was worried about. He comes back, takes that information they claim didn't happen, and tears this thing off the hinges about this infinity. Soon as they figured out that Woody knew how to work that immunity deal, not once, but twice, all of a sudden, Melnick can't talk to him no more. Like, the timing of this is so... I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I am not that person, but yesterday, I was on that type of time.
Steady, you was there yesterday, right?
I was.
Okay, come on, tell us. Give us the tea.
Tea. I don't drink tea. I drink water and liquor.
Oh my God.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you. That yesterday and today boring as hell. Just to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Should have brought a pillow and a blanket. But yesterday, you got to see a lot of bickering that you don't see between Love and Hilton. I mean, squawking chickens argument.
Oh no, that's all the time.
We did see that, right? We saw that. We actually mentioned that. Like, we saw that how Hilton is just fed up with Love. I think she's. I don't think Hilton and Love are gonna be working together again for sure. To be honest with you, but that's just my take. But let me know what y'all think in the comments about that.
I mean, Love and Hilton. I mean, squawking chickens argument.
Oh no, that's all the time. What you mean? Who don't see that?
The people who aren't in there.
I've never seen that. I'm just now
You know what I'm saying?
since she came back from vacation.
In the court, that's all they do is make faces, and Simone look like she just got to ignore the lady.
And I ain't gonna hold you. They definitely look like they could have played on the WNBA and got double doubles for sure. I didn't know they was that damn tall. Like, yeah, nah, they look like the Will Chamberlain sisters. But so you go, hey man, listen. The Infinity thing. Somebody asked me about that last night. I'm gonna be honest with it. That's a perfect setup to exonerate Lil Jeff. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if my homie tell me, hey, can you give me a rental? And I say, yeah, that's it. That don't mean I have knowledge of what you're doing with the rental, all of that stuff. So and it's just me, I'm a fake lawyer, I'm a hood lawyer, I ain't passed the bar, LSATs, none of that. If I'm buying still, as soon as I get on cross, one of the first questions I'm asking you is, hey, about that Infinity that you were talking about, did Jeffrey Williams have any idea what you were going to do with it? The answer is going to be no. Did Jeffrey Williams know that when you gave it, did you tell Jeffrey Williams you gave it to anybody else to use? The answer is going to be no. So just based off of those two things, that's it. You know nothing about the car. You knew nothing about the keys and the possession of the car taking place or anything like that. Out his mouth, he said, I asked to get me a car, to get me a rental. It's his words verbatim. So I get people upset about him bringing up the Infinity, but if you goddamn dumb as hell, or you just one of those everything somebody says is bad, then I guess, all right, cool.
Well, on top of that, that made me go back to that Hertz rental car dude. And I think it might have been still. The one thing he asked them said, if I come to you with somebody else's ID, can I rent a car? And the manager from Hertz could not answer that. He was like, and then he started looking through the rental contract again. And I'm like, who don't know the answer? Who don't know the answer to that? Anybody who's ever rented a car know. Anybody's ever done anything. You can't walk anywhere with anybody else's ID and do anything in this world. But that Hertz rental car manager did not answer that question and could not answer that question. He said he'd have to check into it.
And I just think, I honestly think that at this point, you know, like I said on live earlier today that I honestly think there's going to be an energy shift, and the way that people view Woody at this point based off of today. I think that because I was in the chat and I saw a different type of energy than I have seen previously. And isn't today, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time we are able to actually get through the interrogation videos today and yesterday?
Yeah, without these
Yeah.
long comfort breaks and walking my dog.
Right. So I think today people really got to, feel and see how this case is started and it's built. And we saw parts of the video before, but I don't think we ever just got to sit and watch the videos.
Well, we did, but the breaks that were in between, you couldn't tell me which part we were on.
Right.
And that's the messed up part because, I mean, you know as well as I do, we can't really say, but the jury that's in there, that's going to take some work. That's going to take some work, shawty. So,
what you mean?
But one thing I can say also about the videos is like, I put this in the chat today in Long Crime. And it's like, well, he said he would tell on everybody, including Simone.
He did.
He told y'all that's what he would do.
Listen, well, I said one thing that he keeps saying just from somebody who's just 1,700 miles away. I was like, what this looks like the Woody that we saw in the first testimony and who we're seeing now, the one before was like, I lied about everything. Okay, well, yes.
Yeah. A shift. I don't know what shift she's talking about, but everybody know he lies. Like no one is shifting off of that. Red Bunny says, when did Whitaker say she had to look at sealed documents? I'm sorry, I missed it. There was a break on Tuesday or Wednesday. You can fact check me if you want for Tuesday or Wednesday, but there was a break where she mentioned sealed documents that she had to look at because everything that has been filed in this case is not all of it is public knowledge. The motions and the orders and things like that, yes, but there are some sealed documents in this case that is not available for the public. She mentioned that she had to look at them. This is another part of her homework to catch up with what's going on in the case. And she mentioned that, and then all of a sudden today, and shout out to She Lee once again, today we find out through investigative journalist Dennis Bryson and I quote, extremely reliable sources, that Thug was given a plea deal. And we're just trying to put our antennas up because it's like, okay, all the plea deals that were offered, I mean, we pretty much knew what they were for even the severed defendants. Some of them had some of those plea deals were just terrible, and we covered the Antonio Sledge plea deal, which is terrible. It's coercive. And we looked at it because there's potential Brady that he had a conversation at a coffee shop with Attorney Love, a detective or investigator, Sledge and his lawyer, and Sledge's lawyer. So we're like, okay, what other sealed documentations would there be? And the only famous person in the room is Young Thug. And his plea deal being concealed, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. So we just piecing it together here. It's like, okay, you got some sealed documents to look at. Okay, which ones? And I mean, this is the thing. That's the crazy part. Red Bunny says Kayla should have went over and explained his immunity deal with him the day he got it with Glanville, in my opinion. Well, she really didn't know anything about the immunity deal. She had no idea what it was, what happened. She came in the stead of Melnick. I think Melnick should have explained the immunity deal to him after he found out that there was one. And again, remember the timing of it. The immunity was filed after 4:30 on June 6th, and he had to come in on June 7th at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning and testify. even Woody didn't even see his immunity deal until he saw it when Hilton gave it to him on the stand. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Felicia P said I'm lost. Where you lost at, Felicia? You said, "Nah, bro. What you mean, nah? What was Kayla gonna say about the immunity deal? She didn't know it. She didn't see it. She didn't read it. She didn't read it. Kayla had no idea what the immunity deal said. No one really knew what it said, except for Fonnie Willis and Glanville. Fonnie Willis submitted that boy, and Glanville sanctioned it that day, the day before he had to testify. Nobody even knew he had a transactional immunity like that. So I'm not sure what Kayla was going to actually offer. So Fonnie wanted Thug to take the plea, so Big Nut's family has grounds to sue him because he had the money to pay them. Fonnie wanted a cut. On plea deal offering. I mean, all I'm doing is saying is this: is that the plea deal that was offered for Thug. I mean, the fact that the public did not know what the plea deal was is sketchy to me. Like all the players, all the defendants, his own Antonio Sledge, Mook Toonk, we all know what his plea deal was in open court. You mean tell me Young Thug did not have an open court plea offer? We found out through this particular investigation, through Dennis Bryson, this is his information, that he was offered a 2-year deal and to release his passport in order to do this. So that means that Thug could not travel outside the country. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm like, out of all the plea deals that were publicly talked about,
We're all gonna
that
cross
one
our
wasn't.
fingers.
It's kind of weird to me. It's
See what
just really weird to
happens.
me.
Let's get the jury out.
All right, let's see what's going
Mr.
on.
Copeland back.
So that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that the fact that
And in the
we did not know
meantime,
about
I'm
it is
gonna
kind of crazy. So
personally
we're back in court.
request that IT
Go ahead and
order
check
a
it out.
backup to this ASAP. Is that even working? Did it already go out again? It's already starting to not work.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
So did we try the
Still not sure how she
reboot
kind of knew that, but but I understand where you're coming from with that for sure. I can definitely understand that.
I don't know.
There's
sound
something in
like
the
it.
buttermilk ain't clean even when it comes to Thugger.
Is
That's
it?
true.
Okay. I don't know. It just suddenly sounded different.
There's an odor of mendacity.
So anyway, I think I'm just going to let the jury go home because it's already 3:00, and I mean, it works for a second. It doesn't work for a second. Okay. Well, is that going to work? Let's hear what that sounds like because this is not working. Busy on the bench and say we need to back out ASAP, like 3 weeks ago. Thank you.
You know what? I think I'm gonna have to take it back. I think that yo, man, you can't give people the benefit of the doubt. Now everybody gotta go home.
Oh shit. I saw the fucking photo of Tick in the fucking jailhouse and you behind him.
Okay. Well, we'll switch it back to, I mean, they're not asking him any questions that he needs to answer right now. We'll switch everything back and cross our fingers.
And I think it's a little bit of clout chase too, Don. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's a little bit of clout chase too.
who wrote for the basketball players case. You know, all of this with me and OJ, I was sure. Oh, look at it. Sure. So I said, that's killing cool. Well, sure.
Huh?
You can bring the DA down in this motherfucker right now.
I'm here, but I can't hear what I'm saying.
Bring that motherfucker together.
What?
No, I mean, that part is difficult to understand. He said he could hear it, but he could not understand it, and she's yelling, but that's the way it works.
That's the way it sounded before. When she raises her voice, it sounds like that. So that's no different than it was before. So wind it back to wherever you're gonna start it. Let's get the jury out. And salvage what's left of the afternoon.
This is so lazy of the state. I'm sorry. You can doctor up audio.
Do I
It's
need to
not
hear
that
this?
hard at all.
What?
I'm saying, do I need to hear it?
Well, I mean, to the extent you were listening before, just continue to listen. If you were listening or tuned out, I don't know, but.
No, I'm saying when I had these on, I was hearing it, but like that, I can't hear it.
Okay, well, I mean, are you gonna be asking him questions about this? You've already asked, you already examined them, so.
I have to follow a few follow-ups, but it's stuff that already come in.
Okay.
Your Honor,
The follow-up is to stuff that is already.
Your Honor, we're going to be asking him questions about it.
Don't get too comfortable. You're not gonna be staying. So I'm just gonna be sending y'all home early. It's Friday, so happy Friday. We have not been able to come up with a sufficient solution that seems to last for more than a few minutes. Hopefully in the 10 days between now and when we see y'all again, we will have solved this issue. But for now, I'm gonna release you with the reminders that you should not discuss this case with anybody else or allow anybody else to discuss it with you or in front of you. Don't try to find out any information about the case from any source. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't listen to or watch or otherwise take in any kind of media or other accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And have a pleasant weekend and week and next weekend. And then I will see y'all. What is the date of that next Monday? Monday, the 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Me too.
You don't go anywhere yet. Hang on just a sec. And now this is working. But, you know.
You can't come out the mud clean. Everybody is dirty in this mug.
All right. Yeah, now it's working great. But it's obviously not working well enough to count on. All right, so we shouldn't need Mr. Copeland until Monday, the 26th also, right? Okay, so Mr. Copeland, you can go for now. I'll be back here at 9 a.m. on Monday, the 26th.
Can I go now?
You may for now, yes. Be back Monday, the 26th at 9.
That boy about to go make some money. This is unbelievable. Oh my God. How long are they going to be case in chief? Shite, dog. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, man. Everybody dirty.
There was one other solution that we could potentially use We have a Mondo board at the district attorney's office. We were not allowed to use it with the configuration that we had previously where the jurors were sitting in front of the box.
I don't know what a Mondo board is.
I'll describe it. It's a very large computer screen, a very large computer
Okay.
on wheels that has a speaker attached to it, which may be loud enough for everyone in the far end of the courtroom to hear it undistorted, as well as allowing the jury to hear it.
Okay.
If the court is.
Do you want to wheel it up here and
Yeah.
let's give it a shot?
That was going to be my request, yes. So I'm having someone bring it over. if that's the
Thank you.
case.
Can I ask you a question about the Mondo board? Are you going to be able to hook that headphone up to it so Mr. Copeland can hear off the Mondo board?
It would actually be easier to reach the headphones with the Mondo board being where we anticipate.
We'll give it a shot. Somebody can stand in for Mr. Copeland since I've released him and see if you can hear sufficiently and undistortedly through the headphones. Okay, while we wait, why don't we get a jump on our next week's work? Who's ready on anything? Y'all should be ready on something by now.
You should be ready to make this a mistrial.
Okay. All right. On the PowerPoint, we should have states either written or ready to have oral response.
Exactly. Let's do this. Let's go.
Okay. Well, one side's ready, but I don't know how y'all are ready when you haven't given them your. Okay, so we're not ready on that. And I know
This
that we
is
haven't
ridiculous.
filed. Okay, let me ask you this. How about the issue of the Ryan motion to suppress his statement because
Yeah, it's called
of the
snacks.
incomplete Miranda warnings
Real food.
or allegedly incomplete Miranda warnings?
Shout out to Ricky E. What I do?
We need to have a Jackson general hearing because again, that is not where I placed my focus. We were trying to make certain
Pookie and Riri.
we're done by today.
Okay, well, what was it that you were supposed to be doing by today? That
We were working on exhibits, witness lists with the accompanying exhibits for the next 30.
So when were you going to get all of this 3 pages worth of things we're going to tackle next week to the court and to the defense for their consideration? Sunday at midnight. All right, well, let me ask you this. On the Ryan motion to suppress, have you looked at it? Do you believe that the Miranda is complete? That the Miranda warnings are complete?
Your Honor, my position on that is that the
What up, though, Ricky E?
Ryan and his ability at this point to move to exclude that evidence would be untimely. Number one, he has been convicted of it, and I believe that having heard it, there's an argument to be made on both sides, frankly. I hear what the officer is saying, and I think that there's just an argument to be made on both sides, to be fair.
Do you think that the law supports that if an incomplete Miranda is given, that the statement can nonetheless be used against the defendant?
Not in the state's case in chief.
And y'all didn't use it in the case in chief, did you?
Not in the previous trial.
Oh. And yet you think that you have some law that would permit you to use it in some later trial against the same defendant?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
So what was you
Well,
thinking
I
then,
guess I
love?
will just wait eagerly to see what it is that your argument is going to be on that. Just trying to think of some of the really
And I am willing to
easy things.
I am willing to
Which Mr. Williams?
Miss D. Williams.
Oh, Miss D. Williams.
D. Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
Thought you said Mr. Williams. Apparently I'm hard of hearing too.
No, so I will communicate with her, and if our position.
Miranda wasn't officially given, guys. Really? Wow. Why am I not surprised?
And the court will know before Monday.
Okay. All righty. Well, I know that I haven't, Mr. Weinstein.
And the state has not
gotten your
responded to Steele's
promised,
motion.
Motion to exclude Mr. Kendrick's first couple of hours of his statement. But the teaser was that y'all had just found out that he was represented by an attorney in an unrelated matter. And therefore,
Bill Malcolm
law
Robinson?
enforcement
Welcome
should
to
have
Biz
reached
Nation.
out to that attorney before questioning him in this matter. Am I right about what the basic theory is?
That's the basic theory, but
Okay.
I am not prepared to argue that today, and I am
Okay.
still working on the motion. And
Okay.
I think that Mr. Apt maybe clarified that would be filed tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. That just pretty much seems like black letter law to me as well. And I don't know, maybe there's some US Supreme Court cases that have come out recently or since I took criminal law in law school that answer that question differently than how I was taught it. But so I will also eagerly await whatever your legal theory is.
Thank
So,
you, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Perhaps that's why I'm still working on it.
Perhaps that's why. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in going back over the list that I have reviewed with y'all almost every day this week, because there may be nothing that both sides are ready on. And I realize that I'm a few days ahead of where I thought we would be, or when I thought we would be taking these things up, but just thought those two might be easy ones. Oh, do we have the ability yet to identify, other than whatever was in the wiretaps, any other co-conspirator statements that y'all on the defense maintain are late identified?
Your Honor, we maintain that all statements beside the 3 statements provided.
And I understand that, and y'all told me that before, but I don't
Why
know
she
what
keep cutting them off?
that, not the 3 that were identified before, not anything from the wiretaps. Are there others? And if so, what are they?
Okay, so the state, I thought that where we left it, and I wasn't even here that day, but I watched the video, that where we left it is that the state has provided hundreds of wiretaps and jail calls and still have not identified statements within those hundreds. So for us on our side to go through the hundreds, guess the statements that the state is going to may use, and then give them that list would take
All
a
right.
significantly long time, when what the state could do, because I'm sure they have their case lined up by now, is to give us the statements that they've identified. And then if we have a legal argument against them, we can make that argument. And just for the record, Judge Glanville not only told them to provide all of the statements back in December of 2022, but after that, he told them to not only identify statements, but any evidence that they've identified, transcripts, any of the case, videos, that if they know that something is inadmissible, they need to go ahead and redact it. Tell us, hey, I'm going to introduce this. I've already redacted things that I know as an experienced litigator. It's probably not admissible. And then if we have any further redactions, to let them know. So that is the way this was supposed to move timely, not be a trial by ambush, not have the jury sitting outside waiting on us to get through the issues. These are the orders from Glanville. And Your Honor, respectfully, none of them get followed.
I noticed.
Boom. Mic drop. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
How about, I had asked about the January 10th.
Oh, this is good.
the blurb at the beginning
That
of
was,
the day?
and you, Miss Love, weren't here at the time, and we wondered if maybe you knew the
heard.
origin of that.
I heard, and I do know the
Okay.
origin of that. So if I'm not mistaken, the court was inquiring and there was a motion of sorts regarding the date at the top of the picture of Mr. Stillwell looking out of Mr. Williams' condo, contemplating. So that photograph, Ms.
Mhm.
Hilton was correct in that Mr. Zachary told the police that he took the photograph a few days earlier or in the latter part of 2014. However, the date on the photograph comes from as it was placed on the social media page, the same way that the date of a posting appears on any Instagram or Twitter or whatever. The date of the posting is under the picture that is posted. So I didn't, unless I misinterpreted what the question was, the answer is that it was screen grabbed from Mr. Stillwell's account.
Mhm.
And the date of the posting as shown on his social media page was January 10th, 2015.
Okay, well, it didn't, if it's a screen grab, is this the screen grab?
I'd have to see the one.
Well, it's what's filed in the motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of posting that was filed 8/15.
If Your Honor would allow me
Sure.
to take a look at it.
Ms. Percival, can you hand that to her, please? See that little,
Oh, so
hand it back to me.
what that is, Your Honor, is that when a person is looking on the social media page and they want to know the date of a posting and they hover, it'll pop up or pop out in that manner.
Are you gonna have somebody that is gonna be able to testify to that?
We sure are.
And
Because it was done
so
on more than one.
somebody hovered, that date appeared, and then y'all took the screen shot or whatever, screen grab?
Two things. We, in not just this instance, in other instances as well, we not only captured it as it was shown, like if it with January the 10th, 2015 on the picture itself, but we also went back, the person who was looking at the social media page and hovered just to get that pop out that the court is looking at on that exhibit. So in multiple cases, we have a screenshot of a social media page with the date on it, and then a corresponding screenshot with the hovering where the date pops
Okay.
out.
So will you then intend to admit it as, or offer it as, are you gonna have both of those things available?
Both, yes, I mean, yes, in terms of what we intended to proffer.
It would be the screenshot as you look at it, or the screen grab as you look at it.
Yes.
That has it the way we normally see it, and then also the hover, and then also somebody that is gonna be able to say, when we see these dates, we have a reasonable degree of confidence that they actually mean what they say. and
Yes,
why?
we would have the person who first saw it and pulled it from the page, one, talk about what's on the screen grab, what's on the exhibit, and two, what the date means on the exhibit based on their understanding and knowledge of that particular social media platform. And three, we would ask, because I wouldn't see a need to admit both the original posting and the posting where it's popped out. But just as a next layer of confirmation as to the date that it was posted, we would ask, hey, how do you know? And then that person would say, well, you can also hover over the picture or the posting and the date pops out. And if the question becomes, well, did you do that? Yes, here's that exhibit with that pop out date.
That's just a posted date. That don't mean that that's
And
the
is there
date
any
that the picture was
objection to-
taken.
I know this shows like some comments also. Is there objection to that?
There is, and
Thank you, Max.
As I was preparing an exhibit, in accordance with what usually has occurred, is we take out all the extra comments, and my prepared exhibit has that all taken out. So I just wanted to put I didn't want anyone to say I did anything to the one that I was putting in my motion. But can I inquire about that? Because just so the court understands, in this discovery dump 1 to 2, that's where this picture is, to my understanding. I know it's there. It may be other places. And it just says, it's a folder, it says social media, and then there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know at this point, unless I missed it, I don't know who hovered over what picture, who collected this or anything like that. So I'm just trying to understand who's going to authenticate how this was collected and what date it was and how they hovered over picture.
Have we gotten to the production of that information yet?
Your Honor, we have that in, we've turned over, actually they turned over attorney work products. So that information is contained within a report that was authored by, I believe, Mr. Sprinkle in our office. So and that actual picture is addressed directly.
Okay.
So in as much as we turn that report over.
All right. Sounds like it's Mr. Sprinkle.
He's one of the people who addresses that report, that social media posting, and what is contained and what it shows.
The person who collected this photo and hovered, or is he just making reports saying, I've got a pile of papers that are in a file and one of them happens to be a picture of Mr. Stillwell?
The way that we got the photo or knowledge that we should be looking there is from one of the investigators, the gang investigator, Gaither, who was working on the case, looking through social media files. Mr. Sprinkle, as I understand his report and as I understand my conversations with him, and I will make certain that what I'm saying is absolutely correct. Mr. Sprinkle addresses in his report this social media posting, and then he talks about the date that it was posted. My memory is that he talks about the popping out, but I have to look at that. But I know that it is definitely Mike Sprinkle and Investigator Gaither that, and as with the rest of them, he addresses quite a number of social media postings, both he and other investigators that have worked on the case.
All right.
If I'm investigating a photo, I'm going for the metadata. I don't care about when something was posted. I want to go for the metadata. I want to know when the picture was taken, not
It's
posted.
been answered respectfully, Your Honor, but I guess this is just my way of saying this evidence did show up in their list of exhibits that they plan to introduce in the near future, and I am flagging my objection for the reasons I stated, and I guess we'll see how things transpire.
Sounds like a maybe authentication objection, maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so you're going to be put to the task of establishing that. Okay. How far away is the Mondo board? Okay, so Mr. Steele had brought a challenge to, and I may be misstating this, but I think to including, for the jury's consideration, I guess, overt acts that occurred prior in time to the RICO statute. Is that right?
All bark, no bite. There you go.
Or is it not?
Absolutely.
It could be not right.
I think it's right.
Okay.
For verdict. So the example that, the obvious example that I use in my mind is there's 191 overt acts.
Right.
And let's say overt act, the rental of the Infinity happens on January 7th of 2015. That's the only overt act that's proven. Every other 190 are not proven. there would not be a conspiracy because the overt act is not within 5 years. So my point is, I understand that the conspiracy allegedly continues and the state of Georgia can put in, if the court permits, different examples of predicate acts and overt acts.
And do you agree that they can put in for consideration overt acts that occurred further back in time than the 5 years?
Yes, the case law says
Okay.
that that's
So
appropriate.
is your argument just that unless at least one of the overt acts that the jury finds, I'm gonna have to start over because I can't remember how I started that. Unless at least one of them is within that 5-year statute, then they can't be convicted. That's your argument. Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, I think y'all agree with that. That it didn't sound like, that isn't what I understood your argument to be before, but if that's what your argument is, then yes, I agree. That appears to be the law.
So I'm not hearing that he's asking that 190, that there's a form for, that includes 190 overt acts on the verdict form, because, and this is the reason I'm asking about that, because any relevant information or evidence that is permitted at trial that constitutes an overt act. The overt act does not have to be alleged on the indictment, and we certainly don't, that list that is contained within count 1 has never been represented as an exhaustive list of overt acts. And the overt acts that we introduce at trial don't have to be included in count 1. And if the jury finds, I mean, I understand what Mr. Steele is saying, and I'm not arguing with that last summation that the court gave. But my point is that I understood him to be saying something akin to, I want a special verdict form that includes the overt acts that are listed on the indictment. And I want them to say if they found this one, this one, this one. And if the ones that they find occurred prior to 5 years before the indictment, then they cannot find the defendant guilty of that count 1.
If only the ones they find occurred more than 5 years prior.
Right. That's
then
what
they
I
can't
understood
find
him to
them
be
guilty.
saying. Yes. So
We're all on the same page then.
So as long as we're not talking about listing out the 191, because
we might be talking about listing out the 191, because how can I know whether they found one within the statute unless they say yes or no as to each of them?
Well, they could state, they don't have to, the reason that I would object to putting 191 is that it would limit them to consideration of 191. And if evidence of one that happened, for instance, during the course of this trial is not on the indictment.
It's not. And they can, I mean, we haven't gotten to that, but I would think they can consider that potentially. But if the only thing they find is an overt act is something that occurred post-indictment in the jail, and that's the only thing they find, they can't be convicted because you haven't indicted them for that.
Oh, Your Honor, yes, you can, and I will get that case law for the court.
Okay, well,
but
I'll
definitely
be interested in seeing how they can get convicted of something they weren't indicted for, but okay. I have so much exciting case law to look forward to.
Yes, Your Honor, the court does. They were indicted for conspiracy to commit, to violate the Georgia Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The overt act, that's count 1. The overt acts that are listed in the indictment
it said, okay, they were indicted for conspiracy and A and B?
No, they were indicted for conspiracy.
Okay.
And so all the jury needs to find, after they find that there's an enterprise, that there's conspiracy, that people participated in it, only one person has to commit one overt act for the jury to find them guilty of count 1. And not by them, I mean all of the people that they
she tripping.
were part of the enterprise. Right. So if they find and believe that during the course of this trial, an act that is considered that can constitute an overact was committed by either one of the defendants, then they have what the law requires to convict each of the defendants that they find participated in or conducted this conspiracy guilty of count 1. So the notion that
She is
you
mad, man.
enumerate 1 through 191 overt acts, and that you limit the jury's consideration to whether or not the overt act that they find the one person committed is within these 191 acts is not an accurate statement.
All right, well,
of
give me the law on that. That really wasn't what I was trying to address anyway. What I was trying, but I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to deal with that as well. What I was trying to figure out is whether Mr. Steele was arguing that if it was outside of the 5-year statute, those overt acts either couldn't be considered, which he's not arguing, or couldn't be found, which he's also not arguing. He's just arguing they can't be convicted unless at least one of them is within the statute, which we all agree
If
to.
that's all he's
Okay.
arguing, then I don't have.
That's all he's arguing, but I'm gonna need to know, because you're gonna be arguing against that kind of a jury verdict.
The form.
And that they could find an overt act that occurred subsequent to the indictment and is therefore not contained within the indictment could form the sole basis for them being found guilty. And I'm going to need to know the law on that.
And to be clear, just to make sure that the court understands my position, not just that happened since the indictment. If there's an overt act that's not listed on the indictment that they find did occur, even if it happened pre-indictment,
Okay.
because we did not and do not have to include all of the overt acts committed in furtherance of this conspiracy. So that's the reason I would object to that.
You don't have to object to it. I'm not making a decision right now. I'm just saying I'm going to need the law on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me I could be punished about something that I'm not indicted about?
At all can be the
All
sole
because
basis
this oh my
for
God.
the
Yeah, I need case law for sure on that shit.
Okay. All right.
That don't even make sense what she said. That don't even make common sense, people. That's not even common sense what she just said.
And then I'll find on your Bruton thing, have you, on your Bruton assertions, have you been able to get with the state to see if y'all can work out something redacted?
No, I was going to put it in writing first.
And then
and
get with them? Okay, that's fine.
Well, I wasn't going to get with them, but
Get with someone from the state?
yes.
That's fine. I'm not gonna order you to get with Miss Love on anything.
You know, I
'cause
have an interesting issue on it. If I can just
I know, but he minds getting with you, so.
make a statement, if it'll be in the motion,
Okay,
but I find it interesting. So Bruton and then the newest Supreme Court precedent, all this will be in the motion for everyone to see, but as just discussed, the RICO conspiracy in count 1, I can't find a case yet, Your Honor. I will try to make it over the weekend. As soon as I get it, I'll send it to everyone. If I don't have it, though, I invite everybody. But it's the RICO conspiracy, and the Bruton then is not just like I eliminate everything with Mr. Williams that Mr. Kendrick said. Anything inculpatory about Mr. Williams, I assume I can't cross-examine Mr. Kendrick, so I put that down the timestamp. I did the same for Mr. Stillwell. We did it together. So it's coming just easy for one motion. But he talks about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold. All these people are supposed co-conspirators.
right.
Well, according to the law of RICO, I assume, conspiracy, then Mr. Williams could be cleared of everything, but if he's found part of the conspiracy, then the act of Mr. Copeland is a act of Mr. Williams. So I'm having a struggle here. I don't want to, and I put it in here, I don't want to limit my redaction to just Mr. Williams, which I typically would do.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to highlight that.
Okay, well, that'll also be interesting. And that actually is an interesting issue. I'm not being facetious about that, which I kind of was about some of the other ones. Okay, well, to the extent that any of y'all can get your filings made, not that I want to spend my weekend reading it, but I'd rather be prepared for court on Monday than not. So if you get it done before, the middle of the night on Sunday night, please file it and get it to Miss Persfield so that she can get it to me so that I can start reading and digesting and considering it. So I like to be prepared. Okay, so where's the Mondo board?
Your Honor, that's what we're getting, and I keep
Okay.
pausing.
No, I didn't know you had to be the one in charge of
Well,
getting it. I hope somebody else is wheeling it over.
Someone else is securing it for me.
All right. All right. So y'all always come up with new things. Is there anything new that we need to talk about in our time that we unexpectedly have this afternoon?
Issue, and I've thought about this recently, and it's going to come up, I believe, and that is previously in this trial, individuals who have pled, their plea agreements have been coming into evidence.
Right.
That was over objection.
Mhm.
I'm not sure why that was happening. I don't believe that's proper. And I've got to research it some
So
more.
you raised that a little bit before, and I thought I had basically said there's going to have to be a reason that something from the plea agreement becomes relevant. Like they're now saying that was not a voluntary plea, and then we could go through that.
Okay.
Are there other?
Well,
I mean, no, they should not wholesale. Are you talking about the transcript of the whole colloquy and everything, or the fact that they pled the conviction?
No, I'm not articulating well. The state, when they had each of these gentlemen plead guilty, they presented them with a plea agreement, which had certain terms and also certain acknowledgements.
Oh, like their deal.
Their deal, but then they also, it lists certain factual acknowledgements that they acknowledge as true, and they initial them.
Sure.
And all this was prepared by the state and then initialed by the accused who pled guilty.
All right, and they were all counseled, right?
And they were all counseled.
Okay.
And those were previously Mr. Murphy, Mr. Walter Murphy. There's been others have testified after entering a plea, and those have come in. Trontavious Stevens? Trontavious Stevens was another one.
Okay.
And their plea agreements are actually in evidence. Mr. Sledge has a plea agreement with these factual acknowledgements. I don't believe, there's two things. Just wholesale, I don't believe it's appropriate that those agreements prepared by the state and initialed by the defendants would necessarily come into evidence. It seems to me it would be the same as a police report coming into evidence. You got live testimony. Why would a written document that summarizes the live testimony come into evidence? So that would be A. But then also, specifically with Mr. Sledge, there's one acknowledgement that he makes, which I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm summarizing. He essentially says either he believes or he has knowledge that people associated with the YSL are responsible for the killing of Donovan Thomas. My understanding is that is not based on anything other than hearsay and what he's heard, as opposed to being a witness or hearing anyone confess to it. That's my understanding from working hard on this case and interviewing witnesses. So I would object if these acknowledgements, if we let the acknowledgements in, if we do that, I would object to I would ask that anything be redacted that's not based on firsthand knowledge, because that's just an end around to hearsay.
Unless he's a co-conspirator and it comes in under the co-conspirator exception.
I'll just put it like this. I have no reason to believe that he received any co-conspirator statements and I have no reason to believe he has firsthand knowledge.
Okay.
So two things, Your Honor, regarding the comparison of the plea agreements to a police report, I would believe is inaccurate.
Talk to Evelyn Riley. Thank you so much for watching with
Consistently, if
us.
I were to compare
Everybody show
anything,
Evelyn Riley some love.
that would be more applicable. It would seem to be a certified, perhaps copy of a conviction along with a transcript of the plea colloquy. In this particular case, the defendants that have pled have, with the advice of counsel and with the benefit of telling the state what they don't understand, having the state actually go through and change things as we have had to do on that factual acknowledgement form so that it is completely accurate. The defendants who've pled are now in a position to either say what they've acknowledged previously under oath on the stand or be impeached by it. And that partly is part of the reason that we've had to introduce
Is
those.
that the way they've been coming in, as prior inconsistent statements or evidence of prior inconsistent statements?
Right. So what we have done generally is we have asked them questions that pertain to maybe one or two. Like we're going down the list of questions. And all of a sudden our memory gets fuzzy.
Right.
And all of a sudden we don't know that 3 means not you. It means 3 different people. And so at that point where we see that, you know, a person is attempting to conceal information, we bring out the plea colloquy and we ask them to read.
Okay, so you give it to them to offer to refresh their recollection?
No, Your Honor, we believe that that plea colloquy is admissible evidence. It is relevant evidence. There's nothing under 403 that would permit its exclusion. So we offer the the factual acknowledgments that are a part of the plea agreement that they have signed as substantive evidence, as tangible, as evidence in this case.
What? Do you know how many innocent people take plea deals?
If they
That is not right.
basically
get amnesia,
disavow all of those things. But if there are 11, say, factual acknowledgments that they've made and they disavow one of them, then the whole thing shouldn't come in necessarily. And it sounds like maybe that's what you've been doing.
No,
I don't know.
that's not what we've been doing. Just have them disavow one. What has been happening is insinuations that I wasn't exactly clear. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand the meaning of the word is. Things like that have been made on the stand under oath by the defendants who've pled. And
did y'all take down and record or transcribe or in any way memorialize the back and forth that led to each of these, where they were able to say, I don't understand this, if they didn't understand something?
in some instances, they were actually captured on camera, and not in all instances, but their lawyer was present, and the lawyer served as the go-between to say to us, and we could have, you know, if counsel for any of them needed to come in and proffer as officers of the court how that took place outside of the presence of the jury, we could do that. But in each case, the lawyers, every one of them, have come back and said, he doesn't agree to this, he agrees to this. So that occurred. And again, as in some instances on camera, where we were reading through the factual acknowledgments, or we were reading through the plea agreement as it was being taken, we've been stopped by the defendant at the table.
So I would think that if they are now saying, I didn't understand it, and you have something that shows that they had every opportunity to ask questions, get clarification, and then they, after that, go ahead and sign it, that's the way you impeach their statement on the stand that they don't understand it.
Judge, I am not representing to this court that the only basis for our tendering that exhibit is the fact that they said they didn't understand it. That was one piece of the basis for us tendering those exhibits.
Go ahead.
What has happened is that we have had an asserted confusion about what certain acknowledgements meant. There have been insinuations that they have felt pressured, they didn't have enough time. They didn't really know what all they were agreeing to. And we've had cross-examination questions, particularly, did you write this out? Did you put this language in here? These are not your words. And in order to undermine the witnesses' understanding of what they were acknowledging before the jury. And in reality, one, the acknowledgements themselves are a contradiction to this idea that I didn't really make that acknowledgement. However it is that they imply that, it's a contradiction because
Okay.
their initials are right next to it.
Okay.
And as we went through the factual acknowledgements, sometimes on camera, I would ask, is this your initial? Did you understand this? And so forth and so on. So not only is the videotaped version of them being asked, did you understand and do you agree, evidence and that is relevant and admissible, but the document itself is also very relevant, very admissible, and there's nothing under 403 that we believe would permit its exclusion.
All right. I
Wow,
didn't understand it to be a 403 objection anyway.
Whatever my point only is that there's, to my knowledge at this point, I don't see any reason for excluding, especially not the ones that we've done. The ones that
Well,
we haven't
obviously,
done.
I'm not
the
going to
court.
go unadmit them. I mean, those are
I didn't
done.
mean to imply that that was what was happening. What I'm saying is that when we tender that exhibit, we have a basis for doing so, and we have a basis for believing it is at that moment admissible. If the court sees something differently, then I expect a different ruling. But as to the assertion by counsel for Mr. Stillwell that they are not admissible, he doesn't think that they're right, they tantamount to a police report, we believe that that is not correct.
I mean, I agree with you on that. Now, there seemed to be some indication from this side of the room while Ms. Love was speaking that either those were not, that it was not coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, or that there was something else I needed to know. I mean, obviously, if it is a prior inconsistent statement and they have established that, then I would think it can come in on that basis.
They were just being admitted as the course of how we're doing things at trial. There was no, to my recollection, no, didn't you sign this on this day? Didn't you say this? It was just kind of, yeah, and this is your plea agreement. We're admitting that into evidence.
All right.
Objection,
well,
and then
over objection, if that's the only basis, then I would have to sustain the objection. But obviously, if you sufficiently establish that it's going to be a prior inconsistent statement, then it will be able to come in as substantive evidence. And maybe y'all want to give me Mr. Sledge's beforehand so I can be familiar with it, since it sounds like this might arise as an issue, but
was going to.
This is my concern specifically, Your Honor. Number 8.
Coffee shop.
And we can
Off the record.
certainly provide a copy, Your Honor. Says number 8 on the factual acknowledgements that Mr. Sledge initialed. Defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Okay, I didn't write this. The state wrote this, and Mr. Sledge initialed it. Defendant personally knows. If he personally saw Mr. Stillwell do anything, it should say Mr. Stillwell said it and I saw it. If he personally saw some other person do something, it should say that. But defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates. I don't know what personally knows means, but based on my preparation for this case, that personally knows, he personally knows YSL individuals, alleged individuals on this case were arrested for it.
right.
But
All right, I think I understand what you're saying. So I mean, that
Right.
does seem like that might be a bit of an issue unless you have a factual basis that you can share either now or at the necessary time to establish that.
Judge, so that would be an issue. Our position is that would be an issue for Mr. Sharp to cross him on. We spoke with for instance, Mr. Sledge, through his attorney extensively. If he didn't understand the meaning of
But not
personally
Woody's
knows,
attorney.
they literally forced not forced. They corrected areas that were inaccurate. Mr. Counsel for Mr. Stillwell may now say his investigation has shown something contrary to what they put their initials next to on that piece of paper. Our position is he can cross them and he can present it, but the evidence that we have is that this person stated prior to making and entering a plea agreement, he personally knows.
Okay, so I mean, if they have a basis to believe it, because that's what Mr. Sledge told them, then you need to ask him that before you get a document in that he signed that says that, and have him say, nope, I never said that.
That is exactly what, number one, that's what we've been doing. We've asked, did you know?
Y'all ain't been
blah, blah,
doing
blah, blah,
nothing.
blah. And the court has access to all of these recordings. They're all out there in the universe. So the court can see the previous testimony that has been given at trial. And
Well,
the
I
way
don't know if
that-
it's all been transcribed yet.
No,
I
no, I'm
mean,
saying on video. That camera's been rolling since this trial started. So the actual how it was tendered, I don't even think it automatically shows on black and
all
white.
right, I'm not gonna worry about how other things might have come in the past. I'm just gonna take it from here on the things that I'm gonna need to rule on. And I think I have given you the parameters under which they would come in, which are essentially the rules of evidence in Georgia.
That's exactly.
Okay. All right. Let's try out Armando board. Thank you.
Antonio Sledge plea deal is if he doesn't cooperate being a witness, he's going to get a 15-year probation charge on him. And amongst
would the
other
video
things,
show on
so
this as well, or-
so crazy.
What we're gonna do is have it playing on Zoom.
Okay.
And having the output being the speakers to the Mondo board. as
Okay.
opposed to-
That sounds like it might potentially work.
Max, remember, Max still has that coffee shop off the record conversation with Sledge that has potential Brady. And the state did not give up any information about that meeting. And we found, but we did find out that the meeting did happen. And the defense was unaware of it. Why are we not shocked?
And honestly, if all we're gonna do at this point is test equipment, we can just adjourn for the day. Is there anything else that we need to or can do before we just go to testing of the equipment? No? Okay. I mean, all right. We're adjourned. Y'all are welcome to hang around and see what you think about the equipment. I think that would be a good idea, but what is this? This is my copy of it.
I'm going to wait until they're actually adjourned because I know sometimes something else can happen. Okay, seems like everything is good. All right. Well, it ended up.
Everyone a copy of the exhibit list, the state's version of it. This
Uh-oh.
is what I emailed the other day as well. So this is just a copy to help us go through for next week.
So y'all are gonna get together on that also? Yes.
I confirmed that on Monday and Tuesday, we are here at 12 noon.
Monday and Tuesday, they're there at 12 noon. Really? Okay, so I guess there is court next week. Again, I thought they were not in court because of, I think Glanville said something about they had a week off or something like that. I'm not sure, but okay. Well, we are done with court today. Very interesting. We did have some breaking news about a 2-year plea deal with Young Thug. And shout out again to Sheely for the information and Dennis Bryson for his investigative journalistic work. And we did actually get confirmation from him, and he has confirmation from extremely reliable sources about this particular plea deal that was not, I repeat, it was not publicly known that Young Thug even was offered a plea deal. So very interesting. What do you all think about this? Yes. Remember we went live Abundance and we talked about Antonio Sledge and his actual plea deal. It was 15 years that he would get if he doesn't cooperate with testifying. He was going to have a 15-year either probation or a 15-year no, actually being locked up either for 15 years or something of that nature. And some other stuff that was going on. I forgot offhand. If anybody in the chat can bring it to my recollection. But we actually covered it. We actually covered it on was it Tuesday or Wednesday? And we covered it because we went like almost 10 hours that day, I think. And yeah, Sledge had the worst plea deal, I think, out of almost everybody except for some of the severed defendants. So yeah, this is all nasty work, all bad right here. So it's a 15-year either probation or a 15-year where he actually served. But I think it's probation. I think it was a 15-year probation. As a matter of fact, let's just recap real quick. Let's just recap real quick. Let's see here. Let's see real quick. Let's add to and look at it real quick. I hate these ads and stuff, getting on my nerves. Yeah, there we go. Says this time the defendant is Antonio Moontunk Sledge, who pleaded guilty on Wednesday to conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Act and to be a felon in possession of a firearm. As Law and Crimes Kathy Russin reported, Sledge has to testify in any trial emerging from the indictment and will not be allowed to invoke his Fifth Amendment protection. That's one of the things he can't do against self-incrimination. In return for this, prosecutors will recommend he spend 15 years on probation. Okay? 15 years on probation for the racketeering charge and will drop the firearm charge. So he cannot invoke his Fifth Amendment right to against self-incrimination. And in return for that, the prosecutors will recommend just 15 years probation for the racketeering charge and will drop the firearm charge. So he cannot invoke his Fifth. He has to testify even if it's against self-incrimination. And instead of giving him immunity, because he's not going to get immunity, instead of that, he's going to get a 15-year probation charge. And they're going to drop the firearm charge because that's a longer sentence. That's their plea deal. So basically, I want you to incriminate yourself in this testimony, and it better line up with all the statements you gave us in this plea deal. And for that, we're going to give you 15 years of probation. Probation. We looked at the video. Remember, we looked at the video, and the lawyer was sitting next to him. That is not a good deal. That is not a good deal. Listen, I'm telling you, this whole thing is nasty, nasty work. All right. Total nasty work, man. Yeah, because this is the same one we looked at before. This is what we looked at before. Look at that. Count one of conspiracy to violate Racketeering Act and one count felony in possession of a firearm. Then there was another one. Sledge must testify truthfully at Young Thug trial and gives up the right to take the Fifth. If he abides by all provisions, the state is recommended 15 years probation. Co-defendant Sledge will testify to and has signed statements. This is what Max Sharp was talking about. He signed statements about Young Thug and others' knowledge and or participation in murders, drive-by shootings, gang activity, drug sales, and more. Okay. So So his plea deal, his plea deal is that these signed statements are the statements of fact that the state is saying. And what Max Shard is saying is, okay, it sounds like he's telling you what he heard from somebody else too. It sounds like what? Hearsay. I heard through the grapevine that. You know what I'm saying? It don't sound like he was an eyewitness or he knows based on those statements or certain statements that he signed off on. So sounds like hearsay. That's what Max Sharp was talking about. More detail, co-defendant Sledge plea deal. After the murder of Donovan Thomas, YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, who gave them cases of money to lay low. That's the Miami thing. Remember? Where did you go after where did you go after all that? Man, we went to Miami. We went to Miami, man. We went to go lay low. Well, except for Woody, he went straight to the police station. Remember, the Donovan Thomas murder happened on January 10th, 2015. At about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, your boy Woody was at the police station talking. So he did go to Miami, but not immediately. Not immediately. He had to clear his name first. It wasn't me. I did these crimes, but it wasn't me. Let's see. Red Bunny said, I thought it was 30 years locked up or 15 years probation if he testified that Thug gave him money to lay low after the murder. Yeah, that and also other things that he heard, or other things that he knows, his knowledge. He's not going to make it 15 years unless he moves out of ATL. Yeah. Well, if you're on probation, you ain't moving nowhere. So 15 years. Listen, I've been on probation. Okay. I've been on probation. You can't go nowhere. 15 years. That right there is that is torture. Probation is jail outside. Probation is jail outside, man. That's all it is. But I'm curious about what Max Sharp knows, because he referred to that coffee shop meeting between Love and the detective or investigator and the lawyer. And I don't know if it was about this plea deal, if they were talking amongst themselves about conducting a plea deal. But for you to get a deal like that, you took the words right out my mouth. For you to get a deal like that, you got to provide actual proof of something, not just knowledge of what you know based on what someone told you. So I'm thinking they're going further than that. I think they're saying that he knows firsthand knowledge, which is no middleman. He knows himself because he's actually in that operation, which is why they're saying, okay, in this testimony, you're going to have to incriminate yourself in order for you to get a 15 years probation. Okay. You're going to have to incriminate yourself. So that is what that is, So that's what the state is offering. If you incriminate yourself and do all this kind of stuff, what you would normally get, you ain't gonna get, because we're gonna drop the firearm charge too. They're dropping the firearm charge. That's another addition that they're dropping, all for his testimony. And what Max Sharp is saying is, hey, these statements are not, they're not firsthand eyewitness knowledge either. He personally knows. How do you personally know anything? You know, through someone telling you that knows, or firsthand eyewitness. How do you actually know? So that's what Max Sharp is talking about as well. So this is very again, very interesting day. I got some editing and clipping to do because, man, I don't even think people were familiar with the fact that there was a two-year plea deal offered to Young Thug in replacement, in exchange of that offer of the plea deal, he had to give up his passport. You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of, and the fact that he turned that down to make sure that he proved his innocence is like, wow, okay. You know what I'm saying? Because if you give up your passport, you can't go nowhere. You can't make no money. You can't make the money that you want to make. You know what I'm saying? And so with him being in his status, high profile, whatever the case may be, he is not going to give up that passport. That his passport is his money. It's the same way as the bar card. You know what I'm saying? The bar card for a lawyer, that's their money. I don't want to give up my bar card. And that's what's happening to Melnick. He won't be able to make no money from the law. He won't be able to make no money. He won't be able to practice for the next 6 months. For the next 6 months. All of a sudden, okay? Now, all of a sudden, this happened Wednesday, okay? And Woody was on the stand testifying for over 2 hours. And early on Wednesday morning, Melnick was already suspended by the Supreme Court of Georgia. And no one told Woody, hey, man, your lawyer's on 6 month probation, 6 month suspension. Based on a case that happened back in 2019, 18, 17, parts of 17, 18, 19. Now the special master reported everything, and now the appeals, Court of Appeals looked at everything and reported to the Supreme Court what was going on. Now all these things have happened. Now the Supreme Court, all of a sudden, after Woody testified about giving threat to the Infinity, picking up the rental car with Thug, now all of a sudden, he admitted to shooting up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop after he made clear that nothing I say that incriminates me will be used against me, right? Okay, boom. We shot up that barbershop. I put out a gun on Shell Kill. We went to go send a message. I gave threat that Infinity. Thug didn't know nobody. YSL ain't no gang. YSL is a record label. Y'all trying to make it a gang. Now all of a sudden, Melnick is suspended. The timing is just very interesting to me, man. It just is. It's very interesting to me. You know. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap up with that. Today court was again, it was somewhat interesting in a sense of the lunch break. Shout out again to She Lee for dropping the clues bomb for your boy. Oh, man. She said, hey, I got some news for you, girl. I'm like, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, I mean, I'm just saying this is what's happening. This is what's going on. And I don't know, man. It's some stuff that is not being revealed that we don't know about. You know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden, Melnick, the timing of it, that's something to look at. It's something to look at for sure. You can't not look at that. It's something to look at. At the same time, it was a year and a half, I think, almost 2-year trial with this child custody battle that he was representing this lady in. So he misrepresented her. So that is something against him personally, but just the time is a little suspicious to me. It just is. It's just a little suspicious to me. You know what I'm saying? So we know that Thug, according to Dennis Bryson, an investigative journalist who has been he's a private investigative journalist who's been on this case since the very genesis of this case. And he has more resources than we all have directly there. And he stated that there was a 2-year plea deal that was offered to Young Thug. In replacement of that, he had to give up his passport. And I'm sure there was some other stuff in there involved as well. Abundance says plenty of artists have been on probation and had their passports taken and still made money. Yeah, within the states, within the actual states. But some artists like to make money outside of the country because of taxes, tax purposes and things of that nature. So it's a way to get around those things. It's definitely a way to get around those things. Shout out to Don Cato, man. Shout out to Don Cato for sending a $10 cash app. I appreciate you, my brother. Go ahead, everybody put Don Cato in the chat. I appreciate you, Don Cato, for just supporting the channel and supporting me, man. Thank you so much. You're subscribed, man. You're part of the Biz Nation, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. She said, look at JT from the City Girls. Yeah, I'm just saying, when it comes to making music, when it comes to capital gains tax and things of that nature, you can make all your money here in the country, yes. But that money that's outside of the country, oh, trust and believe, They're not trying to get no tax on that. And that's what I'm talking about when I was referencing the passport. You can make money in the States, of course. And if your probation allows you to travel outside of your state lines, that's another thing that has to be inside. I mean, when I was on probation, I couldn't leave Indiana. I couldn't go visit back home. I couldn't do any of that. Okay. So there are stipulations in probation. I'm of course, abundance. I know, you know, because you're involved in things like of that nature, but I'm just saying it depends. Like my plea deal says that I can't go to a certain place, certain stores, and I can't drive at a certain time and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah. And I can't leave the state, you know, all that kind of like, yeah, you best believe I can't go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? But if your probation is like, okay, we'll let you travel within the country, but you can't travel outside the country, then you're gonna miss out on that money over there. And if you were an international artist like Young Thug is, then that's going to hit you in the pocket in a different way than it would an average person. You know what I'm saying? So just saying in that regard. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and cap it off right there, man. Thank you all so much once again for rocking with the boy. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. I second that. Thank you all for being here and rocking with us. Thank you all so much. And this is what it's all about, family. Like, family, this is what it's all about. Having these conversations, we can agree to disagree, or we could just, you know, just piece it together and try to figure it out together. And that's what it's all about. And that way we get some justice. But right now, I don't see this being a mistrial at all. I don't think the judge is even entertaining that idea anymore. And I think she wants to see this all the way through. And I think she has, in my humble observation, I'm seeing her having some political aspirations in this particular thing. She's being very conniving, condescending. She's being very, very arrogant in a sense too. And then she's taking little shots. She giving out shade too, man. You know what I'm saying? And she do that very often on both sides. And I don't really rock with that kind of stuff, man. So, no, but at the end of the day, I believe they said that court will be back on Monday, I guess at noon. I think I heard Adam say that at the end of the video, at the end of the live. So if there is court on Monday at noon, we will be on it. All right. And I would definitely make sure and fact check myself on that. In the meantime, in between time, man, love yourself, love God, love your family, show love, spread love, and be the living epistle of love as much as you can. All right. I'm your boy Tay Biz. I'll holler at y'all. Thank you all so much for your love and support. Peace.
No stress, no biggie. Baby, I'm just too jiggy. Better know I brought that with me. Case they get too iffy. Baby, don't stress, don't sweat it. Put it all on my baby. Know how I'm coming. And they know what we hit around through that left side, low end. All of mine need more wins. If you got beef, don't come out. Cause my young hitter might go in. Uptown GN. Working all through my weekend. Hoping these don't show out. Cause all of my hitters too deep in. With a boy, I'm so shame. Ain't worried about long as my money and my green. Baby, I ain't got work tomorrow. Tell me what the business is. Ain't about no club hop. I'm trying to start some businesses. Shorty, you thought it was, they better know it's not that. Talking all that online, they knowing that it's not fake. Sliding through my hood, I make maneuvers like a Uber, baby. Got a 10-year plan, these can't tell what they doing lately. And I'm way too clean, I'm Listerine, I thought they been knew it. All in my lungs, I got my red cup full of that Henny fluid. Young middle Mac, I'm swinging that leg, I'm banging that do or die. And I ain't that bleedly before I get crucified. Living in my bloodline, this place in my family tree. How the they pressed, I did my best out of what they handed me. Straight out of that country, know my shawty dick as human air. And I need not mention no extensions, that's human hair.